Part 3. I am just an ordinary worker, but I found a sweet love unexpectedly after a breakup. I thought my life would continue in a bland and happy way, but unexpectedly, all kinds of accidents happened one after another. I finally got rid of my female boss's pursuit of me, and now my ex-girlfriend wants to get back together with me. My girlfriend Susan was aggrieved and misunderstood me after knowing this. In order to express that I really love her, now I want to take her home to meet my parents, but she still refuses to confess her identity to me. Should I tell my parents that I picked her up on the roadside? I am very confused. What secrets does Susan have? Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 88, You Are My Boyfriend. I am your girlfriend relationship. Jianglong, really never expected love to break into my life in such a wonderful way. When I saw the constantly giggling Susan in front of me, a sense of indescribable satisfaction filled my heart instantly. Her watery big eyes, straight looking at me, as if there is a mysterious magic tightly traction me. Our eyes interweave together, and the ambiguous breath is slowly flowing in the air, so that everything around us has become particularly quiet and beautiful. At that moment, my heart cannot help but nervous. After all, now we have been boyfriend and girlfriend. I couldn't help wondering that she was expecting the kiss. Finally, our lips were gently pressed together. At that moment, the whole world seems to be still, and time also seems to solidify. I hugged tightly around her waist. She hooked my neck. We are like two curious children, bravely exploring in this new field. When we separated, we were all panting, her little face red, shyly buried in my arms, and my heart also in beating violently, as if to jump out of the chest. Night came, lying in bed, everything became so unusual. The shift in our relationship has filled the night with freshness and mystery. She asked me why I couldn't sleep, but I didn't know how to answer. We teased each other, enjoying this incredibly sweet time. She wanted to get close to me, but the sudden knock on the door put her in a dilemma. Continue to kiss, or play drunk to avoid it? She struggled and finally chose to be drunk on me. Seeing that I had not kissed her, she suspected that I didn't like her. Tears burst to her eyes at the thought. I just kissed you, not because I like you. You don't like me? You can't pretend that you don't know anything. She cried out about her grievance. Who says I don't like you? My words made her instantly confused, followed by endless joy. She threw herself into Jianglong's arms, felt my warmth. Jianglong, then what is the relationship between us now? She asked, expectantly. Jianglong smiled and nodded, just as happy as a child. Jianglong now has a girlfriend, this feeling good. Chapter 89, Can't Sleep. When I saw Susan giggling, a wonderful feeling filled me, a satisfaction I had never felt before. Her watery eyes straight at me, as if there is an invisible force to attract me tightly. Ambiguous breath is slowly flowing between us. My heart also cannot help but nervous up. After all, now we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Looking at her inviting lips, I couldn't help imagining the feeling of kissing her. As if there is an invisible line in the traction of us. Our heads are closer and closer. Finally, the lips stick together. At that moment, the time seemed to stand still. I held around her waist. She hooked around my neck, and we were like two brave children exploring the unknown. Separation. We are panting, her little face red, shyly buried in my arms. At night, lying in bed, everything becomes so wonderful. Our relationship transition made the night fresh. She softly asked me why I couldn't sleep, but I didn't know how to answer it. We joked with each other and enjoyed the sweet time. She wanted to get into my bed, but she was worried that I would not be reserved. Eventually, we fell asleep, hand in hand. The next day, I woke her up. Her confused look is very cute. But when I cooked, she fell asleep again. When she called her again, she sat up hard. Before going out, she kissed me and told me to go to work. Chapter 90, come on, talk to me in detail. My heart melted when Susan sent me to work and gave me a sweet kiss. I rode the little electric donkey away, but I do not know that she has been looking at me on the balcony until I disappeared from her sight. And she, like a happy child, can't wait to share this joy with her friend Xianwan. When Susan told Xianwan that we became boyfriend and girlfriend, the happy appearance let people envy. However, when Xiao warmly asked about last night, Susan shyly talked about our kissing. That kind of indescribable feeling. Let her kiss after the body are soft. Can summer warm a word, but let this sweet moment covered with a shadow. She said I am so close, should not kiss too many times. Susan's face suddenly became ugly, even suspected that I had found a lost sister. Fortunately, the summer warm hurriedly remedy said that maybe Susan himself too food, just appear I fierce. Susan was relieved. But when Sia asked me if I knew who Susan was and why she ran away from home, she shook her head. It makes me meditate. I don't know what will await for us in the future. This suspense is like a mystery, making me both curious and uneasy. Will my love affair with Susan be smooth? I can't predict, but I know. I am willing to be brave in the face of all the unknown for this love. Chapter 91 has a girl waiting for him at home. Company and lunchtime. I got together with David as usual. Our topic revolves around Lao's absence. Who would have thought that we, who were once just ordinary colleagues, would now have added so much fun to these little episodes? I took my phone out of my pants pocket and sent a message to the 3 cheap customers asking about Sue. David looked at the news in the group, teasing Lao Sue with a bad smile, and I also smiled and agreed. At that time, I was completely unaware that there would be more unexpected stories waiting for me on this day. While eating, my thoughts involuntarily drifted to the morning. The picture of Susan specially getting up early to see me to work appeared. At the thought of the scene, my mouth turned up unconsciously. Her lovely appearance, gentle eyes, as if still in front of her. However, when I returned to my office, the conversation with Susan put me into a funny situation. She called me from Xiaolong, which makes me instantly think of my parents. After all, they usually call me that. I quickly told her that she could not call that, but she began to call me brother again. That a brother. Both let me helpless, and let me feel that she is very lovely. This thought can feel at ease to work, but was her this sound brother make restless? The mind is full of her naughty appearance. After work, I rode a little electric donkey to go home. Along the way, I was still thinking about what had happened on this day. I thought it was just the end of a normal day, but when I got home, Susan's hug and "Jianglong, I miss you" made my heart tremble. I really don't know when I fell in love with her, maybe just recently, maybe longer ago, or maybe in those casual moments. Feelings of this kind of thing, it is really unpredictable. Now I look forward to work every day, looking forward to coming home to see her. Because I know there is a girl waiting for me at home. That feeling is very happy. Chapter 92, Susan is so good. When I got home, I raised my hand and rubbed Susan's little head like a clingy kitten. Susan's little face lifted from my chest, looking at Jiang Long in anticipation. Some shy and asked, "Jiang Long, what about you? Did you miss me?" I looked down at my delicate little face in front of me, smiled and nodded. "I miss you too." Girlfriend Susan. She happily prepared a rich meal, that all the dishes are all full of her love. Her eyes shone with anticipation, imagining that we had this wonderful first dinner together. However, the news of a friend's love came. After much hesitation, I told the truth to Susan. Susan, my friend is lovelorn, and I have to drink with him soon. At that moment, I clearly saw Susan's happy expression on Susan's face disappear, replaced by the appearance of grievance. Her voice also cooled down. "Oh, go, I'll eat by myself." My heart suddenly a pull. I know her full of expectation was so broken by me. But when I saw her grievance appearance and see her eyes flash a trace of understanding, my heart is not the taste. I know she is softened because she knows that I cannot ignore her, just become a girlfriend, also cannot ignore her brother for many years. She nodded gently, saying that she was not an ignorant girlfriend. At that moment, my heart is full of moved, but also full of guilt. I accompanied her to eat a few mouthfuls. She urged me to hurry out because she worried that my friend would do stupid things because of lovelorn. She is so sensible. Let me go to enlighten my friends and oneself silently waiting at home. I always remembered her when I went out. She kept the expectation alone, waiting for my return. I called her and told her she had to wait a while to get back and sleep first. But she said firmly that she wanted to wait for me to come back, and she said that she couldn't sleep without me around. This silly girl, I really don't know what to do with her. I sighed and could only say to try to go back as soon as possible. On my side, I drank with my friends in the pub. Su Fei is drinking stuffy wine all the time, who also do not know why he and Xiao Yu exactly break up. After drinking for a while, Su Fei finally stretched out, almost cried out, "Mom, Xiao Yu, that ex-boyfriend came back. She broke up with me." We drank at the bistro for more than 3 hours, and then went to the KTV. Su Fei held the microphone, a ghost cry. He kept telling his pain. She has been with her ex-boyfriend for 5 years, and they are their first love. She never forgot him. He came back. She broke up with me. What did she take me for? What is my TM? Seeing the good brothers so painful, David and I am not the taste, hard to comfort him. After a while, Su Fei's mood finally stabilized a lot. I looked at it. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Su Fei is now like this. I cannot go ahead of time, but I think about the little girl at home. I called Susan on the excuse of going to the bathroom. As soon as the phone was dialed, Susan answered it on the other end. She called my name in the softest voice, Jiang Long. I gave her a whisper and told her that I had to wait a while to get back. She just lightly replied, "Oh, I know." I told her to go to bed early, without waiting for me. But she shook her head and said firmly, "No, I will wait for you to come back." My face was a little tangled, told her that I don't know when I can go back, let her sleep first, obedient. But she said, "Jiang Long, without you around me, I can't sleep. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not sleepy. I want to wait for you to come back." This silly girl really let me feel distressed and helpless. Hung up the phone. I turned my head and unexpectedly saw Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao smiled on her face and said hello to me. "Jiang Long, it is really you." When I looked back at that moment, Qin Xiao saw my familiar face. Her heart was very surprised. Chapter 94 can this time? I looked at Qin Xiao, light HMM. A sound is a hello. I didn't expect to meet Qin Xiao here, since the last time, I too made it clear after there is no contact between us. Once I silly to like her for 4 full years. Those 4 years of time, said long is not long, said short is not short, but now, that is just once. Now that I see her again, my heart has no waves. Because I was lucky to meet Susan, the girl as warm as the sun, she can bring me endless happiness every day, and we are naturally together. Whenever I think of her gentle, I wait for you, my heart surges up a warm current. Qin Xiao saw me so cold attitude to her, the in the mind is not the taste. Once I would never treat her with such an attitude. She clearly noticed that I had changed, and I no longer had her eyes. She regretted. Once proud she, now want to lower her noble head. But I is no longer that full of eyes of her people. She suddenly jumped into my arms, which caught me off guard. I quickly pushed her away and told her that she had drunk too much. She did not hesitate, stopped me, crying and said that she did not want to be a stranger with me, but also said that she wanted to be with me. But I firmly told her that I already had a girlfriend. Her face suddenly turned white, and she staggered back. She might think I still liked her, but she was wrong, very wrong. After that rainy night, everything had changed dramatically. When I returned to the box, I saw that Su Fei was already very drunk. After sending him home, it was just after 1 a.m. by the time I got back to the rented house. Susan, a silly girl, is still waiting for me. My heart is full of moved. I will hold her in his arms. But just then, she suddenly saw the lipstick print on my clothes. At that moment, my heart was also full of doubts. What is the lipstick going on? I tried to think back, but I had no clue. Can you hold it this time? After seeing the lipstick on my clothes, the happy look on Suzanne's face disappeared, and she was thinking, didn't I go to drink with my male friend? How can the girl's lipstick prints appear on my clothes? Or that I was lying to her? For a moment, she felt a great grievance, a small expression grievance baba, nose sour, tears in her eyes. She turned and quickly ran back to her bedroom, suddenly drilling into the covers. When I saw Susan suddenly run back to her bedroom, full of doubts, I stood in place, the brain rapid running, how also cannot think, just also smiling, warmly greet my little girl. Why will become so abnormal in the moment? The cheerful atmosphere seems to be a sudden cold wind instantly blowing away, leaving only a vacant and puzzled. When I went to my bedroom and saw Susan huddled in the covers, crying, the small figure in the quilt wrapped in the package slightly trembling, as if a small injured animal. My heart was tightly clenched, constantly asking Susan why, and my voice was full of concern and anxiety. But Susan just silently tears, not a word, which made me more confused. I paced back and forth in the room, trying to find a clue in Susan's expression and movements. It wasn't until Susan bit me that she finally asked me what the lipstick marks on my clothes were about. The moment I saw the lipstick print, I suddenly understood. There was a flash of remorse in my eyes, blaming myself for not finding the problem at the first time. I quickly explained what had happened on the KTV and Qin Xiao to Susan, for fear of missing any detail. My words are full of sincerity and anxiety. I hope that Susan can believe in me. After listening to the explanation, Susan gradually subsided. However, she still asked me carefully if the statement was true. Her eyes were full of anticipation and uneasiness, as if waiting for a crucial answer. I helplessly and spoiled to knead her small head, tone firmly said, "I so not worth you believe?" Susan shook her head. She believed me, but love made her worry about gain and loss. Thought it was settled. But Susan refused my hug again and asked me to hold her after taking a bath. I was both depressed and helpless, directly lying on the bed to play on. I think Susan is going too far, but I understand her little thoughts. Susan explained that I couldn't hold any other woman because I held her. I hurried to correct as Qin Xiao hugged me. I immediately pushed away. But Susan still insisted on her opinion because she had a lipstick print on my clothes. I smiled angrily, thinking that Susan's little temper was lovely and made me helpless. She took off her t-shirt and threw it on the floor, asking Susan if she could hug her this time. Susan did not think that I would undress so boldly in front of her, and instantly blushed. My naked upper body was full of temptation for her, and her eyes stared straight away, and her little heart jumped so fast. I saw the little girl's reaction, a face show off in an ostentatious manner, and pretend to get out of bed. Susan, who would not miss the opportunity, quickly came forward and hugged me tightly. At the moment, Susan's hands were directly on my back, not across the fabric, and the temperature between us rose rapidly. Our breathing became somewhat rapid. Holding the big hand between the small and I-sun waist, the strength unconsciously increased a few minutes. Chapter 95 time will give you the people who really belong to you. Now Susan felt the strength in my hand. She moved dissatisfied, and Susan did. I just feel that the body doesn't know where to come out of a nameless evil fire. Let me very restless, unbearable, that charming Xiao appearance, pure and full of temptation. My heart beat faster involuntarily, and my voice stopped me vaguely. "Don't move." But Susan just did not listen. Her eyes flashed a trace of naughty, deliberately provocative. This trouble, I helplessly hurried to the toilet, trying to calm the heart of the hot. Only left Susan with a small pout, full of dissatisfaction and grievance. She did not understand why I suddenly so. When I came back, Susan expected warm hugs, my arms to give her security. However, the trap came like a tide, led her difficult to resist. Her eyelids grew heavier, and she finally slowly closed them. I looked at Susan's sweet sleep, full of tenderness. I kissed gently, and then fell asleep. The next day, the sun shone through the cracks in the curtains. I struggled to get out of bed, and as a worker, I had to go to work. I looked affectionately at the sleeping Susan Sean, gently brushed her hair for her, carefully covered the quilt before going out. Every action is full of love, as if in the guardian of the most precious baby. In the company, I accidentally met Lin Yuxuan, who I had not seen for a long time. The appearance of Lin Yuxuan let my heart is full of doubts. We have not been in contact for a long time. And Lin Yuxuan is surprised in the memory, however. That mysterious girl is Susan Sean unexpectedly. The discovery sent a hint of mixed emotion into his eyes. At noon, David and Su Fei got together. Su Fei, a face haggard for wages. Even if the pain of brokenhearted led him unbearable, he also dare not ask for leave. David and I can only give comfort, but also cannot help but sigh at the fate of the trick. We know the helplessness of life, but we have to continue to move forward. In the rented house, Susan regretted that she missed the time to send me to work, angrily complaining that she was a bad girlfriend. She imagined me walking out alone, full of guilt. When I came home from work, Susan saw the red marks on my wrist. I did not hurt, but Susan was so distressed that she kissed her gently on the red mark. Chapter 96, my boyfriend, you are great. When Susan fell a gentle kiss on the red mark of Jiang Long's wrist, I froze for a moment, feeling an indescribable feeling in my heart. At that moment, the time seemed to stand still. My world only left Susan, that gentle figure, and that a gentle kiss. And Susan Sean's charming chun, let me want to speak but stop. Her gentle eyes like water, as if to melt people. Let me deep it cannot extricate themselves. However, the next scene made the air seem burning. Susan Sean's active kiss like lit a fuse. I was instantly lit. There was a fire in his heart, love and desire for Susan. I had no hesitation when I took Susan to my lap, and their eyes met as fiercely as Mars hit the earth. This pose makes Susan panic like a fawn, and her eyes are full of panic and shyness, but also with a trace of shy joy. My kiss was warm and deep, and they explored each other in this kiss, as if into a world that only belongs to us. In this world, only the two of us, we heartily feel each other's temperature and breath. After kissing me, my concern was in sharp contrast to Susan Hill's shyness. I looked at Susan's red lips, full of love, and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" Susan shook her head gently and whispered, "No pain." And Susan was shy, her heart beating fast as if she wanted to jump out of her chest. And after the interaction, it is full of sweet breath. We drank the same glass of water, and the intimacy made Susan laugh and feel closer than ever before. When I suggested going out, Susan's worries showed her love for me. She didn't want me to stay up late to write novels with her, which is touching. She wrinkled her face and said anxiously, "Jianglong, if we go out to play, you have to stay up late to write novels." I don't go out. My response not only shows the importance I attach to Susan, but also shows his love and regret for his work. I said gently, "I can ask for leave today." Then I said again, "There are many kinds of choices for readers. They don't read novels that I write. They also read novels from other writers, and am not their only choice. And you are my only one, my only choice." At this moment, Susan in my eyes seems to see she has never seen the deep feeling. Chapter 97 Mind is connected. Today is the first time to go out as a boyfriend and girlfriend. Susan appeared in a white dress like a fairy. She turned a circle lightly in front of me, and the expectant eyes seemed to ask me, "Your girlfriend? Is it beautiful?" I answered, almost without thinking about it, "Beauty." At that moment, her smile was as bright as the blooming flowers in spring, and my heart moved slightly. However, she soon asked for what I wore it like. "Jianglong, you can change your clothes." I looked down at my pale blue t-shirt, some puzzled, and asked, "Why do I want to change? I'm wearing a white dress, and you're wearing a white t-shirt." She explained it carefully. I have no hesitation, immediately went to change a white t-shirt. When I appeared in front of her again, seeing the joy in her eyes, I knew that her obedience made her very happy. But unexpectedly, when I went out, I gave me some advice on her mask. "Susan, you can change your mask," she asked, blinking her big eyes. "Do you mean my mask doesn't work with a white dress?" I nodded truthfully. We discussed the color of the mask, and finally decided to go to the night market to buy a more matching mask. We rode the little electric donkey to the night market, and this time, Susan was no longer as careful as before. She put her hands around my waist and her head on my back. Feeling her temperature, my heart is full of sweet. Because now that she is my girlfriend, I enjoy the intimacy. At the night market, Susan was amazed by the sea of people. Wow! Her lovely appearance let me cannot help but hand to rub her little head. We walked and walked, fingers clasped, as if we were the only two left in the whole world. The sweetness has spread between us. In front of the mask booth, Susan and I took a fancy to cat masks. Her smiling eyebrows and eyes curved. I also think the little girl wearing this mask must be very cute. I took the mask and handed it to her and asked, "Susan, do you like it?" She nodded happily. "I really like it." But when I said I wanted to buy 50 packs of masks, she was surprised, and the stall owner was stunned. Although she thought it was too much, I still insisted on buying it. However, my joke made Susan explode instantly. She angrily broke away from my hand, and I realized that I had said the wrong thing. I hurriedly coaxed her, kissed her on the forehead, and took her hand again. At this point, the little expression on Susan's face turned better. Some reluctant hands stretched out. "Lead good. Lost you don't have a girlfriend." I held Susan's little hand in my hand. Chapter 98 Hold it and never separate it again. When I came to the night market for the first time, I looked at Susan beside. She was like discovering a new continent and curious about all kinds of things. Looking at her, that pure appearance, my mouth light pull. This little girl has not seen things too much. It seems that I often have to take her to all kinds of places to see the world. When passing a toy booth, the loudspeaker loop playing 25, 25, full 25. You cannot buy a loss. Also cannot buy to be deceived. The whole audience is 25. Advertising slogan. Susan was attracted by the stall and looked curiously at the various children's toys on the ground, as if wondering why they were all piled on the ground rather than in the window. I thought she wanted to play with toys, so I said to her, "I want to play. I will buy it for you." As a result, she looked at me with strange eyes and said softly, "I'm not a child, play with what toy?" As we were about to leave, a little boy's quarrel with his mother caught our eyes. The little boy wanted to buy a car, but his mother did not agree and kicked the little boy. Seeing all this, Susan pulled me forward, expressing her opinion on the incident. Jiang Long, the little boy's mother, is so fierce that she doesn't buy toys for the little boy and kicks him. The little boy is so poor. This scene reminds me of myself when I was a child. When I was a child, I was often beaten by my mother because I wanted to buy toys. After listening to my childhood experience, Susan asked me sadly, "Jiang Long, you were so good. Why did your mother kick you?" I awkwardly scratched the back of the head, said that he was more naughty when I was a child, get beaten normal. She asked me if I hurt when I was a child. I shook my head and said it didn't hurt, my skin is thick. She stretched out her little hand in my face, gently touched, said, "It is not rough skin and thick meat, feel very good." Unexpectedly, Susan then blurted out, "When we have a child, I will love him and won't kick him." Then she bowed her head shyly. I thought, smiling, and whispered to her ear, "Susan wants kids so much. Why don't we build one tonight?" Her little face and ear instant read through. Jiao Chen ground scold me necrosis. When I asked her who she didn't want to be with, she quickly explained that she just wanted to be with me. She stressed again that when she got married and had a baby, she would be a gentle mother and I couldn't kick the baby. Hearing the word marriage, my heart a tremble, looking at this lovely, beautiful, kind girl. Chapter 99, Do You Dare to See Me? Susan and I walked on and passed by the hat stall when she suddenly stopped and said she wanted to buy a hat. She put on a black fisherman's hat, asked me good. I looked at her, whether it is the cool feeling when wearing a cap or wearing the fisherman's hat gentle. In my eyes, she is the most beautiful. When she gave me the same black male fisherman's hat and said it was a couple must buy, I compromised. I paid, with 2 matching hats, and I was content to see Susan happy. However, she then offered to buy matching clothes, matching shoes, and even whispered to wear matching underwear. I heard the lover's underwear immediately came to the interest, can't wait to ask when to buy. When I heard that she said to go to the underwear store before buying, I could not help but think of the last time I spent more than 2,000 yuan to buy underwear, lamenting that the girls' things are really expensive. We continued to stroll, came to the food that trip. I asked her what she wanted to eat, but she was wandering. Originally, she saw a pair of greasy little lovers, the boy to the girl a baby to call. She thought I have never been so to her. When she saw the cone ice cream booth, "Jiao, let me buy." I thought of her after eating the popsicle stomach pain, subconsciously refused. But she said that the cone ice cream is not so much ice, the stomach will not be occupied. I was a little soft, thinking to let her eat less, I eat the rest. But she complained that I was not good to her and was far from other people's boyfriends. I was angry and helpless, said that she has no conscience. She provoked me. Tonight, try to help her stomach, will do anything else. I also want not to be outdone, said I was afraid of her timid. Chapter 100. Why are there so many difficult problems waiting for her? Out of the night market street, we found a remote place with few people. Susan put on her new fisherman's hat and gave me the same one, laughing, and we just put on a matching hat. I went to buy the cone ice cream, watching her can't wait to take off the mask and take a small bite. That satisfied appearance let me also feel happy. But I was worried that her stomach would hurt when she ate too much, so she took the ice cream. She begged to eat another bite. Looking at her poor appearance, my heart softened. After a big bite, she kissed me and said that the boyfriend who gave her ice cream was the best. I quickly ate the rest of the ice cream, gave her a new cat mask. Looking at the lovely her, the heart is full of joy. We rode the little electric donkey to drive home, but in half the way when the little electric donkey ran out of power, can only push away. I asked her if she was tired, but she shook her head and said that she was not tired. At this time, I suddenly felt that a car is good, not only convenient to take her out, but also to avoid emergencies. I remembered that she said she could drive, so I suggested buying a car. She asked me why I suddenly wanted to buy a car, and I said it was convenient to go anywhere and I could drive her back to her hometown. She asked me, really want to take her back to my hometown? I smiled and said she was my girlfriend, and of course I wanted to take her back to show my parents. But I found her mood suddenly down. I quickly asked her if she did not want to go home with me to see my parents. She quickly said think. I knew she still didn't want to talk to me, so I'd wait. She ran away from home to escape the marriage, but now if she took me back to sue and face her parents, she does not know what would happen. And I never knew who she was. Chapter 101. My greatest luck is meeting you. Back to the rented house. Jiang Long specially confessed to Susan Shan before taking a bath. Wait for me. Susan's little face instantly read. Think of before with Jiang Long brave to say to try tonight? She just said it casually. Should Jiang Long not come really? When did he be so brave? How do I? They had just established a relationship. She and Jiang Long will do that. It was too fast, too. Seriously, she's not ready yet. Lying on the bed, Susan became inexplicably nervous. After a while, when Susan heard the noise, she quickly closed her eyes and lay down on the bed. When Jiang Long returned to his bedroom, he saw Susan lying on his bed with his eyes closed. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows and approached Susan. He whispered, "Susan, I've taken a bath." In the bed, Susan's two small hands tightly grasped the quilt. The heart is very nervous. What is Jiang Long going to do? Didn't he see her already asleep? Still calling her? Is Jiang Long, while she fell asleep, still one of her? He is animals, ah. Susan closed her eyes tightly, frightened to move. Jiang Long, mouth pulled down, whispered, "Not to call you to wait for me. How to sleep first." Then Jiang Long sighed again. "Alas, it is really a pity that I can't try with you tonight." Hearing the words, Susan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Long, no beast, to sleep she do what? It seems that I will have to try it tomorrow night. Jiang Long light to another sentence. Susan's fresh relaxation was back in her throat. Bad river dragon. I want that. Never thought he was such a man. She pretended to sleep tonight. Does she have to sleep early tomorrow night? Susan was somewhat eager to cry. Jiang Long looked at the bed, almost did not hold back a laugh out of sound. The next day, in the rented house, Susan sat at the computer desk, looking at the backstage of the Tomato novel website, happy from ear to ear. Unexpectedly, her novel Little Fairy Go Down to Earth to Punish Evil and Promote Good suddenly rushed to the top 10 of the new book list. And her novel also had a score. Although only 6.5, not high, Susan was excited, but 6.5 was pretty good. Susan looked at the time. Jiang Long may be having dinner, and then tell Jiang Long the good news, hee. Susan picked up her phone and sent the message to Xianwan. "Susan, warm. Do you miss me?" Followed by a laughing expression. "Summer warm, over there," immediately returned the message. Warm, think, very think if I dream of you." Susan, warm, what do you dream of me?" Summer warm, a think of last night's dream. Summer warm, cannot help but frown, really do not understand. How can she dream that? Warm, not very good. Or don't tell you. Susan was curious to know. Susan, warm, dream is false. You just tell me. Warm, that I can tell you. I dream I am attending you and your little brother's wedding. The result shall may just suddenly come to Rob Kiss. You say this dream, how outrageous. See Summer warm news. Susan heart thump. She did not want her and Jiang Long married when she was robbed. This is not a good dream. Susan, your dream is really very outrageous. I and Jiang Long will get married. I will not be robbed of. Warm, well. You and your little brother must be happily married and have children together forever. By the way, I have booked the position of the godmother in advance. Susan, hee. The position of the child's godmother must be warm. Xianwan, holding a mobile phone in his hand, thought, Xiao Mingjie, this poisonous-tongued man. Never be a stumbling block to Susan and her little brother. It seems that she has to use some means. Company, after lunch, Jiang Long just returned to the office. The mobile phone message on the table rang up. Jiang Long opened the mobile phone and saw the message from the little girl. Susan, Jiang Long, my novels are in the top 10 of new books. I'm amazing, followed by a happy little emoji. The last time Jiang Long talked with Susan WeChat, he changed Susan's original WeChat note to Susan. Susan Shan also quietly changed Jiang Long's WeChat note name to My Boyfriend. Soon, Susan received a message from My Boyfriend. My boyfriend Susan Hill is so great. Followed by a thumbs up meme. Susan, I didn't think my novel was so popular. It seems that I was lucky the first time I wrote a novel with so many people like hee. To tell the truth, Susan had wrote this little fairy down to earth to punish evil and promote good novel. Jiang Long was not too optimistic. After all, Susan's novel, along with the Tomato novel website, for example, Flatterer of Goddess Start, Rebirth Through, Senior Students Sick Jiao, and so on are not related. Jiang Long specially read the next new book list. Susan Shan's novel and a number of similar novels is definitely a clear stream. Jiang Long analyzed that Susan's novel can be popular, the most important, or with the rich reader sent gifts. Taheo readers have made Susan's novel a hot topic before more and more people pay attention to her novel. So a novel that is not popular definitely has a certain metaphysical component in it. The first time to write a novel, so successful, Jiang Long is the bottom of my heart for her happy. My boyfriend Susan must be the luckiest girl in the world. Such a lucky girl is my girlfriend. It is really my honor. Susan looked at the message from Jiang Long. Giggling, she hit the finger of her phone screen to send the message. Susan, my greatest luck is to meet you, hee. My boyfriend sent me a hug meme. Susan also sent her a hug meme. My boyfriend, do you guess what a good day is the day after tomorrow? Susan was stunned. Susan, is it your birthday? My boyfriend, no. Guess again? Susan, the day of your resignation. Jiang Long and the little girl back to the news. The forehead, 3 black lines. How does she think his resignation is a good day? What's this brain circuit? My boyfriend, how do you think that my resignation is a good day? He quit his job, he lost 6,000 yuan a month. How to survive without an income. This silly girl really do not know the importance of money? In Susan's perception, the day Jiang Long resigned was a good day. As long as Jiang Long resigned, Jiang Long can stay at home with her every day. She wanted to stay with Jiang Long all the time. Susan, you quit, and you can be with me every day. Jiang Long looked at the news, pondered for a moment. He wanted to be with the little girl, but reality did not allow. In today's society, do not how to make money to survive. Chapter 102. New members of the home. Jiang Long thought next and sent the message in the past. My boyfriend, silly girl, do not work, no money to spend, no money to how to survive. Looking at the news of Jiang Long, Susan thought of her father, who had a lot of money in their family, but her father was still very busy. So, whether money or not, it seems not very easy. In fact, Susan Shan also knows that she is impossible to let Jiang Long really quit and not to work. She just wants to spend more time with Jiang Long. Even if Jiang Long is working, she is good to stay quietly. For example, when Jiang Long usually writes novels, she can accompany him while reading books in bed. Suddenly, when Susan thought of something, she quickly sent a message to Jiang Long. Susan, can you write novels full-time so you don't have to go to the company? This problem, Jiang Long is not considered. After all, there are many full-time fiction writers, but Jiang Long thinks he has not reached the standard of full-time fiction. If he is full-time, he has to ensure that his monthly income is roughly equal to his current income. Obviously, this monthly income is not guaranteed only by writing novels. And there are a lot of uncertainties in writing a novel. This one is good, doesn't mean the next novel is good. Full-time is very risky. Like his current state, at least he still has a stable job, a fixed monthly salary of 6,000. More or less part-time fiction writing income won't have much impact on his normal life. So, Jiang Long is not going to consider writing full-time novels. My boyfriend Susan, am not full-time yet. Susan looked at the message sent by Jiang Long. You know that let Jiang Long has been with her side of this problem. Currently no solution. Susan, by the way, you just said that the day after tomorrow is a good day. Jiang Long, please tell me what good day is the day after tomorrow. My boyfriend, the day after tomorrow is the day of the tomato novel website payment fee, followed by a cute meme package. Jiang Long probably calculated that he had a huge gift from the rich reader this month, plus his manuscript payment this month. The total income should be able to reach 90,000 yuan. Think of this $90,000. Jiang Long is happy from ear to ear. However, compared with the manuscript fee of the little girl this month, his 90,000 yuan is nothing. Susan, that was really a good day. Susan ran to the balcony and looked out through the window several times, only not to see Jiang Long riding a little electric donkey. Before Jiang Long left work, Susan received a message from Jiang Long. Jiang Long told her that she would come back later, told her not to cook, and wait for him to come back to order takeout together. Susan picked up the mobile phone to look at the time. Jiang Long has been off work for more than an hour. How he has not come back? Susan cannot help but worry. Susan asked Jiang Long when he went to work. Jiang Long, also mysterious, did not tell her. This smelly river dragon. He had better give her a reasonable explanation, otherwise she can repair him well. After a while, Susan heard a knock at the door. She ran to the door and asked, "Who?" "Susan, it is me." Hearing Jiang Long's voice, Susan quickly opened the door. As soon as she opened the door, Susan saw Jiang Long standing with a bag in her hand and holding a box in her chest. "Jiang Long, what is this?" asked Susan. Jiang Long smiled and handed the box to Susan Shan. "Then, look for yourself." Susan took the box, and she placed it on the floor in the living room. Susan was about to open the box when she heard a aim cry. "Is it a kitten?" Susan was happy with a sweet smile on her face. She couldn't wait to open the box. The moment the box opened, a cute little cat with a round, fat head, pale yellow eyes, and white claws appeared in front of Suzanne. Wow. It's really a kitten? Susan was so happy. She stretched out her little hand on the little cat's little head. The little cat looked at Susan with a lovely face. From time to time, meow, called too. Susan felt that her heart was almost adorable by it. It was so cute. She liked it so much. At this time, Jiang Long also came to Susan Shan and the little cat's side. Jiang Long, where do you get the little cat? Susan Shan happily stroked the kitten and asked Jiang Long. My colleague's cat can't have so many cats. When I asked my colleague if anyone wanted to adopt one, I wanted one. Since little girl saw the little cat in the community, Jiang Long every time and little girl out, he saw little girl looking around for the little cat. Jiang Long knew that the little girl is really like cats. Just to catch up with this opportunity, Jiang Long to a cat adoption. Jiang Long, you mean, is this kitten our one now? Jiang Long nodded. He saw Jiang Long nod. Susan quickly took the kitten out of the box in her arms. She stroked the kitten and said as she touched it, "Little cat, Jiang Long and I are now your master. Are you happy?" At this time, the cat timely called too, quite cooperative, like saying to Susan, "Susan, it's happy." Susan chuckled, loving the kitten in her arms. "Little cat, you are cute. I like you." "Cat and cat, your eyes are so big, really a big beauty." Susan praised her praise. When Yin, Jiang Long forehead 3 black lines correct the way. Susan, it's a male cat. He originally is a big handsome boy. I like it better. Susan smiled. Jiang Long asked, "Why do you like the male cat more?" Susan's little face rubbed against the kitten and smiled. The principle of the opposite sex. The remaining 2 cats in his colleague's family are both male, and Jiang Long has no choice. Jiang Long's heart is depressed. Since the cat entered the door, the little girl has been playing with the cat, have ignored him. These 2 days off work, he entered the little girl will give him a hug. Tonight, after so long, little girl did not plan to hold him. Now little girl also with the cat face. He didn't even have such treatment. Jiang Long heart plug his status is not as good as a new kitten. Jiang Long sighed helplessly. Alas. Chapter 103 You are the mother, and I am his father. Jiang Long silently walked to the sofa to sit down, took out a mobile phone to open the selling software. Squatting on the ground holding the cat, Susan asked, "Order takeout. What do you want to eat?" "Anything." Susan and the cat play happily. No time to answer Jiang Long. Jiang Long curled his mouth and reminded him, "Don't squat on the ground all the time, while your legs should be numb." Hearing that, Susan held the kitten and sat down on the sofa. As the kitten knew Susan well, she began to stick out her little tongue, lick Susan's hand. Susan felt her fingers itchy and was giggling. She smiled and said to Jiang Long, "Jiang Long, it's so interesting, you look." Susan held the kitten and leaned to Jiang Long. Jiang Long saw the cat has been licking Susan's hand, a strong to please her. Jiang Long commented lightly, "The little colored cat." Hearing this, Susan turned her face to Jiang Long and corrected her. "Jiang Long, he is still small, which is not a small colored cat. He just likes me very much." Jiang Long muttered, "No matter how small it is also a male. It can't change its nature." Susan spit out her tongue at Jiang. "Don't think of it like you." Jiang Long frowned. "Little girl, this is the words, Jiang Long asked, "What's wrong with me?" Susan blinked with her big eyes and whispered, "You know it best yourself." After all, there are so many important learning materials in the computer, are all of Jiang Long. During the day, she would use Jiang Long's computer to write novels. For such a long time, Susan did not see the important learning materials of Jiang Long, and did not know where she was hidden by Jiang Long. Susan also did not know if Jiang Long had seen it secretly. They had been together for so long. If Jiang Long secretly see her cannot know, she would not know until she was asleep. Jiang Long raised his hand on Susan's forehead. "Sample is not owed a beat again." Susan Shan hypocritical humme to Jiang Long pouts small mouth. At this moment, Susan's arms kitten at Jiang Long meow, called twice. Susan could not help but smile, stroke the cat's small head. "Is not Jiang Long play my forehead you for me?" The kitten to Susan meow too, and began to lick Susan's palm. Jiang Long looked coldly at the kitten in Susan Shan's arms, could not help but scold. "You kitten, who took you home? You really have no conscience." Hearing Jiang Long scold the kitten, Susan quit. "Jiang Long, it is still a baby. You can't be so fierce to him." Jiang Long scratched the back of his head. "Get? If he said more, she would think he was a bad guy who abused animals." Jiang Long held the phone to Susan. "Susan, see what to eat. I'm hungry." Hearing that Jiang Long said that she was hungry, Susan looked at Jiang Long's eyes full of apology. Then Susan kissed Jiang Long's mouth and said softly, "I'm sorry. Let's choose the meal quickly." She is not hungry, But Jiang Long works very hard. He went after work to pick up the cat for a long time. He must be very hungry now. She had just been playing with the kitten, but she ignored Jiang Long. She was really sorry. Little and I's son kissed a river dragon. The in the mind got a great satisfaction. I will hold the cat. You choose first. No, I can pick it up while holding it. Jiang Long was speechless. I want to play with it, okay? When said, Susan Shan reluctantly put the arms of the cat on Jiang Long's hand. She said, take it when you touch it, don't hurt it. Jiang Long bit the teeth of his teeth. He said, Susan, I want to abuse it. Jiang Long, you don't get me wrong, I just don't rest assured. How the way? Susan changed your way? No, I just think you are a strong person. Really have no other meaning. You must not think about it. Jiang Long looked at the kitten on his hand and looked at Susan again, his eyes wandering back and forth on them. You figured it out? Little girl regards her as the cat's mother, and she of him as her father. Jiang Long solemnly said, Susan Shan, you are your own mother, and I am also his own father. Susan could not help giggling. After the delivery was chosen, the two began to discuss what to name the kitten. Susan said, how about calling Little Cute? Jiang Long felt strange, shook his head. Not very good. What do you think it is a good call? Little Yellow. It doesn't well to listen. Yellow Hair. Susan rolled her eyes and shook her head like a rattle. It's terrible. It is a yellow hair in itself. Jiang Longdao. It is yellow hair. Also don't call it that way. Whose baby is willing to marry yellow hair? Said Susan, defending herself. Jiang Long agreed with a nod. Called yellow hair is really inappropriate. It is easy to find the object. Little Flower, how? Jiang Long said again. Like the girl's name. The two were caught in a tangle. Susan looked at the kitten in her arms and thought carefully. It is a little cat, or call it Hua Hua, but Hua Hua is like a girl's name. Tinkle. Susan Shan suddenly had a brainwave and smiled to Jiang Long. Jiang Long, just call it Hua Hua. What is the special meaning of calling it as Hua Hua? Jiang Long asked suspiciously. Susan explained, it itself is a small cat. Call Hua Hua like a girl's name is not suitable. Hua Hua and Hua Hua is homophonic, is a boy's name. So, I want to call it Hua Hua. Do you think it can be? Hua Hua. Jiang Long suddenly thought of the 3 words of a famous film and television song. Star named the last word is also China. The star has been known since the 1980s and since the 1990s. His cat, Hua Hua, seems good, and maybe it can bring them good luck. Jiang Long clicked on it and agreed. Yes, Hua Hua is a very good name. After getting Jiang Long's approval, Susan shouted at the kitten in her arms, Hua Hua and Hua Hua. Jiang Long and Susan led under the tube is also the cat called Hua Hua several times. The kitten was stunned. No idea of these 2 men. All the time, Hua call what? In the evening, Jiang Long finished writing the novel. Susan Shan also put Hua Hua settled in the box to fall asleep. The 2 men lay in bed and began to plan for what they would buy for Hua Hua tomorrow. With Hua Hua, Susan Shan is really happy. This time Jiang Long works during the day, with Hua Hua to accompany her at home. Susan leaned to Jiang Long's side, shyly said, Jiang Long, can I sleep in a bed with you tonight? Chapter 104. It does not seem to depend on my will. Jiang Long looked at the side of a pair of watery eyes looking at his little son. Jiang Long picked the lower eyebrow. You want to get into my bed? Do you want to do something to me? Hearing the words, Susan Shan's little face blushed. She quickly raised her little hand and the River Long's chest beat twice. Charming Chun scold sentence. HME, I'm not that kind. Jiang Long smiled lightly, seemed to think of what? A flash of cunning. Suddenly, Jiang Long's head leaned together in front of Susan Shan. For a time, the distance between the 2 people is very close. The nose tip is almost close together. In the face of the sudden action of Jiang Long, Susan Shan was startled, eyes flustered looking at Jiang Long, some nervous mouth. Why are you so close to me? Susan sprayed Jiang Long's face, making him a little itchy. Jiang Long deliberately lowered his voice, slightly confused way. I didn't try last night, you can try tonight. Susan's heart beat like thunder. The whole little face with her neck instantly red. She stretched out her hand, quickly pushed her head in front of her. And he quickly covered her head tightly into the quilt. Looking at the little son action at one go, Jiang Long's face smiled even more, could not help but joke. Well, I don't know who it was, and I won't be. Susan in the quilt regrets to death. How could she forget about it? She also offered to sleep in bed with Jiang Long. She was simply stupid. What do I want to do now? It seemed that she had to stay in the bed. Jiang Long, I'm going to fall asleep. The sound of the voice through the quilt slowly spread to the ears of Jiang Long. Jiang Long reminded with a smile. Put your head out and don't be bored. The little head in the quilt shook. No, I like to sleep like this. Jiang Long helplessly shook his head to the stuffy in the quilt. For a while, the lack of oxygen. Quick head out. No, I'm asleep. Seeing this, Jiang Long had to open the quilt on Susan Shan's head. After lifting the quilt, Jiang Long saw the small face, red eyes, flustered Susan. Jiang Long reached out his hand on Susan's little head. Softly. Play with you, scare you. Susan just thought Jiang Long was coming. I heard that it would hurt the first time. She was really scared. Besides, she was not ready at all. Fortunately, Jiang Long has no plans to do anything to her. Susan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Pout's small mouth warned Jiang Long. Later, do not frighten me. You're not brave enough. Jiang Longdao. Bad River Long. Don't know to let me ignore you. Then, Susan turned her little face to one side and turned her back to Jiang Long. Jiang Long hurriedly moved the little body over, sincerely confessed. I was wrong, don't be angry. Susan thought, every time so easily forgave Jiang Long. It seems that she is very easy to talk like. This time she had to give Jiang Long more difficulty, lest Jiang Long later also bully her. Susan snorted and pouted. Jiang Long stretched out his hand on Susan Shan's little face and gently rubbed it, softly said, Girlfriend, I know wrong, don't be angry. Susan wiped Jiang Long one eye, still Pout's small mouth silent. Jiang Long, agitated, scratched the back of the head. This little girl won't be really angry? Jiang Long hurriedly explained, Susan, I just teased you. Don't be really angry, you talk. Susan suddenly thought of meeting the sticky couple at the night market. If Jiang Long treats her like that boy to her girlfriend, it seems good, Susan said. Let me down. You have to coax me. Jiang Long wondered. He just has not been a coaxer? This little girl's son still want to let him how to coax? You said. Jiang Longdao. Susan looked at Jiang Long's somewhat embarrassed open way. You see, the other couples are very sticky. You have to treat me, and you want to call me baby. Then Susan was even more embarrassed. Jiang Long eyes light, slightly moving. I just want to let him sticky coax her. Sticky? Jiang Long thought slowly. Slap, these two words. How is it so sticky? Suddenly, Jiang Long leaned to Susan's ear and said gently, Baby, please don't be angry. I was really wrong. Although feel strange, Jiang Long still took the step. Susan was so happy that she reached out to cover her giggling mouth. Jiang Long has called her a baby. Baby from Jiang Long, really listen. She likes it so much. See the little girl suddenly so happy. Jiang Long do not understand. Called a baby? Little girl's reaction is too big. It seems that the baby, these two words, the little girl is really loved to hear. Jiang Long said several words in Susan's ear. Baby, really nice. Baby, so cute. Baby, the most considerate. Jiang Long thought of all the words in his head. Before, the little girl always praised him, his heart that call a beautiful. Unexpectedly, the wind Shui turns around. Now he tried to praise the little girl. Susan kept laughing. I'm so happy. Susan did not resist a kiss on Jiang Long's mouth, said shyly. The little mouth is so sweet. To reward it, Jiang Long unconsciously licked the corners of the mouth, obviously wanting more. His eyes were staring straight at her soft and tender lips. Baby, it's not enough. Susan smiled, put her arm around Jiang Long's neck, pressed her soft lips to them. The emotions of the two men are above them. Holding them together tightly, kiss is hard to share. Until Susan felt a big hand coming from her skirt. Pronto. To made her alive. Susan quickly pushed Jiang Long away. A thread of silver broke from them. Susan Shan's chest fluctuated violently. The whole little face was red, a pair of wet eyes looking at Jiang Long. Jiang Long gasped for breath. Lax eyes slowly focused. Finally fixed in the little girl's face. Open mouth, voice hoarse. What? Shame, Susan said. You out your hand. What's it in my clothes? Hearing the words, Jiang Long coughed awkwardly gently. This one, as if you did it before you know it. He didn't know it intentionally. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. Then, Jiang Long shook his hand in front of Susan Shan. It doesn't seem to depend on my will. Do you understand? The smelly river dragon. It was definitely just his excuse. She just didn't adapt for a while. Actually, she didn't really against to him. Susan nodded her head gently. Chapter 105, This little potato is the most dramatic one. After the kiss was interrupted, the two did not continue. Jiang Long put his arms in his arms. Jiang Long whispered, "Sleep." With her head on Jiang Long's arm, Susan gave a gentle HMM. Her heart was still beating very fast. Did she sleep in Jiang Long's arms tonight? He? Very happy, ah? Before she was not secretly drill through the dragon bed. At that time, Jiang Long did not know what. Now Jiang Long is her boyfriend. They're lying in the same bed. Just I don't know why. She was somehow a little nervous. After a while, Jiang Long still did not sleep. His arms suddenly more than a little girl. Two people are considerate together. The distance is so close. The fragrance of little girl still ran into his nose. It made him so upset that he couldn't sleep at all. Suan and not tea either. Jiang Long looked at Susan Shan, and the two people suddenly looked at each other, and they smiled at each other. Jiang Long asked, "Why haven't you slept yet?" "I can't sleep." "How about you?" Susan said, "I can't sleep either." "I guess we couldn't sleep on the first night when we slept in the same bed." Jiang Long thought this little girl used to sleep before, but secretly ran to his bed twice. Tonight, not really on the first night when they slept in the same bed. However, Jiang Long is not going to put the little son embarrassing to her, lest little son embarrassed. Jiang Long nodded. "Well, we can't sleep, so let's talk." "Good." "Jiang Long, we sleep in a bed. Are you happy?" Susan looked at Jiang Long with her big eyes. Jiang Long nodded. "Happy." Susan smiled happily and expressed her thoughts. "I'm happy too." Jiang Long also grinned below, casually asked, "Susan Shan, why are you so sweet?" "It's the smell of shower wash." Susan said, "Fault." He also used the shower gel, and Jiang Long can distinguish it clearly. "What is that?" "It didn't smell Italia." Suzanne's bright eyes were filled with big question marks. Jiang Long thought next and said, "It should be your body fragrance." Hearing Jiang Long's answer, Susan Shan was very surprised. After all, in all the years, she never felt a special smell about her. How Jiang Long smelled it, it was very strange. "What do you smell?" asked Susan. "It's like a milky smell." Jiang Long Dao. "It's probably your nose." "I never feel milky." Susan explained. "Really? I didn't lie to you." Jiang Long said seriously. "I believe you. I didn't smell it myself." "Then I smell your smell." Then, Susan Shan's little head leaned close to Jiang Long's neck. The little nose sniffed at it. He said, "No smell." Little girl's little nose was rubbed against his neck. The Jiang Long made the itch could not help but shrink the neck. Susan now noticed Jiang Long's neck. Her beautiful eyes turned. He held out his little hand and deliberately scratched Jiang Long's neck. Susan this scratch. Jiang Long only feel more itchy. The body could not help but move. Susan saw Jiang Long look really interesting, cannot help giggling. "Susan, stop fighting." "Jiang Long, you are so ticklish, ah." Susan smiled. Suddenly, Suzanne seems to have found pleasure. "Ticklish is normal. Most people are ticklish." "Aren't you afraid?" asked Jiang Long back. "Not as ticklish as you are." With that, Susan scratched her little hand under Jiang Long's arm. Jiang Long was ticked by the bed and warned, Susan, stop scratching me." Susan looked at the Jiang Long naughty spit out her tongue. So fun. She has not played enough. She put her little hand to Jiang Long again and smiled. "Fun, scratch again." Little girl is to find fun, but Jiang Long, is very helpless. Imperial Capital. A luxury bar. Wearing Lolita dress summer warm, wearing a lady set skirt Ning, if Snow toward a box. "Little Snow, are you sure Xiao Mingjia's first kiss is still there?" Summer warm walk while asked. "Nuan warm, my brother and Xiao Mingjia are good brothers. This is my brother personally said to me. Would rather Snow way." "Well, light Snow, now you act." Summer Nuan confessed away. "You can rest assured, warm and warm." Soon, Summer warm Ning, if Snow appeared in box 888. The Xiao Mingjia on sofa is in C summer warm moment. Immediately headache unceasingly. How does this small potato not come loose? Ning if cold and C sister Ning if Snow and Summer warm appeared. The first to open the way. "Light Snow, you in warm, how to come over?" "Brother, I and warm have never come to this kind of place before. When dinner said you will go to the bar, I and warm curious. Want to come to join in the fun." Ning Ruashue opened. Summer warm in the heart, silently, for Ning, if the Snow thumbs up. Light Snow Lai Kung Fu. And they had never been to such places before. They're really not coming back. Now that you two are here, just play together. It would rather be cold. Thank you, brother. Would rather snow way. Thank you, brother Ruin. Summer Nguyen smiled at Ning Ruin. Ning Ruashue and Xian Wan simply said hello to the others in the box. Summer Nguyen warm sat to the side of Xiao Mingjie. Ning if the snow will Ning if cold to the side crowded. Sit to the original position, which is Xiao Mingjie's side. Ning if cold some puzzled. Light snow must be next to Xiao Mingjie. What is the meaning? Is it not that the light snow is interesting to Xiao Mingjie? Xiao Mingjie is to marry with Susan Shan. Light snow cannot be mixed in. Now Xiao Mingjie writes summer warm, left Ning if snow. Xian Wan smiled and said to Xiao Mingjie, Brother Xiao, what a coincidence to meet you here. Xiao Mingjie picked up the glass in front of him, took a mouthful, open tone cold. Little potato, don't bark, am not your brother. Xian Wan warm wonder, she has been tubed Xiao Mingjie called Xiao brother, he has not refuted. Today he took the wrong medicine, and he would not call his brother. What is the situation right here? Summer warm calm smile on his face. Xiao brother, you must not say so. I should be sad. Xiao Mingjie did not pick up again, this small potato, the most play essence. See, summer warm to Ning if the snow made a wink. Ning if the snow immediately received. Xian Wan raised his hand to touch his face. Ouch, looking at Xiao Mingjie said, Brother Xiao, you help me see my face. Smell the sound. Xiao Mingjie turned his face to the summer warm, subconsciously toward the summer face warm look. Suddenly, Ning Rushua got up and hit Xiao Mingjie's back. Xiao Mingjie's body leans forward without control. Results Xiao Mingjie's lips are on the summer warm lips. Chapter 106, Is Your Girlfriend Fake? So you are afraid to eat with me? Off guard this kiss. Xiao Mingjie got some Ming, a time to forget the reaction. Summer warm, see Xiao Mingjie has been kissing him. Not to leave the meaning, she hurriedly back, and Xiao Mingjie distance. Xian Wan warm full of wisdom of the small head turned, silently organized in the heart under the wording, with a bit of shy and angry expression to look at Xiao Mingjie. Brother Xiao, how can you kiss me casually? This was my first kiss. Did you know? How important a first kiss is for a girl. Xiao Mingjie some awkwardly picked up the glass on the table to drink, to hide the inner panic at the moment. Later, Xiao Mingjie sincerely apologized to Xiao Nuanyuan. Sorry, I was hit just to kiss you. Say that finish, Xiao Mingjie looked at the side of the Ning if snow. At this time, Ning if snow and her brother Ning if cold playing dice. It seems that Ning Ruashue had just accidentally bumped into him. Xian Wan pretended to be wronged. Xiao brother, you took away my first kiss, not going to be responsible for it? Xiao Mingjie. The next day, the morning, the warm sun fell through the window on the sleeping two men in the bed. Suddenly, the alarm bell rang untimely, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Zhang Long opened his eyes in a daze, moved the body. This only found that the little girl's hands do not know when to get into his clothes. It was now attached to his chest. Zhang Long hurriedly turned off the alarm bell, eyes leisurely looking at the little girl. When going to bed at night, the little girl honestly holding his waist to sleep. Did not expect a sleeping little girl is not honest. Small hand straight into his clothes drill. Last night, when they kissed them, his hand drill little girl clothes. She not. It's really a different treatment. Zhang Long got out of bed and went out of the bedroom. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he heard Hua Hua calling in meow meow. Zhang Long came to the box squat. See Hua Hua with a pair of round eyes staring at him. Zhang Long reached out his hand to touch Hua Hua's head. Hua Hua, or meow meow called. Hua Hua, are you at all hungry? Zhang Long asked, looking at Hua Hua. Hua Hua is still meow meow of the call. Zhang Long also did not know the situation. Think Hua Hua should be hungry. After all, after a night he was hungry. He estimated that Hua Hua is also hungry. Wait, they'll get it for you. Zhang Long said to Hua Hua and went to get the food for Hua Hua. Soon, a small bowl of milk and cat food appeared in front of Hua Hua. Hua Hua's food. When Zhang Long took Hua Hua, his colleague took some. Hua Hua saw the food. A pair of round eyes are shining, happy shaking the small tail. He stretched out his little tongue and licked the milk in the bowl, happy to enjoy its delicious breakfast. Zhang Long saw Hua Hua eat so happy grin. This little guy is very interesting. After a while, Zhang Long got up from the ground, looked at the time. Oh, my God. Why this point? He was just looking at Hua Hua, almost being late for work. Zhang Long's simple wash, too late to cook, fierce sucked a few mouthfuls of milk, hurried out of the door. Zhang Long arrived at the door of the company Just at the door of the company Lin Tinga met a front. Lung Cheng. After Lin Tinga saw Jiang Long's face, immediately smiled. Mr. Lin. Jiang Long said hello. Today, Jiang Long was in a hurry to work. He walked quickly toward the elevator, afraid of being late. Lin Tinga also followed closely with the past. As soon as the elevator door opened, Jiang Long just went in, and Lin Tinga followed him in. For a while, Jiang Long and Lin Tinga coexist in the closed elevator. Jiang Long, are you and your girlfriend getting along well right now? Asked Lin Tinga. Jiang Long nodded. Well, I am fine with her. Jiang Long recalled the last time he and Susan sent Lin Tinga to the hospital together. At that time, Susan was still pretending to be his girlfriend, and now Susan has really become his girlfriend. Lin Tianja's eyes moved, red lips light open. Last time I asked you and your girlfriend to take me to the hospital, I have been busy to thank you. I would like to have dinner with your girlfriend tomorrow night. Do you have nothing else for tomorrow night? Jiang Long hurriedly declined. Mr. Lin, the last time to send you to the hospital is just a small busy eat. Here, thank Mr. Lin's kindness. Lin Tang deliberately went to Jiang Long's side to gather together. Charming eyes straight hooked staring at Jiang Long. Jiang Long, younger brother. I have no other meaning. I sincerely want to invite you and your girlfriend to have a meal. How? Is your girlfriend fake? So I dare not eat with me? This period of time, Lin Tinga carefully thought next. She felt that Jiang Long's girlfriend still has a lot of suspicious things. Jiang Long and his girlfriend sent her to the hospital that time. Jiang Long's girlfriend is very cold to Jiang Long, not like a normal couple between together. Also, she thought that Jiang Long's girlfriend may be a language disorder person. Perhaps the girl was just caught a cold, just wearing a mask, always cough. If put aside in the past, Lin Tinga said this to him. Jiang Long has no confidence. After all, his girlfriend is really false. Now it's different. Susan is his girlfriend. Jiang Long saw Lin Tinga this attitude, as if Lin Tinga did not completely give up to him. Jiang Long also do not understand the Grand Lin Jia big lady. Why has been interested in him? Jiang Long feel, or to take advantage of the opportunity to eat. He and Su Shan in front of Lin Tinga show a wave of love, so that Lin Tinga, completely dead heart, is not. Just about the dinner, he had to ask her for her advice. Mr. Lin, I don't have to lie to you. I do have a girlfriend. The day after tomorrow dinner. I can't give you a reply now until I ask my girlfriend's wife opinion. Lin Tinga chuckled. Yes, Jiang Long brother still listened to his girlfriend. I don't think it's a matter of obedience or disobedience. In respecting her, Jiang Long answered seriously. Rental house inside the bedroom. Susan held Hua Hua in her arms as she coded the words on her computer. Before she knew it, Susan had finished writing a chapter. Susan Shan once touched Hua Hua's little head, a happy face. Hua Hua, it's so nice to have you at home with me during the day. Hua Hua's little head rubbed against Susan's hand, and the timely meow meow called out. Susan giggled. Susan picked up her phone and turned on the camera and turned a front-facing camera. She held Hua Hua to the camera and clicked one up. Susan looked at the photo of her holding Hua Hua. Susan then sent the photo to my boyfriend. Chapter 107. A boyfriend becoming a sister? Jiang Long, who was working, heard the sound of his phone. He finished this piece, hurriedly picked up the phone to open the message. As soon as I noticed, I saw the little girl holding the photo of Hua Hua. Jiang Long, black eyes, closely staring at the above, cannot help but the corners of the mouth hook. One person and one cat, so cute. The more Jiang Long looked, the more Hua Hua's eyes looked like the little girl. All were big and round. Jiang Long finger hit the mobile phone screen. The input is finished, click to send. My boyfriend, you two are so cute. Susan, next time take you together. This is our family of 3 photos. Followed by a snigger meme. My boyfriend good. Susan, just want to show you the picture of me and Hua Hua. Don't disturb your work. Hua Hua, and I wait for you to come home from work. Followed by a kiss meme. My boyfriend, well, you both have to be good. Followed by a kiss meme. Susan, your baby, and Hua Hua are so sensible. You can rest assured. My boyfriend, wait until I go back to give you a reward. Susan, what is the reward? My boyfriend, you'll know that by then. Susan looked at the news of Jiang Long, the mysterious. What reward does Jiang Long give to her? Susan thought about it. Was it a kiss reward? When Jiang Long comes back from work, how can Jiang Long want to kiss her all right? She can do it all. After work, Jiang Long rode a small electric donkey to the flower shop and ordered a bunch of roses in advance. Then, in his arms holding a bouquet of roses, Jiang Long riding a small electric donkey driving on the road. Some people cannot help but think that the girl who received this bouquet of roses will be very happy tonight. Before long, holding Jiang Long appeared at the door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Before Susan asked who, Jiang Long shouted at the inside of the door, "Susan Shan, open the door." On the sofa, Susan Shan, holding Hua, heard the noise and quickly ran to the door to open the door for Jiang Long. As soon as the door opened, when Susan saw Jiang Long, she immediately smiled sweetly on her face and said happily, "Jiang Long, you have come back." Jiang Long nodded on his head. Originally, Susan Shan wanted to give Jiang Long a hug, but her arms have Hua did not go to hug Jiang Long. Susan saw Jiang Long standing at the door, did not enter the room. Some wonder, "Jiang Long, you come in." Jiang Long's arm back in front of Susan, seeing a bouquet of roses in front of her. Susan's beautiful eyes were like stars. What a beautiful rose. The smile on her face. "Susan, for you." Jiang Long said so. "Thank you, Jiang Long." Susan stood on tiptoe and kissed Jiang Long's cheek, then handed the Hua to Jiang Long. She took the bouquet of roses. Susan's little nose sniffed at the rose, saying, "It's delicious." "So, this is my reward?" Susan Shan asked Jiang Long with a smile. Jiang Long nodded. "Susan, I don't know what flowers you like. I hope you can like this bouquet of roses." "Jiang Long, I like it very much. If you give it to me, I like it the most. Next time I will give you other flowers and try to give you every kind of flowers." This Jiang Long is not drawing a big pie. He has seriously said, the girl seems not to like flowers. He wants to give every kind of flowers to Suzanne in the future, and his girlfriend, of course, will spoil her. "Well," Susan giggled and put the rose on the coffee table. Then, Susan hugged Jiang Long's waist from behind, her little head clinging to his back. Soft voice way. "Jiang Long, you are very good. I like you." "I like you too, Susan." "Jiang Long, you guess. What reward did I thought you would give me before?" Susan whispered. "What?" Jiang Long looked sideways at the small head behind him. Susan whispered shyly, "I thought it was a kiss reward." When Jiang Long turned his body, looking at Susan with his eyes. "Just want to kiss the front of the girl." Jiang Long in the hands of Hua suddenly. "Meow meow." Called to. Jiang Long mouth a smoke. Hurriedly put Hua into its box. Jiang Long came back to Susan Shan and held her in his arms. She kissed Susan directly on her lips. It was a long time before the kiss ended. After dinner, the two went out to a nearby pet store to shop for Hua. In the pet store, Susan looks at all kinds of good-looking cat nests she cannot put down. "Jiang Long, this pink kitten nest is so cute. Will we buy this for Hua?" Susan reached out to the kitten's nest in the shape of the small pink house and asked for Jiang Long's opinion. Jiang Long looked at the pink cat nest frowning. "Hua is a boy. Do you buy a pink cat nest appropriate?" "Who stipulated that boys cannot use pink? I think Hua will definitely like the pink kitten nest." Susan said. "Well, you like buy it. Well, then buy this pink kitten's nest, hee." Susan thought of something, leaned close to Jiang Long, and whispered, "The sheets in the house are all gray-blue, and I'm going to change to a pink one." Jiang Long suddenly imagined him as a big man lying in a pink bed sheet, covered with a pink quilt. "This is also too much. Then you'll be a little princess, just like me." Susan smiled. Jiang Long quickly resisted. "Susan, I don't want to be a little princess." "No, you grow so mostly did not have the princess-like treatment. Rest assured you did not experience before. I will let you experience." "Are you not afraid of my becoming a mother?" Jiang Long asked, twisting his eyebrows. "Nothing matter. Big deal we do, sisters." 3 black lines of Jiang Long's forehead. What is this little girl wearing in her mind? Boyfriend into a sister? "It's really yours." Susan giggled. Jiang Long thought of what? The corners of the mouth of a bad smile. Close to Susan's ear, whispered, "Susan, became sisters. We can't kiss, you willing?" Smell the words. Susan's smiling face, instantly red, raised a small fist and hammer in Jiang Long's chest. The hammer muttered, "Bad River Dragon, how can you do this? Want me to be a sister? Or to make me a boyfriend?" Susan snorted, "Boyfriend." Jiang Long raised his hand and rubbed Susan's head. "That's right. Chapter 108, if you insist on this. I can accept it." The two went to the pet food area and looked at the variety of pet food on the shelves. Jiang Long couldn't help sighing. Pets are so happy now. Jiang Long thought of going to the rural grandparents' home when he was a child. The dogs in the village, basically guarding the house, eat leftovers. The cats in the village are also free range. What eat what? Which, like the cats and dogs in the city, the owner of them one by one, then the children are expensive. Looking at the shelves, what are cat cans? high-meat cat strips, freeze-dried cat snacks, cat grinding R's, cat cookies, and so on. Unexpectedly, the cat's food was so much, Jianglong could not help but surprise. Jianglong, we want to buy more delicious food for Hua. Susan said to Jianglong as she bought from the shopping basket. Jianglong gently, two people to buy good cat food, and came to the pet toy area. Susan picked up a simulated fish and held it to Jianglong and smiled. Jianglong, buy a small fish for Hua. The cat loves fish, it must like it very much. Good, Jianglong nodded down. Susan saw a plant gray mouse. She happily carrying the little mouse tail in front of the river dragon sway. Jianglong was looking at the colorful feathers teasing the cat's stick. Suddenly appeared a little mouse in front of him, gave him a big jump, hurriedly stepped back. Susan couldn't help giggling. It cared you. You don't think it's a real mouse, do you? It's a stress response. Jianglong looked at the little mouse in the hands of little girl, looking like real. Say, now these toys are really awesome, can be fake. Jianglong, I want to buy Hua a little mouse to play with. This thing is so ugly. Are you sure you want to buy it? Cats all like to catch mice, and there is no real mouse in our house for Hua to catch. I will buy it a toy mouse for it to play with. Susan said. To say that the rural cat catch mice, Jianglong Xin, the city cats probably do not know the mice, or see the mice have to be afraid. Let the city pet cats to catch mice is simply a joke. All right, buy it. Two people walked around again. To Hua bought a cat litter box and cat litter. They went to settle the account, a total of more than 400 yuan. It seems that raising Hua also needs a certain amount of fixed expenses every month. Jianglong thought that after the end of his novel, he has to open a new book and make more money as the king. When they got home, when the door was opened, Susan saw Hua biting Jianglong's slippers. Susan Shan smiled and said, Jianglong, your slippers are into Hua's toys. Jianglong frowned at Hua who was biting his slippers. This little guy can really make damage. Suddenly, after Jianglong saw something, he also laughed. Susan, look at your slippers. Hearing Jianglong say this, Susan hurriedly went to look at her slippers. After seeing that her pink rabbit slippers were all scratched by Hua, Susan's little mouth pouted, crouched down, seriously criticized Hua. Hua, you bite Jianglong's slippers. Why do you scratch my slippers? Jianglong mouth smoked. Little girl said this, just so wrong. Jianglong put things aside, reached out his hand on the little girl's head, rubbed a few. You mean Hua bites my slippers normally, huh? Susan looked at Jianglong and blinked down. I don't mean that. This pair of slippers as you choose for me. I especially like it. Hua scratch bad are not beautiful. Hearing the little girl say so, Jianglong's heart was comfortable. I will buy you a double new. Then Jianglong said, Susan, or we will go out again. Do you buy slippers? Although Hua scratch broken, but also can wear, do not hurry to buy. Susan said, buy slippers, go to the pet store, buy a cat cage. You see we go out. Hua at home, bought a cat cage and we can go out to Hua in the inside, and then we go home to Hua. What do you think? Susan nodded. Good. Soon, the two arrived at the supermarket. They stood beside a row of slipper shelves. Susan said, Jianglong, how many sizes of shoes do you wear? I have slippers. Don't buy them. Jianglong replied subconsciously. I'm buying a couple of slippers. Please tell me. The original little girl is to buy lover slippers. 42 codes. Jianglong say that finish. Suddenly thought of what? Then opened his mouth. You before not said to buy lover's underwear. Susan smiled secretly, tilted her little head to Jianglong, and whispered, Jianglong, are you in such a hurry to buy matching underwear? Jianglong, guilty, touched the nose, whispered, No, this is not you want to buy lover's slippers. I think of that piece. Susan Shan's long eyelashes trembled, and she looked at Jianglong. I said I wanted to buy matching clothes. Why do you just think about matching underwear? Jianglong was embarrassed. He just found his matching underwear more attractive. But he could not admit that directly. Jianglong cleared his throat and said, Where? I also think of the couple's clothes. This is not having a time to say it. Susan didn't believe Jianglong. Jianglong, what kind of mind? How could she not know? Susan's eyes turned, then threw a look at Jianglong, deliberately temptation. Jianglong, when bought lover's underwear, I wear to you, okay? Hearing the words, Jianglong only felt his head buzzing. The look on his face also became a little uncomfortable. Fuck. The temptation is also too great. But is that really good? Jianglong pretended to be calm. If you insist, I can accept it. Jianglong's words. Susan Shan directly waved a pink fist in Jiang Long's chest beat. Bad River Dragon. Do you really plan to see it? Jiang Long thought why he was so wrong. It was the little girl who had just asked him. He did not clearly express to see. This also cannot see the little girl's own attitude. Alas, he's too difficult. No, no, Jiang Long hurriedly said. If any other woman had seduced you, you would be caught without a fight? Susan asked Jiang Long. Jiang Long raised his hand and rubbed it on Susan Shan's fluffy head. What are you thinking? What kind of man am I? I see you are. Jiang Long is very helpless. I see you are not enough to clean up. You are clean, Bad River Long. Two people fight, chose a couple of slippers, and went to the pet store to buy a cat cage. This was satisfied to go home. Chapter 109. The White Shirt. Back home. Susan can't wait to put the Hua Hua pink kitten nest. Hua Hua, do you like the new kitten nest I bought for you? Susan asked Hua Hua as she stroked her little head. Hua Hua stared at a pair of round eyes at Susan. Meow, 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 meow. Called too. Susan smiled happily. He just like it? Su Qing twisted the new fish toy bought for Hua Hua into the pink cat's nest and put Hua Hua into the pink cat's nest. Susan giggled as Hua Hua in the pink kitten's nest opened her mouth and bit on the toy fish. After playing with Hua Hua for a while, Susan returned to her bedroom. Susan opened the closet to take a bath and turned for a while, her eyebrows wrinkled. Finally, think of what? Susan secretly glanced at the computer desk, carefully code word Jiang Long. She went to the bathroom with the clothes. More than 20 minutes later, Susan returned to her bedroom after taking a bath. At this time, Jiang Long is still sitting in front of the computer desk, eyes focused on the computer screen, fingers flying on the keyboard. Susan looked at Jiang Long carefully. Her eyes were shining. Wow, wow. They say the serious men are the most handsome. Her Jiang Long's serious code word looks really good, handsome. She really likes it. Susan came to Jiang Long quietly and whispered, Jiang Long. Well, Jiang Long answered the sound, his eyes still staring at the computer screen. She admitted that Jiang Long was serious and focused on her work, looked very handsome. But Jiang Long did not look at her. Susan was still a little lost. Susan knew that it was not good to disturb Jiang Long's work at this time, but she just wanted him to see her. What's more, the clothes she is wearing now are not ordinary, yo. Susan called out gently again. Jiang Long? Jiang Long, this, just put down the work in the hand. The face turned to the side of the little girl. Do not see, do not know. A look at Jiang Long was immediately startled. See, the side of the little girl is only wearing a white shirt. Just washed a bath of little girl, small face, skin like blowing can be broken. Long hair was scattered behind her. The top two buttons of the white shirt are fastened. The collarbone inside is clearly visible. The sleeves of the white shirt were rolled up by little girl and went to her forearm. The hem of the white shirt covered the position of the little girl's thighs. Enough to imagine. A pair of big long legs below. White, slender. Seeing this scene, Jiang Long could not help swallowing a mouthful of water. You, how do you wear my white shirt? See Jiang Long's stammering appearance, Susan Shan, to cover the small mouth snigger. It seems that this costume is very attractive to Jiang Long. When Susan was reading novels during the day, she saw the plot description. She went to men home. She took a bath wearing male, white shirt out. Men on the moment is not calm. Susan could not help thinking, do white shirts really look so attractive? When Susan went to the closet to change her clothes, she found that her pajamas were gone, and she suddenly realized that she left her pajamas in the washing machine. Susan happened to see Jiang Long's white shirt in the closet, so she secretly took it away. Susan explained, I lost my pajamas in the washing machine yesterday, and I can't wear one dirty today. That's why I wear your white shirt. Why? You don't want to wear me? Jiang Long hurriedly shook his head. No, you want to wear casually. It's normal for a girlfriend to wear her boyfriend's clothes. It's just that after taking the shower in a white shirt, too TM. For him, too seductive. Jiang Long will be slightly not calmed down. Jiang Long, do you think I look good in your white shirt or in my pajamas? Asked Susan. Jiang Long just wants to blurt out the white shirt is good. Words to the mouth. Jiang Long hurriedly stopped, paused. He spit out 3 words from the mouth. All good. Susan Shan smiled happily and gave a thumbs up to Jiang Long. Jiang Long, I find that you will answer it especially every time. Jiang Long picked the lower eyebrow, nodded. Well, this kind of sin proposition. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Keep writing novels. He'll go back to bed and read. Susan went to the bed, her ass just sitting on it. Susan felt a little awkward. She wore only a small inside. She sat down on the bed. The shirt will jump up. easy to reveal her little pee-pee. If it is seen by Jiang Long. So ashamed. Why don't you wear your pants below you? Susan pondered. But a pair of pants really hot Susan thought about it, and forget it. Jiang Long is her boyfriend. Was he accidentally saw? Also, it doesn't matter. They'll be together forever anyway. She will marry Jiang Long, and she will also give birth to a baby for him in the future. At the computer desk, Jiang Long smoothed down the mood. His eyes continued to stare at the computer, fingers tapping on the keyboard. After the array, Jiang Long code word is over, he stretched a big, lazy waist. Suddenly, Jiang Long thought of Lin Tinga said to invite them to dinner tomorrow. Jiang Long hurried next to Susan Shan and sat down. Susan dropped the book and looked at Jiang Long, asking, "What's wrong?" "Susan, tell you, the last time we sent my boss to the hospital, my boss wanted to thank us to dinner tomorrow night." Jiang Long Dao. When Susan heard about Jiang Long's boss, she immediately became nervous. Jiang Long boss, but her cousin Lin Tinga, Lin Tinga wants to invite them to dinner. How could Susan possibly go to this dinner party? Susan quickly said hurriedly, "Jiang Long, we don't go to tomorrow's dinner." "Susan, I wasn't going to go at first," Jiang Long added, pausing. "But my boss thinks my girlfriend is fake, so he's afraid to eat with her. And you know my boss has some ideas about me. Or we'll have dinner with her tomorrow night to make my boss see our relationship." No. Susan, with a tight face. Looking at Susan's reaction, Jiang Long casually said, Susan, should you know my boss? Are you afraid she will recognize you?" Susan's face turned white. Was really guessed by Jiang Long. "Mother mia, what to do?" After a pause, Susan smiled awkwardly and laughed. "How can it be, Jiang Long? You don't think about it. I am not used to contact with outsiders, really." She doesn't want to deceive Jiang Long, but she can't help it now. Chapter 110. Women are a creature changing so fast. Susan saw Jiang Long suspiciously looking at her. She hurriedly stretched out her hands around Jiang Long's arm. Sa Jiao Wei. "Jiang Long, I have a little social fear. I'm not used to seeing strangers. We don't want to eat with your boss, okay?" "Social fear?" Jiang Long looked at Susan with strange eyes. "Are you still scared?" Little Ni's son M.O. is not to the social fear of these two words have what misunderstanding? Susan's beautiful eyes turned, and then she smiled, rubbing her little head against Jiang Long's body. "Continue. I'm really not used to strangers. I'm your girlfriend. I know other women covet my boyfriend. I also want to sit at the same table with her to eat. Heart, will I feel comfortable? What if your boss and I clashed at the dinner table?" After listening to little Nis words, Jiang Long cannot help but worry. Jiang Long suddenly thought of college, saw two girls fighting for a boy scene. These two girls fight each other, pull hair, to the face fan, big slap, pull clothes, scold out flour. Until now, Jiang Long is still very impressed by the picture. Jiang Long looked at the side of the gentle, but people to him in the little girl. Suddenly, he put the little girl and Lin Tinga into the university to see the fight between the two girls. Jiang Long's mind. Fuck. Jiang Long, the whole person instant is not good. He quickly dumped under the brain. Women, such a creature, are changing rapidly. Little girl's usual good character does not mean that she has no hidden character. What if she really comes into conflict with Lin Tinga? The affair between a woman and a woman. It's too complicated. Jiang Long is to be on the safe side. This meal is better not to eat. "Okay, I will the dinner tomorrow night." Hearing Jiang Long say this, Susan seemed to be relieved, and her nervousness suddenly disappeared. Just thought of after so long, Lin Tinga hasn't completely given up Jiang Long. Susan was depressed. Susan and Lin Tinga usually contact is not much. Susan used to visit Lin's home, generally is to play with her cousin Lin Yuxuan. Susan knows that Lin Tinga belongs to that kind of strong woman. Just do not know what Lin Tinga is in the treatment of feelings. Whether or no, Jiang Long is hers, and no one can take Jiang Long away from her side. Who all know, okay. Susan looked at Jiang Long and said seriously, "Jiang Long, don't get too close to your boss." Jiang Long held out his finger and scraped off Susan's little nose low. "I am a girlfriend. How can I be close to other women? Rest assured." Jiang Long looked at the time. It was very late. This time to call Lin Tinga is not appropriate. Talk again tomorrow. Jiang Long washed back to the bedroom. Just got into bed. One side of the Susan on the whoosh drill into the River Long's bed. Susan hands skillfully hug in the River Long waist. Looking up with his little head, looking at Jiang Long, the Sa Jiao Wei. "Jiang Long, we will all sleep in the same bed, okay?" "Good." Jiang Long smiled and kissed her on little son's forehead. Every day in the party, in the arms, hug sweet, soft little Ni's son. Long, of course, happy. Only tonight, the little girl wears too little. Long can feel clearly that. The clear touch of little Neo's smooth thighs against his legs. This is so much more tactile than a layer of cloth on your leg. Susan Sean happily shrank in Long's arms. Every night, holding Long to sleep well, she felt so happy. Unlike Susan, Long was a little stiff at the moment. The next day, Long woke up and felt the smooth and delicate touch of his hands. He was startled and suddenly sat up when Long saw what he had just touched in his hand. Long suddenly did not calm down. Long hurriedly covered Susan with a quilt and rolled out of bed. Long just entered the company door. Unfortunately, like yesterday morning, Long met Lin Tinga. Originally, Long planned to call Lin Tinga for a while, declined tonight's dinner. Just met. Long then opened his mouth to Lin Tinga directly. Mr. Lin, my girlfriend is not used to getting along with strangers. We will not go to dinner tonight. Still hope Lin forgive me. At this time, Lin Tinga, a pair of charming eyes staring at Long's neck. She saw what is Long's neck. His face is a little gloomy. Long, did you live together with your girlfriend? Lin Tinga asked directly. Lin Tinga in the mouth of cohabitation. Long naturally understand what kind of cohabitation. He and Susan now live together, sleeping under the same bed at night. Although the last step was not done yet, their relationship was very close. Long nodded. Yes. Lin Tinga did not say anything more. Take the first step to leave. Let Lin Tinga misunderstanding, or it is best to immediately cut off his mind. Long looked at Lin Tinga, left the back pondering. When Susan woke up, she lifted the covers and tried to get out of bed when she saw a large unk of her white shirt. Her little inner, exposed long ago. Susan bit her lips shyly. Long must have seen it all. I'm so ashamed. Last night, Susan wore very little. She hesitated to sleep in bed with Long. In the end, Susan got into Long's bed, uncontrollable. Because she really likes to sleep. Hee. Susan picked up her phone and saw the summer warm message. Warm Susan Sean. Xiao Mingjie was quickly taken down by me. It was followed by a flashy meme package. Susan quickly sent a video message to Xianwan. Summer family manner in the living room. Standing on the floor of the living room. When Susan posted the video, her nervous heart was pounding, and she quickly hung up the video call. It almost discovered by her father. Xia Qingfeng gloomy of face, to Summer warm scold way. Nwan warm. You know Xiao Mingjie is Susan's marriage object. Why do you still mix together with Xiao Mingjie? Summer Nwan stabilized the mood, to the Summer Qingfeng mouth. Dad, I think Xiao Mingjie is a good person. I want to make friends with him. Xia Qingfeng gave a cold hum. Friend? Don't think you had a banner on the Imperial College basketball court? I don't know. Xianwan, warm face, immediately filled with a smile, smiled. Dad, since you already know, I will not hide. I like Xiao Mingjie. I am chasing him. Did not expect to chase after so long. Xiao Mingjie has not caught it. It was also known to her father. Alas, it was so hard for her. She just wanted to clear the way to Susan and their little brother. These days, like her good bestie, the street lanterns cannot find. She is really the world, the most beautiful, the most kind, the best stick little cute. Summer warm in the heart, silently boast a. Xiao Mingjie is Susan Sean's marriage object. Do you chase him? Warm up. You're confused. Yes. Xia Qingfeng said that finish heavy sigh. Dad, Susan doesn't like Xiao Mingjie. What's wrong with me like Xiao Mingjie? Xiao Nuanyuan asked. Whether Susan and Xiao Mingjie like each other or not, you shouldn't get involved. Xia Qingfeng said earnestly. However, she had long been mixed in. Let her retreat, that is impossible. Summer warm, firmly think. Xia Qingfeng then said, warm. Do you really like Xiao Mingjie, that boy? Smell the words, summer warm, some guilty. But so this, she had to go on? Xiao Nuanyuan looked at Xia Qingfeng with a serious expression and said, Dad, I like him. Xia Qingfeng waved at the Summer Warm. Summer Warm received instructions, trotted away from the living room. On the sofa, Xia Qingfeng frowning, a pair of occupied appearance, seems to be thinking of what? Chapter 1, 11 3 days considering the time. After Xia ran back to her room, she sent a video call to Susan Sean. In the rental room, Susan Sean, who was playing with Hua, saw the video call from Xia Nuanyuan, and she quickly picked it up. As soon as the video call was connected, Xia saw Susan and her kitten in the arms. Xianwan could not help but exclaim, Susan, you have a little cat. It is so cute. Susan reached out and touched Hua Hua's little head and said to Xian Wan with a smile, Nguyen, this is the cat Jiang Long from his colleague came to MES home. Its name is Hua Hua. Is a small male cat. It is very cute. Yu, it was your little brother who gave you the little cat you were coming. Your little brother also want to be quite thoughtful. Got a little cat to play for you. Hee hee. Jiang Long is the best for me. He knows I like kittens, so he asked me for a kitten. Xian Wan Hei smiled. Susan, I found you mention your little brother. Your eyes are shining. Susan was a little embarrassed. Warm. Don't talk nonsense. Oh, Susan is sorry. Xiao Nuanyuan smiled. Don't make fun of me. Susan said that, holding Hua Hua's little paw in her hand and shaking it at the video. Hua Hua, say hello to your warm sister. At this time, Hua Hua is also quite cooperate with the video of the summer warm. Meow meow. Meow meow. Called to. Directly to amuse. Hua Hua, you are really interesting. Wait for my sister to have a chance to see you when the time comes to buy you a pile of delicious. Hua Hua and blunt for the summer in the video. Meow meow. Meow meow. Called to. As if to say, warm sister. You can want to speak I am waiting for your delicious. Susan touched Hua Hua's little head and praised, my Hua Hua baby is really good, so good. Then I realized something was wrong. Susan Shan, Hua Hua is your baby. Are you not Hua Hua's mother? And your little brother is not Hua Hua's father? Susan nodded at Xia in the video. Yeah, what's the wrong? Xian Wan curled his mouth. Why am I Hua Hua's sister? So, I am not a generation younger than you. At this time, Susan also reaction over, warm said, seems to be very right. Susan laughed and slowed, and she spoke. Warm, you are so lovely when Hua Hua's aunt feel good old you still when Hua Hua's sister more appropriate. Let's tell Hua Hua each it doesn't matter. Summer Nguyen seriously think. She is invincible lovely little girl. She did not want to be an aunt. She wants to be Hua Hua's elder sister. Well, everyone, I'm Hua Hua's sister, but I'm not younger than you. Susan smiled and nodded. Suddenly, Susan thought of today's theme. Warm. What do you mean by your message? Summer Nguyen smiled this just leisurely way. Xiao Mingjie kissed me, and I made him responsible for me. Hearing Xia's warm words, Susan's eyes stared wide. Her shocked mouth seemed to swallow an egg. Susan asked again, in disbelief. Warm. What do you say? Susan, I said, I kissed Xiao Mingjie. Xiao Mingjie took my first kiss away. I made him responsible for me. Summer Warm slowly said. Susan, looking at the summer inside the phone screen, asked, what is it between you and Xiao Mingjie? Later, Xiao Nuanyuan designed her and Ning Ruoxue in the bar to tell Susan. After listening to Susan, she gratefully looked at the summer warm, almost moved to cry out. Warm, you for me. You put their first kiss or buried. Have you such a good sister? Is my several life to repair the blessing Xiao Nuanyuan waved his hand, casually said, Nothing. I just want to see my best sister can get happiness. Summer warm this words. Susan Shan instantly cannot stretch, directly cried out, Wine, my warm is too good for me. Susan, don't cry. Whoa, don't cry, my good Susan. Summer warm, hurriedly comfort way. I have something to tell you. If you keep crying, I can't tell you anything. Susan sucked up her nose, raised her wrist, and wiped her tears. Well, I'm not crying. This is my good Susan Hill. I tell you, after Xiao Mingjie kissed me, I let Xiao Mingjie responsible for me. Xiao Mingjie let me give him 3 days to consider the time. In my feeling, 3 days later, Xiao Mingjie will certainly agree. Susan responded and asked in a soft voice. Warm, what do you mean? Xiao Mingjie will become your boyfriend in 3 days. Summer warm point next head. Then, Xianwan opened a lollipop she took in her hand, licked on it. Hua Hua saw the video Xia Nguyen licking lollipop. It made it very anxious. Thought what this was. Why don't you lick Ben? Hua Hua blunt mobile phone screen meow meow. Meow meow. Call. Chapter 112 Get You Planning Back. Company at lunchtime. Zhang Long, David, Su Fei 3 people get together. Su Fei, because of the matter that breaks up with Xiaoya, recent mood is always low, go to work also do not have spirit head. Zhang Long all see in the eyes, but the feelings of the matter also have Su Fei himself to understand. Just like at the beginning, when he decided to give up Qin Xiao, only he woke up, determined he can come out. Zhang Long is also very glad. He was originally decisive to give up a person who does not love. He will meet the person who he loves now. Sometimes life is actually in the loss of the gain. Loss. You will be painful hard, especially painful. Only after this difficult journey can you meet the more beautiful scenery ahead. David ate lunch while watching short videos on his phone, and he laughed as he saw something video. David glanced at the eyes of Su Fei, decisively put the phone in front of Jiang Long. Dragon brother, you quick look. When Jiang Long turned his head to his hand on the short video, the title is, knowing that the other party was married and had children. The man supported his girlfriend and her husband's family for 5 years, was cheated 2 million yuan to forgive. After watching the whole video, Jiang Long was speechless. Dragon elder brother, do you say this man is sick? The David way. Jiang Long nodded. I see a doctor. I really want to see what this guy looks like to do that. The David said. Suddenly, the David noticed a red mark on Jiang Long's neck. He quickly looked closer. Dragon elder brother, your neck shall have a red? Jiang Long didn't care. Oh, maybe accidentally. David frowned at the red mark on Jiang Long's neck and shook his head. No, no. David pauses and says again, I wouldn't be kissed by a woman. When David said this, Jiang Long's chopsticks in his hand became obviously stiff. At this time, Su Fei also looked at the neck of the past. Expressionless mouth said today's first words. Longa was grown with strawberries. David stared big eyes toward Jiang Long's neck to look and look. Dragon elder brother, honest account, in the end, what situation? Jiang Long took out his mobile phone and opened the front camera, and sure enough, he saw a red mark on his neck. She has never kissed him by the neck. When will this strawberry be planted? Was she secretly kissing her while he was asleep? Jiang Long could not help laughing corners. She didn't have to kiss his neck while he was asleep. It's not like he doesn't let her kiss when he's awake. David looked at Jiang Long, smiling like a fool, quickly reached out and patted Jiang Long's shoulder. Dragon elder brother, you giggle what? Hurriedly with the brother's honest account. Jiang Long also did not hide. Directly to David and Su Fei said, my girlfriend is close. David looked at Jiang Long with an incredible expression, and so did Su Fei. Dragon elder brother, you are not authentic. When have a girlfriend, also don't tell the brothers one. The David is way. You didn't ask either. Jiang Long Dao. David smacked his lips and then said, Brother Long, your girlfriend should not be Qin Xiao, right? Smell the words. Jiang Long whole face directly black into the bottom of the pot. David hurriedly changed the mouth. Is not Qin Xiao is the beauty of Lin Zong? None. Jiang Long responded with a black face. David wondered, also did not hear the dragon brother side and other women. The dragon brother, this girlfriend, is where to get it? Although Su Fei did not make a sound, at this time is also looking at a curious face of Jiang Long. See, Jiang Long did not want to say the meaning. David worried. Dragon elder brother, you're that girlfriend after end how return a responsibility. You hurriedly go down to say. Jiang Long thought about it. Little N.I.'s son is exactly in a rainy night he picked up in the street. Then he took the little girl back to his home, and they became boyfriend and girlfriend. Jiang Long felt that he could not tell the David and Su Fei that his girlfriend was he picked up in the street. This sounds so abnormal. Jiang Long cleared his throat, considered it carefully, and then spoke to David. She and I met by chance and gradually became boyfriend and girlfriend. By chance? Dragon elder brother, I found you say this with did not say the same. Okay, I still asked some key point. The David paused and smiled at Jiang Long. Have you talked with your sister-in-law? Jiang Long hurriedly said, No, David, you can't decorate anything else except this thing. It's all very interesting. David, hey, bad smile. Jiang Long shook his head helplessly. David seems to think of what? Close to Jiang Long, whispered. Dragon elder brother, before to make those things for you. You have nothing to study, more study. Later you with sister-in-law must be able to use. Jiang Long. Today is the day that Tomato novel website sends manuscript fee. See bank card suddenly more than so much money. Jiang Long silly happy for a long time. Such a happy day, of course, and little N.I.'s son to go out for a good meal. After work, Jiang Long went home to pick up Susan Shan and go out for dinner. Jiang Long entered the door. A white dress, long hair down. Susan appeared in front of Jiang Long. Susan directly gave him a big hug and said with a smile, Jiang Long, we can go. Wait a minute. Jiang Long, eyes leisurely looking at the front of the little girl. Susan did not know why. She looked at Jiang Long and asked, What's wrong? Jiang Long pointed his finger to the red mark on his neck. What's wrong with this? Susan's little face turned red, her eyes somewhat uncomfortable. She pretended not to know anything and laughed. I don't know, you should have been bitten on your neck. Jiang Long's eyes were straight on Susan Shan. This little girl can quite pretend. He wants to see when the little girl can install it? Well, I was probably bitten by a stupid mosquito. Jiang Long way. Words fell. Susan suddenly did not be happy. She quickly defended. Bad River Long. Who do you say, stupid? I say mosquito is stupid. Didn't say you again. You rush what? Jiang Long said deliberately. Susan had a little face in her mouth. She did not dare to refute. Jiang Long looked at the front of the depressed little girl. He could not help but hey a smile. Then he lifted his hand over Susan's little head. Little silly, you think I didn't know you were the stupid mosquito? Susan quickly waved her pink fist hammer on Jiang Long's chest, angry. Bad River Long. You know it is me, you still say it is a stupid mosquito. You clearly say that I am stupid. Ignore you. Im stupid. I'm not stupid anymore. Jiang Long hurriedly coaxed away. Susan's little head tilted aside, and Jiang Long hurriedly put Susan held in his arms to comfort. I am stupid. Susan is the most intelligent. Susan stared at Jiang Long hard. Yes, you are the most stupid. Well, I'm stupid. Okay, let's talk about you growing strawberries around my neck. Jiang Long deliberately said. And Susan whispered, I just got a strawberry around your neck. I should let you plant it back. Smell the words. Jiang Long eyes light slightly, subconsciously licked the corners of the mouth. You said, then I am not welcome. With that, Jiang Long was close to Susan's neck. Susan quickly stretched out her little hand to cover Jiang Long's mouth and stopped. Don't. Chapter 113 must not be recognized. Was interrupted Jiang Long, a face of depressed, almost kissed the little girl white tender neck. Susan quickly added, I mean, don't want it now. We'll go out soon when we see it. Jiang Long pointed to the strawberry on his neck again. I have been seen by many people here. Susan giggled. She just did it on purpose. She wants her cousin Lin Tinga to see, want Jiang Long colleagues to see, so that others will know that Jiang Long is with a girlfriend. Other women don't covet her boyfriend. Susan smiled her hands around Jiang Long's neck. Make up for you. Susan then attached her soft lips to Jiang Long's lips. Slowly, the two hugged each other. Exchange of saliva in each other's mouths. The rapid breath lingered around the two men, until an inappropriate video call sounded. Break this ambiguous atmosphere. The two men were forced to separate. Her little face was flushed, her eyes were wet, and Susan looked at Jiang Long, as if her kiss was still somewhat unfinished. Jiang Long, who calmed his breath and pulled his phone out of his trouser pocket. After seeing the remarks, Jiang Long connected the video call and called to the mother of the mobile phone video. Mom. When Susan heard the video call from Jiang Long's mother, she quietly trotted back to her bedroom. Jiang Long saw Susan desolate and fled. The back of the mouth smoked. Xiaolong, did you just come home from work? The Jiang mother in the mobile phone video saw Jiang Long standing at the door and asked. Well, Jiang Long nodded. Your cousin's wedding day, your aunt said to introduce a girl to you. Your aunt gave the girl's contact information to mother. I will send you a moment. You contact the girl. Tomorrow you are not a holiday. Ask the girl out for a meal. Get along well with the girl. You know? Jiang mother language long account. After Jiang mother said that, Jiang Long said directly, Mom, I have a girlfriend. Jiang mother's face first appeared the color of surprise. In a twinkling of an eye, turned slightly angry. How long has it been since you came back from home? How could you have a girlfriend? Don't lie to your mom right there. Jiang mother obviously do not believe Jiang Long words. She think Jiang Long is not want to contact with the girl. Jiang Long scratched the back of his head. A serious face to the mobile phone video of Jiang mother said, Mom, I didn't lie to you. I really have a girlfriend. If you really have a girlfriend, you will show your mother. Jiang Long wanted to give little girl to his mother now, but little girl ran to the bedroom. It is estimated that the little girl is not ready to meet with his mother now. What's more, if let his mother know, he and little girl now live together, with his old mother that kind of old thought, must not accept, perhaps will let him and little girl and Sita get a license to get married. Mom, I didn't cheat you, I really have a girlfriend. Wait for vacation, I take her back to see you and Dad. Jiang Longdao. Jiang mother, half doubt, said, Line, your aunt wanted to introduce you to the girl I rejected for you. See you vacation to bring back the object. I don't pick your skin. Mom, you can rest assured. Jiang Long promised. After Jiang Long and Jiang Mu hung up the video call, Susan walked out of her bedroom. Jiang Long, The last time you went back to your hometown to attend your cousin's wedding, your mother planned to introduce your girlfriend? Jiang Long nodded. If I hadn't expressed my love to you, would you have contacted other girls? Susan asked with her big eyes. Jiang Long quickly shook his head and looked at Susan with a serious face. I really have no idea of knowing with other girls. Then Jiang Long said, at that time, I already had you in my heart. I would not contact other girls. There was a sweet smile on Susan's face. At this time, Jiang Long deliberately slightly serious way. Susan Sean, my mother sent a video. You don't say hello to my mother. What do you run? Susan's eyes dodged and her fingers stirred uncomfortable. Well, am not ready yet. Ugly daughter-in-law must see her in-law sooner or later. What are you afraid of? Jiang Long picked up his eyebrows. Am not an ugly wife. Susan pouted and complained. Yes, Susan is not an ugly daughter-in-law. Susan is a beautiful daughter-in-law that should not be afraid. Oh, I'm just not prepared for it. Jiang Long, will we go to dinner? Susan quickly changed the subject. Well, go to dinner. Jiang Long had booked a private room in advance at a famous Western restaurant in Qingqing. Jiang Long thought, after he and the little girl together, he has not well taken the little baby outside to eat a good meal. Although this Western food is more expensive, they usually do not always come, occasionally eat once or can afford it. Jiang Long took Susan to the famous Western restaurant. As soon as Susan saw the name of the Western restaurant, she was suddenly turned off. This Western restaurant is the industry of the Lin family. Eating here will not meet acquaintances, ah? Susan was worried. Jiang Long, why don't we change one? Susan grabbed Jiang Long's arm and stopped at his feet. Susan, this Western restaurant is very famous in Qingqing. I want to take you to taste the dishes here so we don't change places. Susan understood Jiang Long's mind. She does not want to let Jiang Long down, although the heart is vaguely worried. Still, Susan followed Jiang Long into the Western restaurant. She went out tonight. The head specially wore a hat. The face also wore a mask, covered very tightly, will not be recognized. Chapter 114, The World is Really Small, ah. In the private room, Jiang Long and Susan sit against each other. Jiang Long cut the steak in front of him into small pieces and exchanged it with the steak in front of Susan Sean. Susan smiled at Jiang Long's sweet, to Jiang Long than a heart. Jiang Long, you are so good, love you. Jiang Long also smiled. Eat. Susan crossed a small steak, put it in her mouth, and chewed it carefully. Why do you think the steak is very delicious today? Maybe because Jiang Long cut it for her. We and Jiang Long together is really good happy, ah. Jiang Long also ate a steak. An entrance. Jiang Long's eyes are up. This TM is also just too good. He had never had such a good steak of his size. No wonder it is so expensive. Jiang Long ate while nodding. Expensive is expensive reason. Yummy, really delicious. Susan, this steak tastes really good. Susan nodded. HMM. Eat more. Not enough for us to order more. Well, Susan looked at Jiang Long eating the steak. She secretly smiled. It seems that Jiang Long, a greedy cat, likes to eat the steak here. After dinner, they came out of the private room and went to the front desk to check out. As soon as Jiang Long and Susan came over, they saw the two little sisters at the front desk bow respectfully and bowed to them. Jiang Long thought, the service here is really good. The receptionist little sister also gave them such a big gift. Jiang Long could not help but praise the Western restaurant in his heart. Results Jiang Long did not boast. Here too, receptionist little sister brushed together of called Master Good. At this time, from the Jiang Long behind the Lin Yuxuan blunt, the two front desk little sister face expressionless. A sound. Jiang Long embarrassed. He also thought the front desk little sister is to him and little son salute. The original is a misunderstanding. Jiang Long's side of the head, just to see two front sister in the mouth of the young master. It turned out to be his former boss, Lin Yuxuan. At this time, Lin Yuxuan also looked at the Jiang Long. Jiang Long took the lead in greeting and calling out, Brother Xian. Jiang Long, come here for dinner. Lin Yuxuan said while the line of sight fell on the girl beside Jiang Long. Then Susan's heart was in her throat. She pressed her head low, and her little hands were nervously clenched into fists. I didn't expect to meet someone else. Yes, her cousin, Lin Tinga, is Jiang Long's boss. Did not expect that Jiang Long and her cousin Lin Yuxuan also know. Why is Jiang Long surrounded by people familiar to her? The world is really small, ah. Jiang Long nodded at Lin Yuxuan. HMM. Lin Yuxuan raised his chin to the girl beside Jiang Long. Is this? Brother Xian, this is my girlfriend. Jiang Long introduced Lin Yuxuan, and to Susan beside her. Susan, this is Brother Xian. Susan Shan did not dare to look up at Lin Yuxuan. The last time she and Jiang Long in the mall to see a movie that time, she was almost recognized by Lin Yuxuan. Now Lin Yuxuan is right in front of them. Susan Shan is very afraid. Lin Yuxuan will not recognize her on the spot. Jiang Long saw the side of the little Ni son has been low head, as if stunned. Jiang Long and called Susan. Susan hurriedly raised her hand till Lin Yuxuan waved hands, deliberately low voice from the mouth out 2 words. Hello. Lin Yuxuan stared deep at the girl beside Jiang Long. The girl with a fisherman's hat on her head, wearing a cat pattern mask on her face. The head is always low. Other Lin Yuxuan cannot see anything. Even if you can't see the face on the girl's face, Lin Yuxuan still has a familiar feeling. For a while, Lin Yuxuan also did not understand why he would have this reaction. Hello. Lin Yuxuan also said hello. Later, Lin Yuxuan said to the 2 receptionists' little sister, they're single free. Well, young master, the little girls said in unison. Hearing Lin Yuxuan give them free of charge, this Jiang Long made strange embarrassed. Jiang Long did not expect that this famous Western restaurant in Qingqing is also Lin Yuxuan's industry. These rich people, they really have a lot of business. Jiang Long hurriedly way. Don't. Xian, elder brother. You are open the door to do business, cannot be free of charge. Said Jiang Long hurriedly took out the mobile phone. Lin Yuxuan stopped. Jiang Long, this meal I ask you and your girlfriend, don't mention it. Jiang Long also did not refuse. He insisted on payment is to refute Lin Yuxuan's face. Thank you, Brother Xian. Have nothing to do. Susan Shan calmly followed Jiang Long away from the Western restaurant. Originally, Jiang Long had planned to take Susan around the neighborhood, but Susan said that she was tired, so they took a car and hurried back. Once entering the house, Susan Shan's uneasy heart was completely relaxed. In the Western restaurant, she is really scared enough, but Lin Yuxuan did not recognize her. At this time, Hua Hua in the cage. Meow meow. Meow meow. Called up. Susan put Hua Hua out of the cage. Hua Hua was so happy that she rubbed herself against Susan's calf. Susan was amused by Hua Hua, squatted on the ground, and played happily with Hua Hua. Not tired of it now. Out of the Western restaurant, Jiang Long saw a little girl a pair of withered appearance. Thought little baby really tired. See little son now with Hua Hua play, so happy, which have tired appearance. Tired Susan Shan said to Jiang Long with a smile. Which tired? Jiang Long asked. Foot. In the pink slippers, Susan's toes moved mischievously. Will I press it for you? Jiang Long suggested. Cheerio. Susan was certainly happy with the free labor force to help her press her feet. Hua Hua, you can play by yourself. My father wants to help my mother to press her feet. Susan confessed to Hua Hua and ran to the sofa. Hua Hua saw Susan get up. It was dissatisfied with the meow meow, called twice, and finally ran to the pink cat's nest to play with its toy mouse. As soon as Jiang Long sat down on the sofa, Susan put one of her small pink feet on Jiang Long's lap. Hard work, my dear boyfriend. Susan smiled. You're welcome. Jiang Long held Susan's little foot in his big hand. A moment of massage. Susan was Jiang Long massage, comfortable, involuntarily hum one. After hearing this sound, Jiang Long holding the little feet hand action paused. A glimpse of her little face lying on her side. Jiang Long turned his eyes to his small pink feet again. Suddenly, those who have guts want to eat. The impulse, the more you think so, the stronger the desire is. Jiang Long only felt that his throat was too tight. The strength of the massage is not consciously increased a few minutes. Suddenly, Susan felt the pain in her feet. She subconsciously broke away. Small feet suddenly kicked on Jiang Long's lips. Chapter 115, Lest You Be Curious. Susan quickly apologized. Jiang Long, I'm sorry, I didn't kick you on purpose. Jiang Long's throat rolled up and down, involuntarily swallowed a mouthful, opening a little low, dumb voice. Have nothing to do. I'm going to drink saliva. Jiang Long quickly went to the kitchen, took out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator, opened it, and poured a big mouthful into his stomach. Jiang Long could not help but spit on himself in his heart. Fuck, how does he have such a hobby? After a while, Jiang Long abandoned the miscellaneous thoughts in the heart, came back again, Hold the other little foot massage up. Massage for a short while. Jiang Long told Susan, I sweat sticky. I will take a bath first. Well, you can take a bath quickly. The little feet were massaged by Jiang Long, particularly comfortable. Susan leisurely lying on the sofa playing with her mobile phone, shaking her little feet. When Jiang Long came out of the bedroom after taking up his bath clothes, he saw the picture on the sofa. Looking at the shaking little feet, Jiang Long licked his mouth subconsciously. After realizing something, Jiang Long quickly shook off his own brain. Grass. He isn't like the internet, is he? Jiang Long hurriedly rushed into the toilet. In the middle of the shower, the bathroom door was knocked on. Susan, with something in her hand, appeared at the bathroom door. Susan shouted at the inside, Jiang Long, Lung Chang. When Jiang Long heard Susan's cry, he quickly turned off the flowers and shouted at the bathroom door, Susan, what's wrong? Give you underwear. After hearing the two words, Jiang Long frowned slightly, then said to the door of the little girl, I took a change of underwear. This is my new couple's underwear. You will wear it later. Couple's underwear? The original little girl went to buy lover's underwear. Jiang Long's mouth grinned, then to the lower body wrapped a big bath towel, went to the door of the bathroom door, opened a gap in the door, stretched out, give me. Susan quickly put her underwear on Jiang Long's hand and said, must wear it. With that, Susan ran away. After Jiang Long closed the bathroom door, he threw his bath towel aside, two hands pulling at the pink patch, smooth, and some thin cloth. Jiang Long's brow was wrinkled. This underwear is also too much. The SAO is. So, is that the same with hers underwear? Jiang Long could not help but wonder. Jiang Long took another bath, and after washing, he wore the pink panties on him. Jiang Long looked down and looked at his pink underwear. Good TM awkward. Only, it seems to be fine too. Jiang Long got dressed and went out and sat down before the sofa. Susan decisively put her little head on Jiang Long's thigh, a little timid. Did you wear the underwear I brought you? Jiang Long coughed gently and nodded. Do you like it? Susan looked at Jiang Long with her big eyes. Why pink? Asked Jiang Long back. Pink is very nice looking, ah. Why is this underwear so thin? It's the material which is very cool. Don't you like it? See little girl looking at him. Jiang Long hurriedly nodded, like. Susan Shan smiled happily. That's the same with your underwear? Jiang Long cannot bear the heart of curiosity, asked. Hearing this, Susan quickly opened from Jiang Long's body and ran into the bedroom. In the middle of Jiang Long, Susan Shan ran back again. Susan threw her pink underwear directly to Jiang Long and blushed, saying, look for yourself. Since Jiang Long is so curious about what her underwear would look like, she had to let Jiang Long personally to check. Jiang Long looked at the underwear thrown in his hand, some embarrassed. I don't mean that, I just ask. I know. I want you to see it. Lest you curious. Of course, the latter sentence Susan did not say. Jiang Long is also a good face. Oh, since you want me to see it, I will see it. Jiang Long pretended to be a calm way. Then, Jiang Long will spread out the small cloth in his hand. A very small piece, much smaller than his one. Touch the silky touch of the hand. As thin as he was. So, this is the couple's underwear? Jiang Long has had a long experience. Jiang Long threw his underwear to the little girl, commented, very good. Susan looked at Jiang Long's serious appearance, could not help giggling. Is there any other comment besides being good? What else do you like? Jiang Long was dazed. No, him taking the shower. With that, Susan walked away with her pink underwear. Soon, Jiang Long saw the little girl bouncing into the toilet. Jiang Long returned to the bedroom, turned on the computer, and went to the code word. When Susan came back from the bath, Jiang Long sat in front of the computer. Susan also did not disturb Jiang Long, lying in the bed waiting for Jiang Long. Jiang Long code word, back to bed, found the little girl in the bed has fallen asleep. Jiang Long saw only a quilt on the bed. It seems that little girl said to sleep with him in a bed. Little girl put her quilt before. Jiang Long carefully lifted the quilt and lay down in. Susan opened her eyes in a daze, opening her mouth in a soft voice. Jiang Long, you have finished writing. Jiang Long nodded. Well, go to bed. Susan to Jiang Long's arms, small hand directly into Jiang Long's clothes. Soft small hands and Jiang Long's chest directly close. Jiang Long body stiff. Then the little girl in his arms. Susan murmured, Jiang Long, we sleep in couple's underwear tonight. So, the pink underwear he had just looked at, she was wearing the little girl, Zhang Long only felt a hum in his head. Just come up with the sleepy meaning, the instant all without. 10 minutes later, Zhang Long looked at the little girl sleeping sweet in her arms. Suffering? Just want to open some distance with the little girl. The little girl is like a perception, and hugged him tightly. 20 minutes later, Zhang Long looked at the little girl lying on his body like a koala, with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Zhang Long has never felt asleep this TM suffering. The next day, Susan in her arms, holding Hua Hua, was typing in front of the computer. Suddenly, I heard a knock at the door. Susan came to the door with vigilance and asked, "Who?" "Your cousin." Lin Yuxuan familiar voice at the door came. Chapter 116, Where Have You Gone Forward? In the rented house. After Susan heard the voice of Lin Yuxuan, her nervous little heart pounding, a beautiful little face is tight together. "Oh, horror. It's deadly. How did my cousin Lin Yuxuan find him here? What to do?" Susan's hands in her arms, holding Hua Hua's strength unconsciously tightened. Hua Hua expression ferocious, painful cry. "Aim." Susan quickly apologized to Hua Hua. I'm sorry. Outside the door, Lin Yuxuan saw that Susan did not want to open the door. He opened his mouth again. "Susan Hill, open the door." Susan struggled. She knew that Lin Yuxuan can come here. To see that he has a complete grasp of her situation she does not face today is not good. Susan put Hua Hua in her arms back into her kitten nest, and then she opened the door. "Open the door!" Susan shouted at the door. "Cousin." Lin Yuxuan looked at the eyes of Susan, from the nose gently, one. "Soon." Susan called Lin Yuxuan in. On the sitting room sofa, Lin Yuxuan with his legs looked around this house. Could not help but frown deeply. The little girl was spoiled since childhood, but she did not expect to live in such a place now. Susan brought a little stool and sat aside. Lin Yuxuan was the first to say, "You have been living here since running away from home?" Susan nodded honestly. You and Zhang Long are now boyfriend and girlfriend?" Lin Yuxuan asked again. Susan nodded again. "Is Zhang Long good to you?" Good. Susan replied earnestly, with her big, round eyes. "Where have you gone?" Lin Yuxuan asked bluntly. Susan was a little embarrassed, her little face flushed. "Zhang Long and I are just boyfriend and girlfriend. We didn't do that." Smell the words. Lin Yuxuan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. His cousin, if quietly, was taken advantage of. Lin Yuxuan heart is of course uncomfortable. Susan Shan with Lin Yuxuan relationship is very good since childhood. The little girl mouth special sweet people like Lin Yuxuan is from the bottom of my heart like this little girl. Let's just say, Lin's relationship with Susan is much better than that with his sister Lin Tiange. Lin Yuxuan thought the little girl and Zhang Long coexist in a room for so long. Two people are lovers. Fortunately, Zhang Long, this boy has a bottom line, did not do to the little girl to do things really good much stronger than him. When Lin Yuxuan was originally the boss of Zhang Long, he had a very good impression of Zhang Long. Now the impression score is a little higher. "Do you like Zhang Long very much?" Susan Shan nodded heavily and said to Lin Yuxuan with a serious face, "Cousin, I really like Zhang Long very much. I want to be with Zhang Long forever." Lin Yuxuan could not help but a smile, but shook his head. "Susan, don't you talk about your marriage? Do you think your parents will marry you to such a poor boy with no power and no money?" In fact, Susan Shan in the heart of a faint prediction, in hearing Lin Yuxuan mercilessly blurt out. Susan's heart is still very bad. The little head unconsciously hung down. "Does Zhang Long know who you are?" Lin Yuxuan's questions are one after another. Susan shook her head gently. "I don't know." For a while, Lin Yuxuan felt some headache. He stretched out his hand and pressed his temple. "Like your identity after the marriage must be to find a match. Your parents' marriage is also a match. You are not unclear." After listening to Lin Yuxuan's words, Susan was not good. Why does love have so many complicated things? As long as two people simple and pure like each other. Cannot? Zhang Long has no money and no power. But Zhang Long is a very good person. Someone who is very nice to her. Good too. In this life, she just want to be together with Zhang Long. Just want to marry him. Wish to get a heart. Whitehead does not leave. This was what Susan's heart wanted the most. Look up again. Look at Lin Yuxuan's eyes, tears. "Cousin, I only like Zhang Long. I just want to marry Zhang Long in my life." See Susan's eyes slide crystal tears. Lin Yuxuan immediately nervous. He quickly picked up a paper towel to wipe tears to the little girl. "Little girl, don't cry." Looking at the little girl cried. Lin Yuxuan a face of love. Did not expect the little girl so care about Jiang Long. It seems that the little girl really trapped in. The little girl to Jiang Long's attitude, Lin Yuxuan see, is clearly, but only heard the one-sided words. Lin Yuxuan still will not easily believe Jiang Long's feelings for the little girl. If the little girl and Jiang Long really love each other, he doesn't want to watch them apart. Although he plays the world, he still wants to see the little girl can get the happiness she wants. Susan sucked her nose, looking at Lin Yuxuan, praying, "Cousin, I don't want to go home now. You don't tell them my whereabouts, okay? I will find you, and sooner or later they will find you too. You can't stay here for all your life. You'll go back sooner or later." Lin Yuxuan said objectively. "I know, but I don't want to go back now. Cousin, please," said Susan, with her hands together. Susan knew she would go back sooner or later, but she didn't want to go back so soon. She wants to enjoy the happy time together with Jiang Long, and she also wants a good way to solve it again. Lin Yuxuan can see that his cousin to Jiang Long, that boy, is really like. Lin Yuxuan nodded. "Don't worry, I won't say that." After hearing Lin Yuxuan's promise, Susan Shan's face showed a big smile. "Cousin, you are so good. You are the most handsome and best cousin in the world. You little girl, you just have a sweet mouth." Lin Yuxuan smiled. "It's not my sweet mouth because I'm all true." Susan smiled. Lin Yuxuan face happy. This little girl has always been so provoke-like. Jiang Long, this boy, is really a good life. Can get the little girl's love. Lin Yuxuan frowned at the next room. "Susan, such a small house. You live in the habit?" It's very good here." "It's very good because there's Jiang Long here. I have several empty apartments, and you move there with Jiang Long," Lin Yuxuan said. Susan shook her head. "No, it's nice to live here. Besides, it must be very strange to move you there to Jiang Long." Lin Yuxuan nodded. "And yes, what would he do to make his cousin's life better?" "Little girl, with me you are welcome. If you need my help, directly open your mouth," Lin Yuxuan said again. Susan's pretty eyes turned. "If there's anything for my cousin, don't say. There's really one." Chapter 117 is eager to satisfy Jiang Long's wish. The two talked again, and Susan looked at the time. Jiang Long went to the supermarket to buy food. Listened to Jiang Long said to go to the bank. In general, Jiang Long went to the supermarket to buy food and go back and forth for more than 40 minutes. "I think I'm coming back almost now." Susan was afraid that Lin Yuxuan and Jiang Long would meet. She urged, "Cousin, you go back first. Jiang Long will come back soon in a while. Well, let's contact us again. You must not let anyone else know about me." Susan Shan explained it specially again. "Don't worry." Carrying two big shopping bags back, he saw a black Maybach parked downstairs in his neighborhood. Jiang Long could not help sighing. This luxury car. How much does it cost for one car? The rich are the how. People like him could never afford such a luxury car. Jiang Long could not help but look at him for a few more eyes, and then continued to move on. At this time, Jiang Long just saw Lin Yuxuan coming out of his unit door. Jiang Long obviously froze for a moment. Did not expect Lin Yuxuan, this big young master, will appear in their small place. 2 days in a row met Lin Yuxuan is really clever enough. Jiang Long took the lead in greeting and calling out, "Brother Xian." Lin Yuxuan scanned the two big shopping bags in the hands of Jiang Long's mouth, saying, "No less." Jiang Long nodded on his head. Not for my girlfriend?" Lin Yuxuan asked again. "There is a bag of my girlfriend's favorite snacks, a bag of vegetables, etc." Jiang Long smiled. It seems that Jiang Long, this boy, to the little girl is not good, Lin Yuxuan thought. "Well, we will go first." Brother Trin. Say that finish. Jiang Long saw Lin Yuxuan, then walked toward the black Maybach. It turned out to be Lin Yuxuan's luxury car. This kind of rich second generation is really rich. Soon Susan heard a knock on the door. She trotted off to open the door. How again? When Susan saw the man standing at the door, she quickly stopped. The look on his face suddenly became a little unnatural. Susan thought it was Lin Yuxuan, went and returned. Was Jiang Long back? Good, thrilling, day by day. Almost into a heart attack. Susan, what do you say?" "What, how again?" Jiang Long looked surprised at the face before some not quite right son Susan. At this point, Susan's CPU quickly running. Some stammered. Why do you not have the key?" "And I'm talking about this. With the key, I have too many things in my hand, so I want you to open the door for me." Jiang Long Dao. At this time, Susan just later saw Jiang Long carrying two big shopping bags. Susan quickly took a big shopping bag from Jiang Long. "Jiang Long, come in quickly." Susan, are you all right?" Nothing. Forsooth? Jiang Long asked again without sure. Seeing Jiang Long looked at her suspiciously, Susan quickly said hurriedly, "Well, maybe my period is coming a little abnormal." Jiang Long has also heard that girls come to the big period will be emotionally unstable. What? Jiang Long did not think more. He told Susan carefully, "Don't eat cold these days." Well, you know. Seeing Jiang Long carrying the shopping bag into the kitchen, Susan quickly reached out and patted her little chest. Jiang Long packed up all the things he bought, going back to the sofa in the living room, sitting beside Susan, asked, "Susan finished?" "Not yet. Just cousin Lin Yuxuan came over." Susan's novel was interrupted half. "No longer by a computer, so we later code word, also convenient," Jiang Long suggested. Susan nodded. "Good." When Jiang Long usually goes to work, Susan Shan can use Jiang Long's computer during the day. When Jiang Long has a holiday, Jiang Long wants to use a computer, and Susan Shan will also use a computer. But now this computer is really not convenient. "Let's go to the mall in a while." "Incidentally, in the mall." "How?" "Good. Go ahead and clean it up." Susan did not get up, but arched to the arms of Jiang Long's face. Jiang Long took the little girl's sun embrace. "How?" Susan blinked with her big eyes, looking at Jiang Long Dao. "Jiang Long, you want to buy a house in Qingqing. Let's go and buy a house first later." Susan Shan said this. Jiang Long pupil a shock. What did this little girl think? Buying a house from her mouth was as simple as going to the vegetable market. Jiang Long held out his finger and scraped off the little girl's nose. "Little silly girl, buy a house which is so simple, do you know? Qingqing ordinary lot of 80 or 90 square meters of the house, at least also get more than 1 million. Jiang Long Dao. Jiang Long really want to buy a house of his own in Qingqing, but now the house price is too expensive. His monthly salary, plus part-time fiction writing, can save a lot in a year. Want to buy a house, this money is still far away. Ordinary people's life is like this. For what they want, they can only work hard. Jiang Long, my tomato novel website is paid for more than 1.3 million yuan, and the money can buy a house." Susan always knew that Jiang Long wanted to have a house for him in Qingqing. She could not use the family's money now, and she really wanted to satisfy Jiang Long's wish. She now can only use this more than 1.3 million to help Jiang Long temporarily complete his wish to buy a house. Little son, this word, Jiang Long is very moved, but how can he let little son to help him buy a house? He is not a man. "Silly girl, this is the money you make. You keep it yourself. I will make money to buy a house," Jiang Long said seriously. Hearing this, Susan was suddenly unhappy. She stepped up from Jiang Long's arms and asked, "Jiang Long, you buy a house to let me live?" "What nonsense. Of course buying a house is to live with you." Jiang Long wanted to buy a house is for him and the little baby later life. "Why do we have to wait for you to buy enough money when we will live together? I can buy it when I have money," Susan said earnestly. Although Susan did, Jiang couldn't accept spending Susan's money to buy a house. "No. Jiang Long, I saw that the luxury apartment in Xinyabei only needs 102 million yuan to buy one. Let's buy it." Hearing the speech, Jiang Long looked shocked. Susan, I guess you were wrong, where an apartment is at least 3 million start." "No, Jiang Long, I accidentally saw the news today. It seems that there are no few sets left. We do not buy to miss this opportunity. 1.2 million this price to buy Xinya Bay apartment is really cheap. Just to spend the little girl's money." Jiang Long is still very tangled. "This house as we live in the future. Jiang Long, if you hesitate, I will sell it." Jiang Long hesitated and finally nodded. "All right." Chapter 118. Eat a soft meal? Soon, Jiang Long and Susan took a taxi to the Xinya Bay sales office. As they entered, the female manager in her work uniform came in. "Sir, lady, see what kind of apartment do you want to choose?" The female manager warmly greeted the way. "Hello, I heard that you have 1 and 2 million apartments here. Do you still have them now?" Jiang Long asked. "Some." The female manager replied with a smile. "Sir, lady, please come here." Subsequently, Jiang Long and Susan, in the enthusiastic introduction of the female manager, selected an excellent location, more than 140 flat apartment. Jiang Long cannot believe that 12 million can buy such a luxurious apartment. The developer so sell the house cannot die. The female manager took Jiang Long and Susan Shan to see the house. After Jiang Long saw the house, it is a face of surprise. The house is fine decoration, black, white, and gray, this simple style, which is also equipped with some basic furniture. Jiang Long felt more and more that 1.2 million could buy such a house. Susan looked at Jiang Long with a happy face. and she was also very happy. Soon, they paid the full 1.2 million yuan and bought the luxury apartment. Zhang Long in S mind is not very comfortable. Spend little girl's money to pay the land. The house is also with the identity of Jiang Long. Eventually, this house will fall in the name of Jiang Long. This makes Jiang Long have a feeling of eating a soft meal. Susan certainly didn't know that Jiang Long thought so. She just wanted to make Jiang Long happy enough. Their apartment is generally well equipped, and Susan can move in at any time. Susan and Jiang Long immediately decided to move over tomorrow Sunday, while Jiang Long's holiday. Otherwise, for Jiang Long to work, he will have to move next weekend. After leaving the Xinya Bay apartment, they found a small shop nearby to eat briefly and went to the mall. In a computer store, Jiang Long told the salesman what they needed, who introduced several computers to them. Jiang Long pondered their usually code words. By a medium configuration of the computer is enough. Susan did not know these things, and Jiang asked her for nothing except the color of the laptop. In the end, Jiang Long spent more than 3,000 yuan on a medium configuration pink laptop chosen by Jiang Long and the color chosen by Susan. The most important thing is the keyboard. A good keyboard is handy. Jiang Long and Susan bought a pink keyboard and mouse. Finally, Jiang Long carried a pink computer bag and a shopping bag with a keyboard in his left hand. Holding the two people happily left the mall. After returning, Jiang Long contacted the landlord and to check out. After the negotiation, Jiang Long and Su Shan began to pack things one after another. By the time of the night, when they lay in bed, it was almost early morning. Susan lay on Jiang Long's arm, her beautiful eyes with a smile. Jiang Long, we will move away from here tomorrow. Tonight is our last night to stay here. Jiang Long eyes also looking at little son. He gently under the head, light HMM. A sound. Will you be a little reluctant to leave here? Asked Susan softly. Jiang Long recalled that he had rented a house here since he graduated from college, and he had lived for so long. To tell you the truth, suddenly want to move away from here. Jiang Long somewhat do not give up. Jiang Long told the truth a little bit. Suddenly, Susan's eyes turned, like thinking of something, smiling, deliberately said, "You are reluctant to give up the sister next door. After all, you moved away from this. Can't eat the sister personally made dessert." When Susan said this, Jiang Long's eyebrows stood up. He sat down at the little girl, saying, "Say it again." Susan blinked her big eyes and said again, "I said you couldn't bear the sister next door." Jiang Long angry teeth itch. He knew that the little girl is angry with him. "Are you deliberately angry at me? I really thought I was afraid to beat you up." Susan, shaking a small head toward Jiang Long, spit out her tongue. A pair of she deliberately provocative. He really can take her how? Jiang Long scratched the back of the head. Today, do not clean up a little girl. He will be angry by her sooner or later. Jiang Long big hand a lift. Susan Shan Boda's quilt flew directly to the side. Looking at the quilt gone, Susan became nervous, hands tightly around her round chest. Looking at Jiang Long on the alert. "Jiang Long, what do you want to do?" See little son a face of nervous sample. Jiang Long in the heart faint proud. He picked the lower eyebrow, whispered, "Do you guess?" Jiang Long wouldn't want to do something shy to her. Did she? She said in front of her cousin today that they hadn't done that. Is it in the face so soon? But she's not ready yet. Does Jiang Long want to use a strong one? Be not allowed. Be not allowed. Absolutely not. No. Jiang Long, no more. Susan looked eagerly at Jiang Long and prayed. Looking at the poor appearance, Jiang Long hesitated. Suddenly, Jiang Long quickly shook the brain. He cannot be little girl pretend poor cheat. Before Susan knew it, Jiang Long turned Susan over. Susan was frightened and exclaimed, "Bad river dragon, no, no." Jiang Long ignored it and directly stretched out his palm toward Nigirl's little PP for a few gentle taps. Little PP was beaten Susan, ashamed little face red, with his hands to his little head. Jiang Long is good or bad? How can you hit her little PP? Susan complained quietly. Bad Jiang Long, hit me little pages. Necrosis, necrosis. Just the feel is good. Jiang Long's mood is also very good. Next time you say that nonsense, but you. Groan. Susan Shan's hum of dissatisfaction. Jiang Long, this bad guy. She will revenge back sooner or later. Jiang Long turned the little girl's body over again. Susan pursed her lips and turned with her back to Jiang Long's side. Jiang Long scratched the back of his head. I just wanted to clean up the little girl. Fuck. The little girl was provoked again, but not easy to coax. Jiang Long hurriedly put the little girl from behind in his arms. Comfort the way. Susan, You're not saying that tonight is our last night here, and that you should be happy and not angry. By Jiang Long hugged too tight. Susan felt that the breath is not smooth. She and Jiang Long's arms at random twist a few times. Jiang Long gasped and whispered, Susan, aren't you angry? No, I'd be angry if you were so tight that I couldn't breathe. Smell the words. Jiang Long hurriedly loosened, and the little girl pulled open a certain distance. So close distance, he also suffering but he did not have to be holding the little girl. Seeing Jiang Long suddenly so far away from her, Susan pouted up a little mouth. She just asked Jiang Long not to hug her too tight, and she did not call Jiang Long not to hug her Jiang Long, a big fool, seems not to understand it. On the last night here, of course, she wanted to sleep with Jiang Long in her arms. Immediately, Susan turned her body over again, close to the arms of Jiang Long, tightly hugged Jiang Long. Chapter 119 Love is the game of the brave. A good night of sleep. The next day, 2 people and the rest of the things are all packed up. Advance book, the moving company also just rushed over. Moving company personnel began to move things down. Next door, Lu Yuding heard the noise. She hurriedly opened the door just to see Jiang Long is moving. Lu Yuding walked quickly over and looked at Jiang Long and asked, Little Jiang brother, do you want to move? Jiang Long nodded at Lu Yuding. Well, Sister Ting, I am going to move. Lu Yuding did not expect Jiang Long will be so suddenly move. This news really let her surprised. Brother Xiao Jiang, why did you suddenly move out? Lu Yuding said, My girlfriend and I bought a house, so we don't rent a house. Jiang Long replied. When I heard about Jiang Long's girlfriend, Lu Yuding suddenly thought of that night. She saw through the door, lying on the sofa. At this time, wearing a fisherman's hat, Susan walked out of the house holding Hua Hua. After seeing Jiang Long talking to her sister next door, Susan didn't disturb them. She said close to Jiang Long, Baby, I will go downstairs to wait for you first. Jiang Long, who was called the baby, was a little confused. This little child suddenly call him baby? However, this sound baby, Jiang Long, or listen to the heart of the happy. Lu Yuding faced some ugly, stabilized the mood. Lu Yuding continued to open her mouth. Are you and your girlfriend buying a house to get married? For Lu Yuding directly inquire into their private affairs. Jiang Long Dun was surprised. It's not been that fast yet. Jiang Long replied. Originally, Lu Yuding wanted to say to Jiang Long, we will often contact in the future. The words want to export, but Lu Yuding has changed her mouth. She said to Jiang Long seriously, Xiao Jiang brother, I wish you happiness, goodbye. Lu Yuding said this sentence to Jiang Long, and then she did not go back. Goodbye, Sister Ting. Jiang Long said straight at Lu Yuding's back. For Lu Yuding, just a series of behavior. Jiang Long, some do not understand. Into the house. Lu Yuding leaned on the door, did not think she just flew back to leave the news. Lu Yuding is very clear that she has a good impression on Jiang Long, but this person will not take the initiative. If she had taken the initiative to Jiang Long earlier, would she have had a chance? Now that Jiang Long has a girlfriend, and they seem to be in love, Lu knows she doesn't have any chance. Lu Yuding hates her weak self, when she could take the initiative to pursue Jiang Long. Even if she did not stay with Jiang Long in the end, she did not have any regret, because at least she had tried hard. But now, she is destined to become a passer-by in his life, and will not leave any traces in Jiang Long's life. Lu Yuding decadent, sitting on the ground. Love is the game of the brave. She this week really do not deserve. For a moment, Lu Yuding suddenly understood a truth. Waiting is not easy to wait for love. Actively fight for at least half the chance of success or failure, not even half the chance. Before long, a box of goods was driving on the way to Xinya Bay. At this time, inside the carriage, a luggage bag, Jiang Long and Hua Hua in their arms sitting next to each other. Jiang Long's things are not much. The two of them did not take a taxi directly with the box of goods together to the Xinya Bay. Jiang Long seems to think of what, the corners of the mouth pull. Susan, you just went downstairs when how to call me baby? Susan blinked big and said, Really? You heard me wrong. I call you Jiang Long. Smell words. Jiang Long's brow frowned up, raised his hand and little eye's head kneed. Am not deaf yet, little liar. Oh, but you are already very old, and you are 3 full years older than me. Don't you know? 3 years is a generation gap, and there is a generation gap between us. Susan said deliberately, I am only 22. How dare you abandon my age? Return what generation gap? I see you owe to beat again. Jianglong was simply little sun gas vomiting blood. You have said you 22. Not such an old baby. With that, Susan also spit out her tongue at Jianglong. Jianglong bit the teeth after biting, and then his hands held the little girl's shoulder. Lower his head. The lips directly kissed on the little girl's neck. Susan was startled and quickly exclaimed, Jianglong, what are you doing? Jianglong's lips from the little girl's neck left a little gap way. Grow strawberries. Susan was frightened, then got out of the car if the moving company saw the strawberries on her neck. They wouldn't think she and Jianglong couldn't control doing shy things in the carriage. That's pretty shameless. Susan Shan quickly reached out for her hand to push Jianglong. Jianglong, get up quickly. There's a little liar who hates my age. Jianglong Dao. Baby, I never dislike you. You get up first. Susan hurried. Jianglong this just satisfied up. He knew little son's skin tender. He did not dare really hard to kiss her neck. Susan at that time too Jianglong called baby, not specifically to the sister next door. She wants to let the elder sister know that she and Jianglong's special love. Jianglong is her, who also cannot take away. Don't mind my old age? Well, Jianglong picked up his eyebrows. Susan quickly shook her head. Don't mind, the baby is not old at all. Well, 3 years old is a generation gap, but there is a generation gap between us. Oh, baby, we are close. How can there be a generation gap? Don't talk nonsense. Susan smiled. Jianglong could not help laughing, this little girl. He is really take her no way. Susan suddenly leaned close to Jianglong and dropped a kiss on his lips. Baby, I love you the most. Along the way, Jianglong was little and I's son coaxed the body and mind comfortable. Soon, their stuff moved into the apartment. Chapter 120 Bad Jianglong. You were not so before. After the moving company moved everything to the apartment, Jianglong and Susan began to pack up. This apartment, 3 times the size of Jianglong's previous rental area, is 2 rooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. There was a big bedroom and an empty room, and they were going to do a study where they could code words. Living room, kitchen, bathroom space are very large. To the son, he entered the big house in advance. Jianglong heart this call a happy. Move to the big house feeling is different. Jianglong work is particularly strong. Susan Long so did not do as much work as these 2 days. Then she was really dry, lying on the big bed in the bedroom, watching Jianglong clean up. Jianglong put their clothes one by one into the closet. Before Jianglong take a little girl's underwear. Underwear would also strange embarrassed. Now Jianglong tidy up this little girl's underwear. What could be said? A lot of calm. Susan saw Jianglong hand is holding her pink lace underwear, carefully looked at her little face flushed. Bad Jianglong, look so careful why? Must you have had some bad mind? When Jianglong finished packing up his clothes, he went to the little girl and asked, rest? Susan nodded, thinking of a big bathtub in the bathroom and a comfortable bath. Well, she hasn't taken a bath in the bathtub for a long time. After living in this apartment, she can take a bath more often. Tired of Susan, her voice was soft and waxy. Jianglong, you help me to release the water. I want to take a bath. Jianglong spoil of rubbed the little girl's small head nodded. Good. Soon, Jianglong put away the bath water and said to the little girl lying on the bed, Susan, go and take a bath. Jianglong, are you tired or not tired, ah? Asked Susan. I'm not tired. Jianglong, a big man, of course. Not the little girl so delicate. Susan blinked at Jianglong's mischievous eyes and smiled. If you're tired, we can take a bath together. Hearing this, Jianglong's brain directly went down to the machine. She wants to take a shower with him? Will the picture be too beautiful? When Susan Shan saw Jianglong's silly lung in place, she went down from the bed with a very sorry expression on her face and spoke to Jianglong. What a pity, you are not tired. I have to take a bath. With that, Susan smiled and took her shower and walked quickly to the bathroom. Jianglong, depressed, scratched the back of his head, a face of remorse. He just said that he was not tired? If you're tired, can he take a bath with the little girl? Yes. Jianglong hurried to chase the little girl. Susan Shan, I am tired now. I also want to take a bath. At the bathroom door, Susan spit out her tongue at Jianglong. Now say tired late. We. Then Susan went into the bathroom and the door closed. In the bathtub, Susan was just about to take off her clothes. She thought of something and hurried out of the bathroom. Jianglong saw the little girl suddenly came out again, his heart a happy. She won't change her mind. Won't want him to take the shower together. Since she has made such a request voluntarily, he will certainly meet it as a boyfriend. Jiang Long is still immersed in the dream. See the little girl swish rush to the kitchen. Didn't this little girl ask him to take a bath together? How did she run to the kitchen when Jiang Long wondered, holding a few boxes of milk before the little girl walked out of the kitchen? Jiang Long quickly asked, Susan Shan, what do you do with this milk? Take a bath. I want to take a milk bath. Susan explained with a smile. Jiang Long thought that the milk was for them to drink together. It turned out to be a little girl who used for a bath. Jiang Long suddenly thought the milk was a waste. But who likes to take a bath? She is happy. I'll take a bath first, With that, Susan rushed into the bathroom with the milk in her arms. It was about an hour before Susan walked out of the bathroom, satisfied. She went to the sofa, sat down beside Jiang Long, holding his arms tightly in her arms, Sajiawei. Good, Jiang Long. Help me to blow down my hair. I'm a little tired and don't want to blow by myself. Little girl came over. Jiang Long smelled a sweet milk fragrance. Originally, Jiang Long felt little baby body fragrant. Now little baby body more fragrant. After taking the bath, little face flushed, holding his arm. So fragrant and soft girlfriend in the side. Jiang Long really some confused. He cannot restrain the throat rolling up and down, swallowed a mouthful. Jiang Long is the best. Help me to blow my hair. Holding Jiang Long's arm, Susan continued to act in pettish. Jiang Long only felt the soft touch on the arm more and more obvious. Eyes unconsciously staring at the soft and tender lips. Jiang Long, directly close to the little girl, kissed up. At first, Susan was stunned. She just wanted Jiang Long to blow her hair. Why did Jiang Long suddenly kiss her? Slowly, the two people kissed more and more intense. Unconsciously, Susan somehow sat down on Jiang Long's thigh. Susan Shan put her arms around Jiang Long's neck. Jiang Long's hand was held around Susan Shan's waist. The two men kissed passionately. Their tongue race each other, want to chase and play. Breathing are tightly entangled with each other, as if to fit each other into each other's bodies. Until Susan exclaimed, "Ah!" She blushed a face, panting from Jiang Long body left, lying on the sofa. Jiang Long gasped for breath to stabilize his breath, to stabilize the mood. Jiang Long apologized to Susan and apologized. Susan, sorry, I didn't mean it. Susan, with her little head in the sofa, was almost ashamed. She had no underwear after the shower today. Who knows Jiang Long will. Not only, but he also. Susan whispered, Bad Jiang Long, you didn't like that before. Jiang Long awkwardly scratched the back of the head. He also wondered. With a deep emotional kiss, the hand was like being out of his control. Jiang Long could not argue for himself, but could only admit his mistake. I'm sorry, I was wrong. The opening of Susan Hill, buried in the sofa. I'm not letting you. Just don't, hard. The more Susan said, the more she felt her little face. Jiang Long likes. She is not to let him touch. It just had some pain. Jiang Long immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just what feeling? He didn't remember it. Jiang Long seriously promised. I know, next time I light. Susan's little face in the couch. Jiang Long said this is right, but she felt this were strange. Susan, get up. I will blow your hair. And, can you control that one? Susan whispered. Jiang Long immediately responded and said, that is a normal physiological reaction, and I can't control it. Chapter 1, 21 1-week trial couple. After a while, the heat dropped from Susan's face, and she sat up from the sofa. Can you blow your hair now? Jiang Long looked at the little girl and asked. My hair is drying up. You can't blow it. Susan said. Let's just blow it up, said Jiang Long picked up the hair dryer to little hair, his fingers through little hair, slowly to little hair blowing hair. Trance, there is a kind of year's quiet good feeling, Jiang Long mouth slightly hook. After the hair was blown, Jiang Long brought a comb to comb her hair. The comb, interspersed with the little girl's hair, slowly slid down. Jiang Long once to the little and sun comb hair. Susan Shan has a sweet smile on her face, happily enjoying the intimate service of Jiang Long. Jiang Long cannot help but think that in ancient times, married men will comb their hair, thrush, representing their husband and wife special love. Now, as he is combing her hair, Jiang Long believes that he and she will always live a happy and loving life together. Jiang Long looked at the plastic comb that he had bought for $3. In ancient times, the comb is wooden. The comb is on behalf of the love between men and women. It can be said to be of great significance. Now few people in the society care about this. The next day, riding a small electric donkey from the Xinya Bay apartment out of the Jiang Long, and driving the owner of various luxury cars appear out of place. Even the security guard at the door, riding a small electric donkey Jianglong, is also a face of surprise. Xinya Bei belongs to the luxury high-end department. The residents here are very rich. The security guard had never seen the owner riding a small donkey before. So the security guard really opened his eyes at the Jianglong riding a small donkey. Moved to a new home, Jianglong's journey to work saved 10 minutes than before. The so-called happy spirit, Jianglong in a good mood riding his little donkey driving on the road. Soon, Jianglong went to the company into the work. In the apartment, Susan gets up and has something to eat, and after playing with Hua Hua for a while, Hua Hua walks in her new home. Hua Hua is also particularly satisfied with the performance of this new home. The new home space is large. It has a broader space to play. Susan saw Hua Hua very like this new home. She is also very happy. Later, Susan sent a video call to Xia. The video call was quickly connected. When she saw the background in the video change, she quickly asked, Susan, where are you now? Susan Shan smiled and said, warm and warm, Jianglong, and I moved to a new home. Congratulations, this house looks much better than the previous one. Summer warm way. Yes, warm. I tell you one thing, my cousin found me. What? Your cousin has found you. It's so scary. Summer Nuan exclaimed. Susan smiled. Don't worry, my cousin has promised me not to let anyone know my whereabouts. Hearing Susan finish that, she breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death just now. I thought you would be sent back to the imperial capital by your cousin. So you will become a cowherd and a weaver with your little brother. No, Jianglong, and I will not become a cowherd and a weaver girl. Susan hurried. Well, you and your little brother will be together forever. Summer warm repeatedly nodded. Then he said, so, your cousin is your alliance just like mine? Should be, my cousin said something can find him. This house is also my cousin to help me get Jiang Longmeng in the drum. Susan said, good, one more teammate is always better than an enemy. With me and your cousin's assistance, I believe you and your little brother's victory is in the front. Xianu Anyuan smiled. Warm, it's so nice to have you. Who makes us the best sisters? I am not good to you, who am good to you. By the way, you and Xiao Mingjia's 3-day appointment has arrived. Hearing this, Xia said angrily, Susan, I tell you how much dog Xiao Mingjie is. He told me it was okay to take responsibility for me, because he took my first kiss, but he said that was his first kiss. It is each other's first kiss. In fact, no one loses, but he is a boy. I want to let him responsible. He can accept. However, Xiao Mingjie said again, the first kiss is not so important as the first night. Want him to be responsible for his method. Xiao Mingjie said that there is a 1-week probation period. The probation period ends. As long as one party wants to end the relationship, the other party must agree. If I don't agree with him, he says he can't help it. Susan, you say, Xiao Mingjie, this person how dog, really angry me. Originally, Xian Wan warm thought. Xiao Mingjie is responsible for her. She can maintain a love relationship with Xiao Mingjie first, so also can help good sister Susan to get rid of marriage relationship. The result did not think Xiao Mingjie so dog make this kind of a SEO operation. She had to accept Xiao Mingjie's proposal of a 1-week trial couple. After listening to the summer warm, Susan's embroidery eyebrows slightly wrinkled. This Xiao Mingjie heart can be really much. She and warm, 2 people add up are not his opponent. Susan cannot help but worry about the good sister's warm condition. Warm. Then how do you respond to Xiao Mingjie? I have no choice but to agree to Xiao Mingjie's 1-week trial couple. Summer warm pondering. Only this week of opportunity. She has to try to Xiao Mingjie. If she had missed the chance, she would not help Susan and her little brother. Warm. Xiao Mingjie, this person heart too much. You and I are not his opponent at all. You do everything for me. I remember in mind. You don't provoke that Xiao Mingjie. I really worried about you. Susan, you really don't have to worry. Xiao Mingjie heart is many, but I am not silly, you rest assured. Summer warm padded chest guarantee. Chapter 122 Sister is not a vegetarian. At noon, Jiang Long, David, Su Fei, 3 people gathered together as usual. Broken-hearted Su Fei, after the adjustment of these 2 days of vacation, the state of the whole person is much better. Su Fei slowly figured it out. In order to take himself as a spare tire woman has been sad, he is pure silly fork. Maybe, when he was sad, Xiaoya and her ex-boyfriend in bed. Su Fei is also glad at the same time. Fortunately, Xiaoya, that former boyfriend, appeared ahead of time. If he and Xiaoya get up, he was cuckolded, he doesn't know. David saw Su Fei in good condition and said, Old Su, you are out of the shadow of broken love? Su Fei nodded. Well, 3 legs of the toad is hard to find. 2 legs of women are not all. There will be a lot of girls waiting for brother. Then, David and Jiang Long looked at each other and gave Su Fei a thumbs up. That's right, the David way. Well, just want to. Jiang Longdao. This kind of thing, outsiders say more useless. Only the parties want to keep the cloud open to see the moon, but Su Fei himself. You two can rest assured I'm all right. Su Fei promised. Or, let's have a drink for the 3 nights and celebrate. The David is proposed. Su Fei immediately refused. Don't go, I made an appointment with the game. Play games together in the evening. Su Fei these days, because of Xiao Yas matter, has been decadent. The game has been looking for him to play games he did not take care of others. Now Su Fei's state adjusted over. This cannot play with the game. Old Su, you're that game is important, or I am important with Dragon Brother? The David way. You two are important, you two are the most important, but today I really cannot. I set up with the game. I can't change my mind. Su Fei said. Old Su, you're that game match son, won't be a girl? David asked. Su Fei nodded. It is really a sister. David smiled. You're single now anyway, and you can play with your game. She and I added WeChat, and let's play the game. Usually no contact, develop a fart. David, you don't think blind. Su Fei said. But often in a sound brush to the game of a video, you talk with the girl good. Maybe you two become. The David way. Don't worry about it soon. Eat your meal quickly. Su Fei said. David curled the mouth, the topic on Jiang Long. Long brother, these 2 days holiday with sister-in-law, where to go? Buy a house and move around. Jiang Longdao. Dragon elder brother. Have you bought a house yet? David and Su Fei asked Jiang Long at the same time. For a while, Jiang Long was a little embarrassed. I do not know how to answer. The money to buy the house is little son spent, although the house is in his name. In the end, the house is little son. My girlfriend bought a house. Jiang Long responded. So, you now live in your sister-in-law's house? The David way. Jiang Long nodded. But it was so. Sister-in-law? Is it a rich woman? Dragon elder brother, you eat this soft meal of line. David and Su Fei said a word. Jiang Long awkwardly scratched the back of the head. They like how to think how, when he took in the little girl, now he did live and the little girl spent money to buy the house. Dragon elder brother, you need not be embarrassed. Have soft rice to eat much good, I wish. The David way. Jiang Long mercilessly stared David one eye. You quickly stop squint. David hey smiled. And Su Fei said, Old Su, it seems that the sister-in-law is really a rich woman. Su Fei nodded in recognition. HMM. Jiang Long is speechless. These two people a day naive will think. Dragon brother, when give sister-in-law to me, and old Su no buy. And the David said again. Demaitina. Jiang Long way. This matter he had to pass the little son's consent to introduce the little son to David and old Su. Tut, Dragon brother, what are you hiding in? Is our sister-in-law too old? After all, is a rich woman? The David laughs badly. At the beginning, Beauty Lin always pursued Dragon elder brother. Dragon elder brother does not agree. Dragon elder brother again look bad, also can't look for then Beauty Lin total poor of awe. Su Fei said, you two can't eat, get out. Eat. Don't worry, I haven't finished it yet. University, in the canteen. Wearing a light green Lolita dress, summer warm, wearing a suit of Xiao Mingja sat opposite. 2 people in front of a person a plate. Xianwan with Susan video call. She quickly rushed to the Dida University to find Xiao Mingjie. Today is the first day of her and Xiao Mingjie in a week. She can't waste time. Brother Xiao, thank you for my meal. Xianwan at Xiao Mingjie cast a charming look. Little potato, you're welcome. Xiao Mingjie light way. If not small potatoes, let him give her rice. Thought he would take the initiative to give her rice, just strange. See Xiao Mingjie this pair of cold attitude. Summer warm heart gas does not play a place, but the surface cannot show a scent. Summer warm face always hung a smile. Brother Xiao, although we are a week of trial couples, but we must have to be equal. Lovers will have an intimate name. You don't call me a little potato. You can call me that little cute, little darling dear baby, I think so. Smell the words. Xiao Mingjie head lifted from the plate. Look at the opposite summer warm, cold road. Eating okay? Xiao Nianyuan directly rolled his eyes in the past, and then the finger in the mouth made a zipper action, then bowed his head and began to dry rice. Summer warm while eating, while in the heart scold Xiao Mingjie, this poisonous tongue man, this dog man, isn't she just something to eat? What is his attitude? Don't think she says nothing now, just afraid of him. Get the dog man. She had to destroy him every day. Ha ha ha. After eating, they walked out of the canteen. Xiao Mingja looked down at the front of the summer warm, expressionless way. Small potato, the meal is finished, you can go. Hearing this, Summer Warm Fire came out, just to get angry, thought of her arduous task. Summer Warm heart of the anger was her hard pressure down. Calm, calm. Not angry, absolutely not angry. Angry bad body is absolutely Xiao Mingjia, that dog man wishful. She wouldn't let him go. Xianu Anyuan spit out a deep breath, with a smile on his face, looking up in front of Xiao Mingjia Wei. Brother Xiao, I will not go, I decided. Today, this day, I will be with you. Summer Nguyen paused and continued. Oh no, I'll be with you all this week. Summer warm, this word's an export. Xiao Mingjia face is green, cold voice. Little potato, what are you crazy? Smell the words. Xianwan warm blunt Xiao Mingjia threw away in ambiguous eyes. Jiao Xingjiao said, Brother Xiao, people are not crazy. We are only lovers now, of course, to stick together all the time. Said, Summer warm together to Xiao Mingjia's side. I took Xiao Mingjia's hand. Little potato, not ashamed. Hold my hand, why? Xiao Mingjia said while to shake off the Summer warm hand. Summer warm used the strength of milk. Holding Xiao Mingjia's hand does not loosen. Cannot help but ridicule in the heart. This Xiao Mingjia's hand, how so big. Holding really laborious, Brother Xiao, I now how do I say, is also your girlfriend. I hold my boyfriend's hand, how? You don't let me hand in hand. This is immoral. You see, which boyfriend don't let his girlfriend hand in hand? Do you think the boyfriend who doesn't let his girlfriend hold hands is a normal boyfriend? No. Do you think it's a normal man? Summer warm mouth of saying nonstop. Correspond to. Thought I was easy to bully. Sister is not a vegetarian. Dogman Xiao Mingja wait this week. She will definitely be good to him. Ha ha ha. Chapter 123. I love you. In the afternoon, on the office, Jiang Long fingers tapping on the keyboard. Serious work. Busy after this. Jiang Long breathed a sigh of relief. Just want to pick up the phone to look at two eyes, through the reflection of the computer screen, to notice a person standing behind. Jiang Long was startled and hurriedly looked back. See, Lin Yuxuan did not know when he appeared behind him. Jiang Long looked shocked to Lin Yuxuan. Soon his face eased down, hurriedly shouted to Lin Yuxuan, Xian brother. Lin Yuxuan reached out and patted Jiang Long on the shoulder and smiled. Jiang Long, do a good job. Jiang Long stuffy. Lin Yuxuan Jia suddenly came over but also said this kind of words to him. Before Lin Yuxuan went his boss, Lin Yuxuan did not say such words to him. Jiang Long Jia feel now Lin Yuxuan let him so strange. Jiang Long nodded. HMM. A sound. Okay, you work? I'm fine. Stop by. Lin Yuxuan said that and then turned around and left. When Lin Yuxuan left, Jiang Long had a feeling of restlessness. He is not little and Lin Yuxuan met recently. Just Lin Yuxuan, just words. Jiang Long more Jia feels something wrong. Lin Yuxuan stopped by to have a look at Bai. Why not say to others? Why only say this to him? What is the situation? Jiang Long is really a little confused. Underscore. Lin Yuxuan just walked to the door of the company. Just from the company door, Lin Tinga touched the front. Lin Tinga saw Lin Yuxuan, abandoned the curled mouth. Not good gas of the way. Lin Yuxuan, what do you do to my company? I will come when I want to come. Lin Yuxuan casually way. Less likely to come to my company later. Lin Tinga cold a face, say that finish, then over Lin Yuxuan toward the inside. Sorry, they'll come here every day. Lin Yuxuan shouted at Lin Tianja's back. You Lin Tinga suddenly turned around, angry, and look at this Lin Yuxuan, continued away. Lin Yuxuan, you have trouble. Obviously, as you did not want this company. You now come to mix what? Lin Tinga, you also know that this company was originally, I don't want to give you, if I want to come back again, what can you do? Lin Yuxuan picked the eyebrow, deliberately provocative way. Lin Tinga was angry to walk back to Lin Yuxuan in front of her. She raised her slap, directly toward Lin Yuxuan's face hit down. Lin reacted quickly, so he raised his hand and grabbed Lin's wrist, preventing the slap in his face. Lin Tinga, do you still want to hit me? Lin Yuxuan said coldly. It's you. Lin Tiang is not willing to be outdone. Oh, you can do it. Lin Yuxuan cold ha way. Hurry. I don't want to see you. Lin Tinga at this time some mood is not very stable. Lin Yuxuan also do not want to continue to stalemate with Lin Tinga. His mouth pulled sneer. Sister, I will go first today, and I will come over again tomorrow. Said Lin Yuxuan head also did not return to leave. Lin Tianjun was so angry to gnash his teeth. After work, Jiang Long went to the flower shop to get a bunch of sunflowers booked and rode his little donkey home happily. After a while, holding this bunch of sunflowers of the river Long appeared in the elevator. Soon, the 10th floor arrived. Jiang Long typed in his fingerprint, and the door opened. Jiang Long used to rent a house without an elevator, only a stepladder. The door is the key to open the door. Now the new house, do not need to walk, also do not need to use the key to open the door, very convenient. Sitting on the sofa, Susan heard the sound of the door and trotted toward the door. Susan had a sweet smile on her face when she saw a bunch of sunflowers in Jiang Long's hand. Jiang Long also smiled at the little girl. He held the sunflower in front of Susan. For you, Susan. Susan smiled and took the sunflower and held it in her arms. I love it. I love you. Just like it. Jiang Long smiled. Jiang Long felt that the little girl was like a little sun and appeared in his life, leaving his dim life shining bright and warm. So, he specially chose this bunch of sunflowers for the little girl. Susan blinked mischievously and said, Jiang Long, are you wrong? Say, STH. Wrong? Jiang Long wondered, what wrong? The last thing I can say is to love you. Jiang Long raised his hand to rub the little hairy head. I love you, Soline. Susan curled Jiang Long's mouth. Good perfunctory appearance is not sincere. Words fall. Jiang Long hands on the shoulders of little Ni, eyes seriously looking at the girl in front of the girl. At the moment, Jiang Long can see his reflection in the eyes of little Ni. He said to her solemnly, Susan, I love you. Hearing Jiang Long's formal confession, Susan was now a little embarrassed, and a smiling face was red. She whispered, Jiang Long, I love you too. Jiang Long originally wanted to hold the little girl in the arms, but the little girl in the arms holding the sunflower. Finally, Jiang Long and the little girl's forehead fell a deep kiss. Today is the last day of 23 years. I'm lucky enough to spend it with you. I wish my readers all the best and good luck. 23 years of regret, 24 years can achieve. Chapter 1, 24 Lang Lang Universe. The world is falling. After dinner, Jiang Long brushed the dishes. As soon as she came out of the kitchen, Susan came to Jiang Long with a smile. Jiang Long, you close your eyes. Susan smiled. What's the matter? Jiang Long was confused. Oh, let you close your eyes, you'll know. Well, Jiang Long nodded his head and closed his eyes obediently. Then, Susan took Jiang Long's hand and walked toward the living room. After Susan took Jiang Long to the sofa, she said to Jiang Long, you can open your eyes. Hearing the sound, Jiang Long opened his eyes open. Jiang Long's eyes are bright. At the same time, Jiang Long saw a delicate gift box placed on the tea table. Jiang Long froze for a moment, and then looked at Susan Shan. This is my gift to you. Open it and see. Sitting beside Jiang Long, Susan blinked mischievously toward Jiang Long. Thank you, Susan. Unexpectedly, tonight he sent flowers to the little girl. The little girl also prepared a gift for him. The two of them are really clever enough. Jiang Long looked at the delicate gift box in front of him, feeling very happy. When Jiang Long opened the gift box, he saw an extremely delicate razor. Jiang Long took the razor in his hand, carefully watched, also did not see what brand, but in a very good hand, much better than his previous shaver. Susan, how did you remember giving me a razor? Jiang Long asked. I think your razor is very old, and I want to buy you a new one. Susan responded. Jiang Long reached out his hand on little Anna's head and smiled. It's really my honor to have such a sweet girlfriend. That's it. The old razor was still available, but since she bought him a new razor, Jiang Long decided to use the new one. Jiang Long, you can try it, said Susan again. Jiang Long reached out for his chin. The beard hasn't grown out yet. Then Susan Shan also stretched out her little hand in Jiang Long's chin to touch. Very smooth. Will the beard grow up tomorrow morning? Asked Susan. Jiang Long nodded. Well, a little stubble will grow. Then you will use it again tomorrow morning. Susan confessed. Good. Suddenly, as Susan thought, she said, I will shave you tomorrow morning. Good. Jiang Long smiled. After they moved here, they didn't look around carefully. Now they were free. They dressed out the door. Two people out of the community, passing by some stores, they see a park not far away. Jiang Long, let's go around the park. Good. Flink two people soon appeared in the park. Jiang Long, the name of this park is Shuangyong Park. It feels so romantic. Susan smiled. True. Jiang Long responded. Double support is like two people in love hugging each other tightly, said Susan Sean as they walked. Suddenly, Jiang Long stopped, and he let go of her hand. Susan pouted small mouth, dissatisfaction way. Smelly river dragon. How do you loosen my hand? Jiang Long footsteps moved, become a face-to-face with the little girl. Jiang Long eyes focused on looking at the little girl in front of the sun, then the little girl tightly into the arms, whispered, like this, right? Susan Xiao blushed, smiled, and stretched out her arms to embrace Jiang Long. Susan's little head is pressed to Jiang Long's chest. Her ears are Jiang Long's strong heartbeat. At this moment, Susan felt so happy. Unexpectedly, you still quite understand romance, hee. Romance, in fact, Jiang Long does not think that he is a romantic man. Just in hearing the word double support, Jiang Long's mind subconsciously is to hold the little girl in his arms and want to kiss her, especially really want to kiss her. At this time, Jiang Long and Susan in the middle of the road from time to time passers-by. In this case, the kiss will be watched by passers-by. If a child walks out with his parent, it's not good. Jiang Long reached out his hand and rubbed the little girl's head and whispered, Susan, get up first. They'll take you to a place. Hearing this, Susan raised her little head and looked at Jiang Long with a puzzled face. Where are we going? Aren't Jiang Long in her first time to this park? Jiang Long seems to know the park very well. You will know it in a moment. Jiang Long smiled. Soon, Jiang Long took the little girl's hand and came to a dark and secret place. Jiang Long, there are no street lights here. So black. Susan san no noroad. I'm here. What are you afraid of? No fear. Just why are we come here? There's no fun. Jiang Long took off the mask, looked at the soft lips, unconsciously licked the corners of the mouth. I want to kiss you. I just want to kiss you. Hearing Jiang Long's straightforward words, looking at Jiang Long's hot eyes, Susan Sean shyly clenched her lower lips. Unexpectedly, he was such a Jiang Long. Why didn't she find out before? But such Jiang Long, she likes it more, hee. Jiang Long stretched out his index finger to touch the little girl's lips, and the soft voice reminded him. Don't be tit. It should hurt when you kiss it. Susan Sean's small face burst red. Hard to stare at Jiang Long one eye. Then open his small mouth to put Jiang Long's fingers. It's in your mouth. Then he took a light bite. The slight pain on the fingers, like a sense of tingling, passed from the fingers to Jiang Long's whole body. Jiang Long pulled his finger out and leaned over close. Direct kiss to go up. This kiss, after the end, Susan was almost limp in Jiang Long's arms. The two were together for a long time, until they heard the rustling of the grass. Jiang Long's arms was a little nervous and whispered, Jiang Long, there will be no beast here. Jiang Long hugged the little girl's waist. One hand stroked the little girl's head. Comfort. Silly girl. We are downtown. There will be no beasts. Oh, what sound is that? Wait, let's listen again. Their ears can still hear clearly the rustling sound, and the movement is greater. Until two people heard a woman's uncontrollable groan. Ah, this sound comes out. Jiang Long and Susan Sean, two people instantly clear. After all, they had experienced it when they were in the cinema, and now they know it better. I didn't expect to visit a park. Met someone in the field. This is really Lang universe, the world Standing together, Jiang Long and Susan were both embarrassed. Go, afraid to disturb the two in the woods. Don't go, they've been hearing their... Jiang Long just wanted to ask little Nis' opinion. The enchanting female voice and the man's dull hum suddenly came over again. At the moment, Jiang Long and Susan Sean's nerves are broken tight. Whether they go or not, it's done. Follow. The soul is gone. They heard a rustling sound again, and the complaints of the women. It's done so soon. I knew I'm not with you. Just now nervous. Not so fast before, said the man. I didn't grow anywhere before. 3 points, 2 points, more points and a half. You still have a face. Honey, I can just buy the medicine to make you comfortable. If the time comes is still 3 points, 2 points, I can't play with you. Chapter 125, more than 20,000 yuan for a razor. After the man and a woman left. Fast hold back out of the internal injury of Jiang Long, and Susan Sean can no longer bear. Ha laughed. Ha. Both men were almost laughing and cramping. It was a long time before they recovered. Then the two walked chatting and chatting. Susan smiled and said, Jiang Long, do all your men have to take medicine, or they will be fast? Smell words. Jiang Long whole face is green. He stretched out his hand and the little girl's forehead bounced next. Serious way. Nonsense, what? I am not. You haven't had that one. How do you know you're not? Asked Susan, with blinking big eyes. Without that, I dare 100% guarantee I'm good. Jiang Long a face of a confident way. Susan chuckled, as if a man can't say no. Why do you smile? Don't you believe it? Susan smiled and shook her head. No, I believe it. Jiang Long looked at the little girl. He feel little girl just don't believe his words. No, he must prove himself, lest the little girl should think and question his ability. Susan, I can always prove that I am good. Jiang Longdao. Oh, I know my boyfriend is the best. Susan Sean said solemnly. Hearing little Neezy this, Jiang Long heart this just comfortable also grin. The two men walked along and soon came to a swing. Susan quickly sat on the swing, her small feet shaking back and back. She said to Jiang Long, you push me. Little quiet. Jiang Long will push her. Jiang Long came to Susan Sean behind her, gently pushing the little girl's back. A girl in a white dress sat on the swing, shaking gently swaying, her hair flying in the wind, her laughter clear and sweet, like the silver bell in the wind. Jiang Long was infected by the little girl's smile, and his face is also filled with a happy smile. Jiang Long pushed hard. He quickly came to the front, opened the mobile phone video function, the beautiful moment to record down. After a while, Susan stopped and said to Jiang Long, you have to play. Jiang Long shook his head. I don't play, you can play. I want you to play with. The kids are just playing. Jiang Longdao. Smell words. Susan dissatisfied stare at Jiang Long one eye, stretched out a little hand in Jiang Long's cheek pinch. You mean I am a child? You think you are not? Jiang Long wanted to say so. His eyes light slightly moved and said, I mean there is a childlike innocence. A beautiful girl like my girlfriend must have a childlike innocence. It's about the same. Susan raised her hand and rubbed Jiang Long's face at the place where she had just pinched it. Jiang Long looked at little NIS movements. Little girl, this is hit a slap and then give a sweet date. Suddenly, Susan thought of something. She took Jiang Long to the swing side. Open her mouth. Jiang Long, you are the best. Let's swing together. Jiang Long looked at the swing, frowned down. They can't sit down? You sit on the swing, and I sit on your lap. Hee. Susan said, well, that's what she means. Then, Jiang Long sat on the swing. Susan sat on Jiang Long's leg. The two men shook themselves gently on the swing. Susan picked up her phone and turned it into a front-facing camera to freeze their beautiful moment. After they went back, Jiang Long went to the study code word. Susan Sean went to the bathroom to take a bath. Jiang Long just coded 1,000 words. The mobile phone on the table on the ding-dong, came several messages. Jiang Long point to open the mobile phone, then see the news from the 3 base customer group. Society, Yu Young, Elder Brother Dragon Elder Brother. This razor more than 20,000. You really have money. Followed by a thumbs-up meme. Society, Yu Young, Brother Dragon Brother. You should not win the lottery? Xiao Pan Xia Long, Elder Brother. More than 20,000 yuan, bought a razor. Cow Force. Jiang Long, directly Ming Force. What thing? The little girl sent him a razor of more than 20,000? Didn't you get it wrong? Jiang Long just took a picture of a razor and sent it to the 3 musketeers, trying to show off with David and Lao Su. Whoever want to hear these 2 people say, this razor more than 20,000, have no mistake. Dragon really false? You two can't be talking nonsense, are you? Society, you brave brother, really do not believe you search online. Society, you young brother Dragon Brother. This razor is not you buy? Dragon my girlfriend. Peter Pan Xia sister-in-law, really rich. Society, you young brother sister-in-law. This is a real rich woman, ah. Society, you brave elder brother Dragon Elder Brother. You with rich woman sister-in-law can be good. Protect you this half of life food and clothing. Perhaps brothers can touch some light. Jiang Long searched the internet under this razor, and as expected, he saw the online price is more than 20,000. He now uses the razor to buy only a few dozen dollars. Did not expect the little girl to buy him more than 20,000 razor. What family buy more than 20,000 razors? That is almost worth his 4 months' salary. Little girl gave him a gift. Jiang Long is happy from the bottom of my heart, but this gift is too expensive. How dare she spend money? Jiang Long sent a message to the group. I still have a matter. Do not loud. He sat down in a chair to calm down his ups and downs. When Susan came out of the bath, she saw Jiang Long sitting on the sofa in the sitting room, staring attentively at the razor on the tea table. It seems that Jiang Long really likes this razor, ah. She said she first chose to give Jiang Long razor is the right decision. Since Jiang Long likes her gifts so much, it seems that she will often give Jiang Long gifts in the future. Chapter 126 For a change of taste? Susan came to Jiang Long and sat down. She hugged Jiang Long's arm and smiled. Jiang Long, you have finished writing. Not yet. Jiang Long replied. You've in today? Asked Susan. Jiang Long shook his head. No. Susan felt very strange. Jiang Long, usually code word, basically are in one breath to complete. Jiang Long, what's wrong with you? Asked Susan. Susan, did the razor you bought me cost me more than 20,000 yuan? Jiang Long asked. Susan nodded honestly. It was the most expensive and best razor in the mall she went to, and she bought it. Jiang Long usually uses very ordinary things. Susan knows it. But when she wanted to give Jiang Long a gift, she wanted to give the best to Jiang Long, because Jiang Long deserves to have the best. Hearing Jiang Long ask like this, Susan instantly understood what Jiang Long thought. And then Susan said, Jiang Long, maybe in your eyes you think more than 20,000 razors are more expensive. I just want to give you the best. Because in my heart, you are the best, Jiang Long. You deserve the best. In Jiang Long here, more than 20,000 yuan razor is really too expensive for him. After listening to the little girl's words, Jiang Long's heavy heart eased a lot. He took the little girl into his arms, said seriously, For me, having you is the best thing. Susan Shan smiled happily, wrapped her hands around Jiang Long's waist, and rubbed her little head against Jiang Long's chest. She found that today's Jiang Long can talk very like. Jiang Long originally had a burden because of such an expensive gift, but he thought it was Susan's heart. He could not feel uncomfortable because he thought the razor was expensive. Then he's too disappointing. Jiang Long raised his hand in the top of little Ni's hair and said, I really love the razor that Susan gave me. As for the price problem, Jiang Long feel later in the right time to euphemistically remind the little girl. The next day, early in the morning, the warm sun shone on the two people in the big bed. When the alarm clock rang, Jiang Long was the first to wake up, and he then woke her up. After brushing his teeth, Jiang Long washed his face and squatted down in front of Susan Shan. Susan held a razor in her hand and happily shaved Jiang Long. After scraping this, Susan reached out and touched it, satisfied. It was the first time Susan had shaved a man, and the man she loved. How much Susan was happy Then, Susan happily scraped the other side again. Jiang Long saw that the little girl to shave him so happy, he suggested, Susan, or you'll shave all my beard. How? Susan smiled and nodded. Well, but if I'm too sleepy in the morning, just scrape it yourself. Jiang Long indulged in the little girl's nose gently scraped down, said, Little lazy pig. The two had breakfast together, and when Jiang Long went out, Susan gave Jiang Long a loving hug plus a loving kiss, which just let Jiang Long leave. Company. In the morning, Jiang Long was working. Lin Yuxuan suddenly appeared behind Jiang Long. In the afternoon, Jiang Long is in the office, and Lin Yuxuan appeared again. On the third day, the company in the morning, Jiang Long was in the office. Lin Yuxuan came over again. At the noon of that day, Jiang Long, David, Su Fei, three people get together. David Wei, Dragon Brother, Shin Brother these days, how always come to the company to see you? Jiang Long is also very puzzled. Lin Yuxuan these days to the company, only contact with him, did not see Lin Yuxuan with other colleagues contact. As David said, Lin seemed to come to see him. Jiang Long is confused. Really do not understand Lin Yuxuan is what meaning? I don't know. Jiang Long responded. Su Fei Wei. She an elder brother before to us when the boss. Also did not like these 2 days to the company so frequently. David agreed with a nod. Right, she an elder brother is not busy to accompany a woman. Always come to the company to see the dragon elder brother. What is this situation? Suddenly, David picked the eyebrow. The face showed, hey, bad smile. The heart has a bold guess. Do Xian brother see the dragon brother? David this words. Jiang Long just ate the mouth rice, almost spray out. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Long hurriedly drank saliva to the stomach smoothly. Dragon elder brother, you slow down. This makes you excited of? Su Fei smiled. Yes, don't get excited. Don't get excited. David, hey, bad smile. You two can't expect me to order me. Jiang Long said coldly. Hey, what if what I say is true? The David way. Suddenly, Jiang Long's whole person moment is not good at all. Lin Yuxuan's behavior these days is too abnormal. Fuck. Should not be really as David said. Lin Yuxuan like him? Grass. Why didn't I find that Lin Yuxuan has this hobby before? Say, Lin Yuxuan is suddenly turned sex? What's going on? Jiang Long thought that he was so unlucky. First Lin Tinga, and now came a Lin Yuxuan. The two siblings were him alone. They can't change someone else? Miserable. True TM sad. He's just a shift. Why anything can let him meet? Su Fei timely added, Dragon Brother, David said it is really possible. I have heard that the rich second-generation secretly play can be spent. Xian brother used to play with women. Estimate he played with women boring by. This will plan to change the taste. Jiang Long, simply speechless dead. Lin Yuxuan love change, taste change by. Must find him to do what? The two siblings are more abnormal than the other. Beauty Lin always interesting to the Dragon Brother. Now Xian brother to the Dragon Brother is also interesting. It seems that we should be able to see the two sister and brother for the Dragon Brother drama. The David chuckled. Don't say, this brother and sister, a dragon elder brother, is really have a special liking. Su Fei said that, could not help laughing. Bad face of Jiang Long. In the hands of the chopsticks of a snap, the rest of the rice, Jiang Long which can eat down. Jiang Long took a heavy breath and said to the David and Su Fei, otherwise, would I just resign? By quitting, he can get rid of them at the same time. We'll get a new job again. Dragon elder brother, you hide over the first day. You still hide over 15. You quit. This sister and brother too want to find you, still find you. The David way. Jiang Long agitated scratched the back of the head. That how hole? Dragon brother, you don't worry, this is our guess. Maybe not as we think, calm. Su Fei said. Calm down, can I calm down? It didn't happen to you too. Jiang Long said with an expressionless face. Dragon elder brother, don't worry. Look at the afternoon Xian elder brother also come not to see you if also come to see you. This matter is almost 10. Su Fei said. David nodded. In the afternoon, Jiang Long was working nervously. After hearing the noise behind him, Jiang Long was a whole man numb. This Lin Yuxuan is really TM came to see him again. Jiang Long's forehead suddenly broke out a layer of cold sweat. Originally, when they spoke before, Jiang Long felt quite normal. This afternoon, also do not know is in the heart of the cognition, or how. Jiang Long always feel that Lin Yuxuan looked at his eyes are wrong. Chapter 127 SHSHY. After work, Jiang Long anxiously returned home, anxiously. Enter, however, Susan gave Jiang Long a love hug. Tonight's Jiang Long is obviously not in the state. Susan noticed that Jiang Long's face is not very good, worried about the inquiry. Jiang Long, what's wrong with you? It's okay, just a little tired. Jiang Long, afraid of little son worry, did not tell little son Lin Yuxuan. Eat first. After dinner, you have a good rest. Susan said, well. After dinner, Susan took Jiang Long to the bedroom and sat down. Jiang Long, you can take off your clothes. Susan said, what do you do for stripping off your clothes? Of course, change into pajamas and pajama pants to let you rest. I just finished dinner. You let me lie down. I see you are really very tired appearance. You have a good rest. Susan looked at Jiang Long with her big eyes. Jiang Long is not because of tired. Is Lin Yuxuan's matter to him too upset? He does not want to let little son worry. Good. That's good. Go get your clothes. When Susan took her pajama pants from her closet and turned her head, see the shirtless Jiang Long. His pants are halfway off. Susan, blushing, turned her face around and exclaimed, Jiang Long, how can you take off your pants? Didn't you ask me to take off my clothes and change my pajamas and pajama pants? Pants off to the half of Jiang Long. Do not know is to continue to take off or wear again. Jiang Long shirtless. Susan has seen. Just Jiang Long took off his pants. The first time Susan has seen her underwear. Of course, she would be embarrassed. Then you can't take off your pants in front of me? Susan whispered. Seeing that the little girl was shy, Jiang Long smiled and shook his head. We sleep in bed every day. You don't mind I take off pants, you shy what? Little blushing Susan thought carefully, as if Jiang Long said reasonable ah. However, when they sleep, Jiang Long is wearing pajamas and pajama pants, and not as few as they do now. Susan, should I keep my pants off or put them on? Little girl wants him to do what? He will do what by? Jiang Long asked. Susan unconsciously clenched her little hands in her pajama pants. Suddenly, Susan turned her little head back, straight to the river dragon's sight, whispered, you continue to take off. Jiang Long light. Oh, a sound, continue to take off the pants. Soon Jiang Long had only a pair of gray underwear left. Seeing that the little girl didn't mean to bring him the clothes, and kept staring at him somewhere, Jiang Long gave him an awkward light cough and reminded him, "Look about it. Don't bring the clothes over yet." After hearing Jiang Long's voice, Susan Shan blushed so little that she was bleeding. For the first time, I saw it somewhere so clearly, although across the cloth. She felt that it was unusual. She just looked twice more curiously. Susan was so embarrassed that she took her hand and handed the clothes to her, no longer daring to look around. "Can you look good?" Jiang Long asked, with his pants on. "Good," Susan subconsciously blurted out, but the look word. She stopped the car in time. Jiang Long couldn't help laughing. Susan is ashamed and angry. Small face with the neck are red through, bad river dragon, deliberately flirt with her. Susan clenched her lower lip and punched Jiang Long's chest. "Get angry, just beat me." Jiang Long eyes sad, looking at the little girl. "Well, I'll just beat you up." Susan Shane sang softly. Whose girlfriend always beat the boyfriend. There is no natural reason. Jiang Long couldn't help complaining. "You are just like me, this girlfriend is bad, bad river long." Susan did not beat Jiang Long. Her little hand, transferred in Jiang Long's waist, pinched in the above. "How dare I?" Jiang Long hurriedly way. "Just beat him, and now pinch him. He cannot dare to continue to provoke this little ancestor. I think you just dare." Suddenly, Susan Shan seems to think of what. She pinched the small hand between the waist of the river dragon, changed to scratch in the above. Jiang Long is most itchy. This is the most fun he. Jiang Long, who was itchy, was uncomfortable and begged for mercy. "Susan, stop." Susan, giggling, little hand came to Jiang Long's armpit, tickling. "Fun, I don't stop." Susan smiled. Jiang Long body itching severe. See little son did not want to stop. Jiang Long had to reach out. Susan was no match for Jiang Long at all. Suddenly, Susan Shan's two wrists were clenched by Jiang Long. Her whole person is more by Jiang Long pressure on the big bed. This moment, one on, one in the next. For a while, two people just frolic scene, become gradually ambiguous up. Susan stared big eyes, looking straight at Jiang Long in front of her. Jiang Long also looked at the little girl. Line of sight collision, as if like sparks burst apart. Jiang Long bent down, directly kissed up. After a long time, a kiss ended. They lay panting in the big bed. Suddenly, Susan suddenly covered her mouth and smiled. Jiang Long turned his face to little son and asked, "Giggle what? You said you were tired." "I'm not tired at all." Susan smiled. "Just kiss her so hard, just do not like very tired appearance." This smelly river dragon did not expect to also learn to cheat. Jiang Long awkwardly scratched the head, thought next, or decided to speak to the little girl. Otherwise, the little girl will also notice it sooner or later. Jiang Long said, "I am not tired. Is in the unit encountered something." "What's up?" Susan asked anxiously. Subsequently, Jiang Long told everything to Susan. Chapter 128, This Towering Wealth, accidentally on his turn. After listening to Jiang Long's story, she lay on the bed laughing with tears in her eyes, and her little feet shook vigorously. "Oh!" Jiang Long thought her cousin had ideas of him. Simply can't be too funny. This is definitely the best laughing joke Susan has ever heard this year. See little girl lying on the bed, a strong giggle. Jiang Long was somewhat embarrassed. "Susan, don't laugh at me." Susan looked at the expression on Jiang Long's face, very ugly. She said to Jiang Long, Jiang Long, you don't think nonsense, Xian brother to you will not have that kind of idea." "How do you know?" Jiang Long clearly didn't believe the little girl. "The last time I went to a Western restaurant, I met him. With my intuition as a woman, he was definitely not what you thought," said Susan Hill, smiling. "Laugh one's ass off. Laughing is not alive." If her cousin Lin Yuxuan knew that Jiang Long and Jiang Long colleagues thought of him like this, how would it feel? Jiang Long is not to believe little girl's words. Only think little girl is to comfort him. "Jiang Long, you must believe what I said. Your colleagues all guessed wrong. What I said is absolutely true." Susan said it again. Jiang Long is skeptical, but his heart is much better than before. The next day, Lin Yuxuan entered the company was blocked by Lin Tiange to the president's office. "Lin Yuxuan, what do you mean when you always come to my company to see Jiang Long recently?" asked Lin Tianshi. "What do I mean by saying nothing to you?" Lin Yuxuan was in charge. "I tell you, they have a girlfriend. You don't mess around," Lin Tiange warned. I listened to Lin Tiange this words. Lin Yuxuan directly gasped smile. "I'm in a mess? Why don't you think I have any idea of Jiang Long? Isn't it?" Lin Tiange asked. "Tut, your imagination is too big." Take a break. You don't mean that. Why are you getting close to Jianglong? Lin Tiange was aggressive. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Yuxuan crossed his legs, looking at Lin Tiange's eyes slightly narrowed. He asked, Lin Tiange, I close to Jianglong, close you what? I think you care about him. Lin Tiange also did not refute, glared at Lin Yuxuan. I don't care about him. Also none of your business. Lin Yuxuan curled his mouth. You roar, it seems that I really guess. You also know that Jianglong has a girlfriend, so you can stay away from him. The little girl's boyfriend was remembered by Lin Tiange. That cannot do. Lin Yuxuan, it is not your turn to teach me how to do things. Lin Tiange said coldly. Lin Yuxuan disdained a cold hum, and then said, now talk to you about a safe business. Lin Yuxuan just left from the company, then received a phone call from Susan Shan. Hearing Susan talk on the phone, Lin Yuxuan's whole face was green. How can these people all have such a big imagination? After work, Zhang Long rode a small electric donkey home. All the way happy, Lin Yuxuan did not come over today. It seems that the little girl said it is right. It must be that he and David Su Fei thought more. After Zhang Long returned home, Susan Shan actively asked, Zhang Long, did Brother Xin go today? Zhang Long shook his head. No, I would say it's definitely not what you think. Susan smiled. Zhang Long raised his hand and rubbed her hairy head and said lightly, well, Susan is right. Susan reached out her hand around Zhang Long's waist and rubbed her in his arms, because I'm smart. Well, Zhang Long nodded. Suddenly, like Zhang Long, he said, Susan, my mother called me today. She wants to see her future daughter-in-law this weekend holiday. I take you back to your home. How? Susan raised her little head and looked at Zhang Long. Annie, do you want to see me? Of course, my mother knew I have a girlfriend. If she can't leave, she will come to Qingqing to see you. Zhang Longdao. Since Mom knew he had a girlfriend, she had been skeptical. Later, Zhang Long sent the single photo of the child, and he and the child photo to his mother in the past. His mother was happy from ear to ear, but she did not expect the future daughter-in-law to grow so beautiful. His mother just completely believed the fact that Zhang Long has a girlfriend. This is not. His mother must be anxious to see the future daughter-in-law. Zhang Long, you thought? You really want to take me home? Susan Shan's beautiful eyes stared closely at Zhang Long. Zhang Long do not know the meaning of the little girl. He gently stroked the little girl's small head. The eyes are full of spoil. Zhang Long said to her seriously, silly girl, you are the person I believe in my life. I want to take you back to take you back. Zhang Long paused and then said again, or do you don't want to go back with me? Hearing this, Susan quickly shook it and immediately retorted, no, I want to go back with you. Zhang Long pulled his mouth and smiled. Well, the next day, the company in the conference room, Lin Tiange and Lin Yuxuan appeared together. Until the end of the meeting, Zhang Long was in a muddled state. He has gone what dog shit luck. Not only promoted pay raise, the company also gave him a commercial car. Did not expect this towering wealth, accidentally on his turn. All morning, Zhang Long was in a state of excitement, muddled. At noon, Zhang Long, David, Su Fei, 3 people get together. Dragon elder brother, congratulations, congratulations. Dragon brother, congratulations. David and Su Fei have congratulated Zhang Long. Brothers, I'm still confused right now. Zhang Longdao, Dragon brother, you cannot Ming. Later I and old Su in the company can rely on you. And David smiled. Yes, yes. Su Fei agreed. David, the original Xian elder brother these days to the company, is to observe the dragon elder brother. We all think crooked before. Su Fei, well, did not expect Xian elder brother became our boss again. David, we work as long as usual to give us wages, who and our boss are the same. Su Fei, yes. Zhang Long also nodded. Now it's time for Lin and Lin to run their company together. As David said, it doesn't matter who is the boss for their workers, but they just have to pay them as usual. David sighed. Longa not only promoted and salary increase, the company also rewarded a commercial vehicle. Alas, really let people envy ah. Su Fei, yes, we only envy it. You two work well at the company, and you may be your turn. Zhang Long comforted him. Alas, Dragon brother, you just promoted to give me and old Su draw big pie. You are not authentic. The David sighed. Su Fei also timely echoed. Is. Zhang Long, you two have enough David, that can't do. Tonight the Dragon brother must treat. Su Fei, do not treat. We do not do. Line. Zhang Long smiled. David, Roadside stalls do not go. Must go to expensive places. Su Fei. David is right. Jiang Long. Do how all do. David. Dragon brother is meaning enough. As soon as David finished that, Jiang Long quickly added, I have to report to your sister-in-law first. Su Fei Wei. Dragon brother, take sister-in-law with bye. David. Yes, just let me, an old Su Si rich woman sister-in-law. Jiang Long. I asked your sister-in-law opinion. David. Dragon brother is such a strict tutor. Su Fei nodded. Chapter 129, You eat this dog food for you. After dinner, Jiang Long sent a video call to the little girl. His promotion and salary increase, the company told the car. Susan knew that all this was written by her cousin Lin Yuxuan. Seeing Jiang Long so happy, she also sincerely thanked her cousin. Jiang Long said again about the evening dinner. Susan repeatedly confirmed that Jiang Long was only eating with her best friends before she agreed. In the afternoon, Jiang Long moved to the independent office. Stay in the independent office. Jiang Long heart-face thief beauty. After work, David and Su Fei went to the hotel booked in advance. Jiang Long returned home to receive a small NI son. Two people rushed to the hotel. Opened the box door. Jiang Long led the little girl and went in. David and Su Fei see this picture. They in the mind that call an acid, this dog food to eat. Susan's little hands broke free from Jiang Long's hands and took off her black fisherman's hat and a mask on her face. When David and Su Fei see Suzanne's face, his eyes stared wide. David Hart, God, did not expect the sister-in-law to grow so good-looking. Then that Qin Xiao, beauty Lin always beautiful too much. Dragon elder brother this life is also too good, can find such a good-looking object. Su Fei Hart, sister-in-law, is really the world. Dragon brother is too happy. Later, Jiang Long introduced to David and Su Fei. David Lao Su, this is your sister-in-law. Susan was a little shy when Jiang Long introduced her sister-in-law to her friends. Good sister-in-law. Good sister-in-law. David and Su Fei greet Susan Shan repeatedly. Hello, said Susan. Jiang Long also told Susan Shan, this is the David, this is Lao Su. Susan smiled and waved to the David and Su Fei again. After sitting down, Jiang Long spoil of rubbed the little girl hairy head. On the other side, David whispered, Look like that, Tut. I have known him for so many years, and I haven't seen him like this. Su Fei whispered, No. David, Dragon brother last life estimated to save the galaxy. This life can find such a sister-in-law so good-looking and rich girlfriend. Su Fei nodded and whispered, Well, really envy. After that, several people ate and chatted. Sister-in-law, can you drink with alcohol? David, I can only drink a little bit. Susan said, somewhat sheepishly. Hearing this, David instantly understands that someone saying they can drink a little means they can drink more than a little. Since his sister-in-law said he could drink, of course he would have to pour her wine. Sister-in-law, it'll help you down. Then David got up and asked to drink Susan. Jiang Long hurriedly stopped. David, your sister-in-law won't drink. Dragon elder brother, you so sister-in-law said she can drink a little. You don't let sister-in-law drink, is you're wrong. The David way. Little girl's wine capacity. Jiang Long is seen. He is really afraid of little girl for a while. Make what matter. David, your sister-in-law, and she really can't drink. Hearing Jiang Long this, Susan dissatisfied secretly stared at Jiang Long one eye. The small hands under the table hard in Jiang Long's thigh pinched a. The expression on Jiang Long's face was subconsciously distorted below. Little meaning, Jiang Long is clear. Meaning, Jiang Long, who do you underestimate? Will call her wine capacity really not good. She is not like that. At this time, Su Fei also opened the appropriate mouth. Brother Long, the sister-in-law can drink some. Let the sister-in-law drink some by. If the sister-in-law is drunk, you are not here. Susan Hart in the dissatisfaction of ridicule Jiang Long. Smelly Jiang Long. Your friends all say so. You still do not agree. Do not give her face. The little hand under the table stretched toward Jiang Long's thigh. Susan was about to pinch herself. Her little hand was suddenly firmly held down by Jiang Long's big hand. Susan looked under the table. This look? Susan's little face turned red. For Susan's little hand touched the most important part of Jiang Long. Susan was just wondering, why does it feel not quite the same? It was not a single thing. Susan quickly pulled her hand back, her little head hanging down. Ah, crazy. Just shameless. Jiang Long's face was a little unnatural. He coughed softly and then said, David, you can give your sister-in-law less trouble. That's all right, dragon brother. The David laughed and poured out Susan's wine. Susan, with her little head down, whispered to David, Thank you. You're welcome, my sister-in-law. The David is way. See, little girl has been hanging her head. Jiang Long, no, little girl is still shy. Jiang Long leaned to the ear and whispered, Susan, the more you do, the more others pay attention to you. Susan knew it, but she just touched that thing. She was so shy. I didn't care. Jiang Long lightway. If it had not been around, Susan would have punched her pink fist on Jiang Long's chest. Susan's face, just down the heat, surged up. She seriously suspected that Jiang Long was intentional. When David and Su Fei saw Jiang Long and Susan Shan, they couldn't help but surprise them. Brother Long, my sister-in-law, drink. David. Susan blushed and raised her glass. David and Su Fei only feel his sister-in-law blush. Must be by the dragon elder brother tease. Jiang Long and David, Su Fei, they drink. Susan took a sip. Unconsciously, time flies. Chapter 130 must be that he wants to read it. The dinner is over. Jiang Long helped some of the wandering little girl to sit on a taxi. David and Su Fei looked at their car, left the direction. Hey, bad smile. David. It seems that dragon and sister-in-law have a wonderful night. Su Fei agreed with a nod. In the taxi, Susan Shan is leaning on her whole person in the arms of Jiang Long, and her small hands are still restless in Jiang Long's clothes. Jiang Long is very helpless. Little son, this wine's so bad. I did not look, she drank too much. Jiang Long with one hand around the little girl's waist, the other hand, according to her evil little hand, quietly remind. Susan him in the taxi. Susan slightly closed her eyes, rubbing her little head against Jiang Long's chest. Because of the wine, the voice is soft and waxy. No, you will? Feel. Then, Susan moved her little hand. How do you feel impossible to move? What a strange thing. She's not happy, but she seemed to have another little hand. This is not Susan's other little hand from the clothes. The restless man got in, climbing to the back of Jiang Long. Susan Shan smiled with curved eyebrows and a face of satisfaction. The driver looked through the rearview mirror to see the back seat of the small couple sticky picture. Could not help laughing. Jiang Long really have a headache. Did not expect the little and I son this drink so difficult to make. He held down one of her hands, and her other hand was restless again. Just as long as the little girl doesn't do anything too much. The next journey, Jiang Long is spent in suffering. Finally got off to the place. Jiang Long helped the little girl got off the car. See the little girl swaying. At any time to fall down, Jiang Long directly to the little girl picked up. Before long, they came back home. As soon as he entered the house, Hua Hua in the cage then, meow meow. Meow meow. Cried up. Hua Hua, I'll put it out for you later. Don't worry, Jiang Long said to Hua Hua, holding the little girl into the bedroom. Hua Hua toward the Jiang Long's back, meow meow call sound. With someone at home, he never puts Hua Hua in a cage. So, every time Jiang Long and Susan went out and put Hua Hua in a cage, Hua Hua was very depressed. Whether human or animals, do not want to be bound by the cage. All yearn for freedom. Jiang Long put little girl on the bed, took off the shoes on her feet. Looking at the white dress on the body, Jiang Long pulled the skirt down, and to cover her with a quilt, Jiang Long went to the living room for Hua Hua. Hua Hua, who was free again, strolled around the house with his little tail. Jiang Long took a simple bath, a return to the bedroom. See the picture of the big bed, his head protruding straight jump. See lying on the bed of the little girl on the quilt, do not know when she was kicked off. Little girl's skirt was also lifted up. Not only was NIS long white thighs exposed, even the underwear Jiang Long also can see clearly. Jiang Long walked over, the little girl's skirt arranged, and the quilt to the little baby cover. The quilt just covered, the little girl was dissatisfied to kick open. The small mouth is also a strong whisper, hot. Heat. Jiang Long chuckled, reached out to the little girl's scattered face hair, stroked to the side. Suddenly, Susan opened her eyes in a daze. For a while, two people, four eyes relative. Jiang Long was startled. He was afraid that the little girl, in the misunderstanding, he wanted to take the opportunity to do something to her. Jiang Long hurriedly explained. I'll just get your hair down. Don't get me wrong. Susan sat up, her look at Jiang Long. He pulled at the skirt on his body. Susan, what are you doing? Jiang Long quickly asked away. He, uncomfortable. So, little girl wanted to take off her clothes, but Jiang Long frowned slightly. Susan pulled a few times, and before her dress was removed, she was worried, her eyes glazed out at the river long way. You help me to take off. How hot? Please. In Jiang Long's inner extreme struggle, Susan said again, hurry up, I'm so hot. Oh. Without any more hesitation, Jiang Long pulled down the zipper behind the white dress. Peel the white dress away from the little girl. See the little girl in her underwear, her panties. Jiang Long body inexplicably some restless. Jiang Long exhaled a deep breath, deep voice. The skirt is off. This will go to bed. Susan squinted her eyes and giggling at Jiang Long. Then her little hand reached out behind her back. Flash. Pre-thoracic. The only block. Was pet off by Susan. She laughed and said, this is only cool. Seeing the shaking white rabbit, Jiang Long's eyes are straight, as if the blood of the whole body is straight to Jiang Long's forehead. Suddenly, a warm ground out of Jiang Long's nose. Jiang Long reached out and wiped it out. Fuck! There was a nosebleeds. Susan had fallen to the bed, closed her eyes, and fell asleep again. Jiang Long pulled the quilt, difficult to cover the little girl on the body. He quickly got up and went to the bathroom, just took a bath of Jiang Long, and stayed in the bathroom for more than half an hour before coming out. The next day, Susan got up and found only wearing a Jiang Long t-shirt. Susan cannot blush. Was it Jiang Long who changed her clothes last night? Ah! Jiang Long is good or bad? Why did he take off all of her underwear? That, is it not all seen by Jiang Long? Bad river dragon. It must be that he wants to see it. Just give her off. Big color wolf. After work, Jiang Long happily sat in the business car given to him by the company. After the happy, both hands holding the steering wheel of the Jiang Long, heart dissatisfied and nervous. Jiang got his driver's license in college, but he's never driven it for years. This was the first time Jiang Long drove on the road. It was normal that he was somewhat nervous. Along the way, at the beginning of Jiang Long's speed is slow, there is always a car behind him. Jiang Long did not care about that. He occupied his own way. Others love Jia Didi. People think him slow, they overtake. And he's not there. Slowly, Jiang Long found the feeling. The speed has also improved a lot. However, to the community, Jiang Long is also sweating. Back home, Jiang Long threw the car keys to little girl, hurriedly ran to the bathroom, and took a bath. When Jiang Long came out of the bath, Susan looked at Jiang Long giggling. Susan, what are you laughing at? Jiang Long asked with some wonder. Jiang Long, you just body out so much sweat, shouldn't be driving nervous? Asked Susan Hill, smiling. Jiang Long, slightly embarrassed, scratched the back of the head, or truthfully admitted. I haven't driven it since my driving tests. I was on the road for the first time. So, that baby is good. Give you reward. With that, Susan leaned close to Jiang Long and kissed him in the mouth. Well, let's have dinner. Good. Chapter 131, find a place where no one else is there. After the two had dinner, Jiang Long took Susan on the van the company sent him. Susan, this is a good car. Jiang Long said to the little girl with his face. Seeing that Jiang Long was so happy, Susan Shan also smiled and nodded. Well, very good. Tie your seatbelt up and take you around. Jiang Longdao. Where are you going? Asked Susan. I remember you said you wanted to go to the playground. We never went before, so we would drive there tonight. Cheerio. On the road again, Jiang Long's driving state is obviously much better. Jiang Long. I think you are very good at driving. Susan praised her. Jiang Long, heart happy, a face of satisfaction. Prove that I fear spy. Well, you're pretty good. This smelly river dragon, she praised him one he's also proud on. Before long, the two arrived at the playground. There are also many people in the playground at night. Jiang Long and Susan Shan walked together hand in hand, just like the many lovers in the playground. Susan, what do you want to play with? Jiang Long asked. Susan thought and said, Jiang Long, let's go to the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel is very far away from us. We can finish other projects first and then take the Ferris wheel. How? Jiang Long suggested. Susan shook her head and Jiang Long's arm. No, I will take the Ferris wheel first. Jiang Long smiled lightly next. The little girl is now so. It is a bit like parents do not buy candy, have been playing with the children. Well, I can't help you. Let's take the Ferris wheel first. Jiang Long smiled. Jiang Long is the best. Susan Shan's fingers quietly scratched in Jiang Long's hand. Jiang Long pulled at the corners of his mouth and then asked, Can you tell me why I have to play the Ferris wheel first? Susan, big eyes toward Jiang Long, ambiguous blink, whispered, I want to kiss you in the Ferris wheel, of course. Jiang, long black eyes, long turn. Then the way. Since Susan is so impatient, we can kiss her first before doing something else. I can't agree on how long Susan wants to kiss. Smell the words. Susan Shan waved a pink fist on Jiang Long's body. The smelly river dragon. Necrotic la la. I don't mean that, nah. You didn't want to kiss me. You hit me. Jiang Long complained. I have heard such a legend. Lovers kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel. Will always be happy, so I want to kiss with you in the Ferris wheel. Susan explained. Jiang Long has heard this statement. No river dragon thinks. This argument is supposed to sell more Ferris wheel tickets. 1 past 10, 10 past 100, with an erroneous message, finally became a legend. Well, let's go to take the Ferris wheel now, Jiang Long wrote. Whether the legend is true or not, as long as the little girl wants to go, Jiang Long will accompany her. Hee okay. After a while, Jiang Long and Susan came to the Ferris wheel side. The staff beckoned the two of them in. Susan hurriedly said to the staff, "We want to wait for two to sit again, really trouble you." The staff saw that there was no one else to sit on behind, so they nodded and agreed. Jiang Long cannot understand why little girl to do so, until little girl and he on the Ferris wheel car. Jiang Long just understand the meaning of little son. The number of this car is 2. 2 is to represent the meaning of love. Little Anijia, so lovely. Jiang Long held a little girl in his thigh and conveniently took off the mask on her face. For a moment, their eyes turned against each other. What are you going to do? Kiss. Susan quickly reached out for her hand to cover Jiang Long's mouth and stopped her. No, we have to kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel so that we will always be happy. Susan, you don't think we can always kiss up until the Ferris wheel, and then until the Ferris wheel, which will kiss longer and more happiness than others? Jiang Longdao. Susan thought about it. Jiang Long's words seemed to be sense. But no, she didn't hear that. They still have to kiss at the top point of the Ferris wheel. No, we're just kissing at the highest point of the Ferris wheel. Suzanne was resolute. Jiang Long looked at the soft lips close at hand, swallowed the saliva. Helpless. Can only temporarily endure. Jiang Long lightway. I know. Susan reached out and touched Jiang Long's head and comforted. Good baby, let you kiss for a while. It's about the same. Later, Susan took out her mobile phone and posed with Jiang Long in various poses. The first time they sat on the Ferris wheel, of course, it is worth recording. Hee. Soon, the highest point of the Ferris wheel arrived. Inside the car of Ferris wheel, the two people that embraced together are affectionate kiss together. It was not until the staff knocked on their car door that Jiang Long and Susan quickly separated. Susan had some soft legs, or Jiang Long helped her down. When they went down, they were quite embarrassed, but the staff looked expressionless. Is this so common for staff? Jiang Long guess. On this side of the Ferris wheel, Susan couldn't help complaining. Bad river dragon. All blame you. Always kiss me, why? Just how embarrassed, ah. Just kiss you, you are very enjoy after rely on me. You are really a little conscience. Jiang Long reached out his hand and rubbed little ass head. I didn't enjoy it. Susan whispered. Hearing the words, Jiang Long's eyebrows all stood up. He took little girl and walked quickly. Susan trotted in Jiang Long's footsteps and asked, Jiang Long, go so fast. Where do you want to take me to go? Find a place where no one else is there. What? Kiss you, kiss to obey you. See how you still say. Susan begged for mercy. Good Jiang Long, I'm wrong. I enjoy it. I really enjoy it. I really like kissing you. Seeing the little girl begging for mercy, Jiang Long stopped at this time. Chapter 132, They Want Boyfriends Too. After a while, Susan took Jiang Long to play with the merry-go-round. Jiang Long does not understand the girl is willing to play this merry-go-round. No meaning, Jiang Long, is that this merry-go-round is suitable for children to play. Two people play the merry-go-round and when to play the bumper car. With the contrast of the merry-go-round, Jiang Long think the bumper car more fun. After they got down from the bumper car, Susan asked, Jiang Long, what else should we play with? How we play something exciting? Jiang Long proposed. To the playground only to play these children is not for nothing. Exciting? What are you referring to about that? Asked Susan. For example, a jumper, a roller coaster, whatever. With that, Jiang Long raised his chin to the distance. Susan look. Susan looked at the roller coaster in the distance, racing fast on the track, then spinning, then diving down. Looking very scary, Susan quickly shook her head. I don't want to play with it. The roller coaster is so scary. In Jump Building Machine, I also don't want to play. You just didn't hear those people tore heart crack lung cry. How terrible, ah. Jiang Long reached out his hand and rubbed the little girl's head, smiled. You this little courage. It seems that you can only play with children. Susan retorted, the two you just said were so scary, and I can't play anything more exciting. I can play medium exciting projects. Medium stimulus items? Jiang Long's brain is running quickly. Suddenly, Jiang Long seems to think of what deliberately teased the little girl. Susan, do you mean a haunted house? Hearing the haunted house, Susan Sean's embroidered eyebrows wrinkled, waved a pink fist to Jiang Long body to beat. Bad River Long, you know I am afraid of ghosts. You still let me go to the haunted house. You succeed. Susan beat Jiang Long and muttered. Jiang Long hurriedly begged for mercy. I was wrong. This is not to play with you. Well, it can't amuse me. Let's say Jiang Long does not get a beating. The heart is uncomfortable. To Jiang Long beat the Susan, and kindly to Jiang Long need. Then Susan suggested, Jiang Long, why don't we play a pirate ship? Susan thought the pirate ship looked like a medium exciting project. Good. Before long, the two people bought a ticket and came to the pirate ship. Both sides are more exciting. The middle is general. Where do we sit? Jiang Long asked the little girl for advice. Hearing the stimulation on both sides, Susan subconsciously chose middle. Jiang Long smiled. He knew the little girl will choose the middle. After the two people sat down, some tourists sat on the pirate ship. Soon, the pirate ship was prompted by the staff. As the pirate ship shook from side to side, the amplitude became larger and the speed became faster and faster. Sitting opposite Jiang Long and Susan Sean, two girls near the pirate ship have made a pig scream. Oh! Jiang Long could not help but laugh. Do they call it so? At this time, the speed of the pirate ship faster and faster. The two girls' scream is also bigger and bigger. At this point, Susan was terrified and screamed. Ah! Jiang Long quickly put the little girl tightly into his arms and comforted him. Susan, don't be afraid. It will be over soon. Susan desperately grabbed Jiang Long. But there is Jiang Long. Otherwise, she might be scared to cry. After the end, Jiang Long see the little girl is still afraid. He directly held the little girl onto the pirate ship. Called the most tragic, two girls' legs are soft, in the pirate ship slow, for a while before trembling from the pirate ship down. While playing with the pirate ship, the two girls saw the girl sitting in the middle, afraid of the boy holding her tightly in his arms. Unexpectedly, the boy finally took the princess and carried the girl down. This gives them both envy. Such a good boyfriend. They are also very wanna. Jiang Long and Susan continue to stroll around the playground. Passing a stall, Susan caught her attention by the cute bright cat ear headband. Jiang Long, you see that cat ear hair hoop is so cute. It's pretty cute. Just buy one if you want it. Jiang Long Dao. Susan nodded. I want to buy two. Two. Well, we're one each. Susan smiled. You wear it yourself, I don't. Jiang Long hurriedly way. No, you should wear it too. Susan shook Jiang Long's arms. I'm a big man. That's too strange. I don't wear it. Not strange at all. You see the playground, there are boys in the wear. You wear it. Susan continued to Sajiao. Jiang Long did see some boys wearing a cat ear headband in the playground, but these boys are all around a girl wearing a cat ear headband. Estimate, these boys are forced by the girlfriend, otherwise a boy who will take the initiative to wear that. Good Jiang Long, I just want to see you wear it. Let's just buy two people and wear them together. I love you the most, baby. Finally, Jiang Long compromised. Jiang Long bought two cat ear headbands. Susan wore one on her head and asked Jiang Long with her big eyes. Is it good? Jiang Long nodded. Good looking. Is it cute? Cute, very cute. Jiang Long said the truth, wearing a cat ear hairband. Simply lovely. Susan giggles. You put your head down and he'll wear it for you. Jiang Long lowered her head according to what Susan said, and Susan put the cat ear hairband on Jiang Long on her head. Susan looked at Jiang Long with her cat's hairband and was giggling. Susan, what are you laughing at? Isn't that really ugly? Jiang Long see not their own appearance, see the little girl and laughing. He subconsciously of so think. Susan shook her head. No. Super cute, I love it. Forsooth. Jiang Long asked suspiciously. Really? Susan smiled. Susan Sean has always felt that Jiang Long is very handsome. Did not expect to take the cat ear hair hoop Jiang Long. There is a kind of milk cute feeling. She loves it too much. They went around in the playground again, and then went back. Sitting on the car, Jiang Long through the rearview mirror. To see his own shape, he could not help frowning. Just want to reach out to remove the cat's hairband. Susan immediately stopped. Jiang Long, don't take it. We're both going home, so don't wear it. No, you wear it. I like it. Line. At home, Susan took Jiang Long to take pictures. You must be a little cat claw like me. Good. We took a picture of a kiss. Good. Jiang Long, you wait, I will go to hold Hua Hua. The three of us to take a few more pictures. Tonight the three of us are small cats. Good. Chapter 133 features a rebellion. The next day, Susan chose a few beautiful photos to send her. Summer warm over there immediately sent a message. Warm and warm ooh. You and your little brother are very happy. Susan Jiang Long and I are very happy. Followed by a happy circle of the meme. Warm, this sour smell of love. I smelled across the mobile phone screen. Susan warm, I just want to share with you, Well, Susan who knows me is the happiest now. Susan Wan, you and Xiao Mingjie a weak trial couple, how? Mentioned Xiao Mingjie. Xiao warm little face immediately wrinkled up. Holding the mobile phone is not consciously clenched. Warm that Xiao Mingjie is really too annoying. Susan warm, or you end early with Xiao Mingjie a weak trial couple agreement. Xianwan, every day with the heart thief, more Xiao Mingjie get along. Susan really worried about Xiao Warm's situation. Susan, I have to persevere this week. Susan. After Xiao Warm and Susan talked, she got up to wash and change her clothes. Before long, wearing a pale pink Lolita dress, white legs, a lollipop in the mouth of a warm summer appeared in the Taida University, the office of the student union president. Xianwan Warm waved his hands to greet Xiao Mingjie. Hi, brother Xiao, your girlfriend is here. Originally yesterday, was Xiao Mingjie, this poison-tongued male gas enough. Summer warm today are not going to come to find Xiao Mingjie. Just after chatting with Susan, Xiaowan immediately made up his mind. Xiao Mingjie more do not want to see her. The more she wants to appear in front of Xiao Mingjie, the main advocate, a rebel. Anyway, this week trial couple has not been the day. She has to shake in front of Xiao Mingjie. After work, after Jiang Long and Susan ate at home, they drove to the mall shopping. Tomorrow they're going back to Jiang Long's hometown. As Jiang Long's girlfriend, Susan went back to her hometown for the first time, so she certainly prepared gifts for Jiang Long's family. Although Jiang Long said that there is no need to prepare gifts as long as she went, but Susan thought that cannot do. The first time to visit the door must bring a gift. Jiang Long, no, is a little and son of a piece of heart. Finally, Jiang Long also did not stop. Inside the mall, two people walked while walking. Jiang Long, what is your mother like? Asked Susan. Send gifts, of course, to cast their good if according to her preferences to buy. Jiang Long mother don't like, that is more bad. Susan, don't have to buy anything. Jiang Long Dao. Jiang Long, you are not saying that. So what is your father like? And your brother? Do you know what he likes? Then Susan asked again. Jiang Long. In the end, Susan chose a set of cosmetics for Jiang Long's mother. No matter how many women love beauty, so choose cosmetics. In fact, Susan Shan wants to buy clothes for Jiang Long's mother. But she does not know what Jiang Long's mother looks like if the clothes do not meet the temperament of Jiang Long's mother. Jiang Long mother is not good looking dressed, embarrassed. Choose cosmetics more secure. I bought tea for Jiang Long's father, and I chose a sports watch for Jiang Yin. Both of them bought a set of clothes, plus a pair of clothes. This was satisfied to go back. Jiang Long and Susan Shan want to go out. Hua Hua is a problem if you take Hua Hua back home, but also with a variety of Hua Hua with things more troublesome. What's more, Jiang Long father's trachea is not very good. Hua Hua inadvertently will drop hair. Jiang Long is also afraid if Hua Hua has an impact on his father's body. Finally decided not to take Hua Hua back home. Originally, Jiang Long thought to let David or Old Sue to help take care of Hua Hua for 2 days. Think of these two people to take care of their own laborious. Jiang Long think or forget it. Finally, Jiang Long and Susan decided to send Hua Hua to a nearby pet shop foster care. Pet shop staff care for small animals more professional. They're more assured. All cleanup safe 2 people. Drove the car will be sent to the pet store. Susan said to Hua Hua repeatedly, Hua Hua, my father and I will pick you up in 2 days. We must be good here. Hua Hua, face of injustice. Meow meow. Meow meow called. Why can't you bring Ben Meow with you? Ben Meow also wants to visit his father's hometown. Of course, Susan Shan and Jiang Long could not understand Hua Hua's target words. When they heard Hua Hua say meow meow, they thought that Hua Hua was saying, Dad, Mommy, you can rest assured, I will obediently wait for you to come back. Hua Hua, really good, wait for Mom and Dad to come back, buy you a lot of snacks to eat, oh, bye-bye. Susan and Zhang Long waved their hands at Hua Hua and left. Hua Hua in the cage, small claws scratched on the cage scratch, mouth meow 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 call. Dad, Mommy, you two don't go. You two are coming back. Ben Meow also wants to go. At the beginning of the journey, Jiang Long drove. Passing the service area, Jiang Long and Susan changed positions. When Jiang Long sat in the co-pilot, looking at the main driving little girl car drove quite well, cannot help but praise. Susan, you are driving well. I am good. Susan smiled. Severe. Along the way, the two men chatted while driving. Near the place, the two men exchanged positions again. As the destination approached, Susan became nervous. Jiang Long, will your parents not like me? What are you thinking about? Susan is so beautiful, kind, and lovely. How can they not like you? What if I wasn't what they expected? Susan was worried. Jiang Long also understands the little mood. After all, it is the first time to see his parents. She wanted to make a good impression on his parents. If he was the first time to meet her parents, he would be nervous. He also wants to make a good impression on Susan's parents. Just also do not know little N.I.'s son when plan to take him to see your parents. Don't fantasize, as long as I believe my parents like it. With Jiang Long's words, Susan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, they arrived at Jiang Long's home community. Chapter 134, See Parents.